I earned a whopping $2 billion overnight from live streaming my baby. I thought I'd finally be able to give my precious daughter a comfortable, leisurely life, but unexpectedly, I was in a car crash on the way home. When I opened my eyes again, I had actually transmigrated into a scumbag who was a drunkard and a gambler. A little adorable child was looking at me with a wronged expression. "Daddy, please don't hit mommy anymore." I abruptly opened my eyes wide. A torrent of memories flooded into my mind. The original host was clearly a scumbag who drank and gambled every day, yet he managed to marry a popular celebrity wife. Later, when the relationship was exposed, his wife resolutely resigned from her job as a singer and even gave birth to a lovely daughter for him. However, after the passionate period ended, the original host was fired from his company due to his own incompetence. He then blamed his inability on his wife, feeling that it was because he married this bad omen that he lost his career. After receiving the original host's memories, I couldn't help but curse under my breath. "You beast!" Then, with a complicated expression, I slowly raised my head and looked towards the corner. The mother and daughter were curled up in a ball, having just been beaten by the original host. Bai Shihan was holding the child. When she saw me staring at her, her body couldn't help but tremble even more. She subconsciously hugged Nuan Nuan tighter to her chest, her eyes filled with tears. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about taking Nuan Nuan and leaving, but she herself was an orphan, and all the money in the house was controlled by this devil. She had even considered ending her own life, but she couldn't bear to leave her child. What would happen to 3-year-old Nuan Nuan if she died? So every time she was beaten, she could only endure it alone, not even daring to cry loudly for fear of frightening the child. After a long time, I sighed deeply, slowly stood up, and turned on the light. The warm orange light illuminated the entire room. The dilapidated furniture and the strong smell of alcohol in the air were overwhelming. Looking at the mess in front of me, I scratched my head helplessly and silently started tidying up. Bai Shihan was still curled up, holding Nuan Nuan without moving. But a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. She knew that this devil never cleaned the house. He would just drink and then sleep every time. This situation was a first. I didn't rush to disturb the mother and daughter. Instead, I grabbed a towel from the kitchen and started cleaning the table. By the time the room was spotless, I was already sweating profusely. After a short rest, I took clean clothes from the bedroom and walked into the bathroom. Bai Shihan looked at the tightly closed bathroom door, then at the room I had just cleaned, her eyes revealing intense incomprehension. He even threw away the remaining alcohol? Why? To say he had become a better person was something she simply didn't believe. A devil was a devil. "Mommy, Nuan Nuan is hungry." 3-year-old Nuan Nuan opened her big, round eyes and looked at her mother. Bai Shihan stroked Nuan Nuan's hair. "Nuan Nuan, be good. Mommy will cook for you in a moment." Nuan Nuan nodded sensibly. Even at her young age, she knew that she only got food when her dad was asleep. I pushed the door open after taking a shower, and clearly saw the mother and daughter sitting on the old small sofa, both simultaneously shrinking away from me. I shook my head, ignored the two of them, pushed the front door open, and walked out. Bai Shihan was stunned, and a trace of despair was in her eyes. Is he going out to buy alcohol again? Will Nuan Nuan and I have to go hungry for another night? Shihan bit her lip, her face turning pale, and tears fell uncontrollably. Nuan thought her mother was crying because she was hungry. She quickly stretched out her soft little hand and clumsily wiped Bai Shihan's face. "Mommy, don't cry. Nuan isn't hungry anymore." Bai Shihan bit her lip, and her tears fell even harder. After a while, she gently said in a trembling voice, Nuan, be a good girl. Mommy will put you to sleep. You won't be hungry when you're asleep. Mommy will get up early tomorrow and make you something delicious, okay?" Nuan nodded obediently. "Okay, Mommy. Don't cry." Bai Shihan held Nuan and slowly stood up. The wounds on her back faintly ached because of her movement. Due to long-term malnutrition, her vision blurred for a moment, but she still struggled to stand up, holding her daughter and walking step by step into the bedroom. Only after lying on the bed did Bai Shihan feel a little better. She softly hummed a lullaby, trying to coax Nuan to sleep. Watching Nuan slowly close her eyes, Bai Shihan thought about the 2 years of suffering since they got married. Feeling incredibly heartbroken, she finally decided that she would leave tomorrow, escaping this hell. Even dying outside would be better than being tortured to death by this devil. Just then, The sound of the door lock turning came from outside. Bai Shihan, lost in her thoughts, couldn't help but tremble again. She subconsciously covered Nuan's ears and quietly listened to the movement outside. I pushed the door open and subconsciously looked at the sofa. I couldn't help but be stunned. They went back to the bedroom, but they don't seem to have eaten yet. I stared blankly at the food in my hands. After thinking for a moment, I placed the food on the table and walked towards the bedroom. Bai Shihan had been tense all over. She heard my footsteps slowly approaching. She quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep, praying in her heart that I wouldn't come in. But in the next moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. "I bought you some food. Come out and eat if you're hungry. I'll sleep in the side room tonight." Hearing the familiar voice, Bai Shihan abruptly opened her eyes. Then, she heard my footsteps gradually move away. The room immediately became quiet again. Only Bai Shihan's nervous breathing echoed in the bedroom. Nuan had opened her eyes at some point. She clearly heard my voice and was staring curiously at the closed door. That smelly daddy didn't come back to the room to sleep today, and it seems he even said he bought me food. Thinking of the food, she felt hungry again. She swallowed hard and looked at her mother with anticipation. The situation was too bizarre, leaving Bai Shihan at a loss. But seeing her daughter's expectant eyes, she still mustered up the courage, tiptoed quietly to the bedroom door, and opened it. The aroma of the food on the dining table assailed her nostrils. Bai Shihan's eyes immediately became moist. The food in the distance became hazy. He really bought food for her and her daughter? Facing this sudden kindness from the devil, Bai Shihan felt not happiness, but a profound fear from the bottom of her heart. Why is he acting this way? What else does he want from me? Nuan, with her bare feet and short little legs, also ran over, peering out through the crack in the door. Then, her eyes suddenly lit up and saliva unconsciously dripped out. But she didn't act on her own. Instead, she raised her head, staring unblinkingly at her mother. Bai Shihan helplessly closed her eyes, then looked at her daughter's expectant gaze, took a deep breath, and then forced a smile. She picked up Nuan. "Shh, Nuan, be good. Let's eat quietly." Nuan happily closed her eyes and hurriedly nodded her small head. I, in the room, of course, heard the sounds outside. I sighed deeply again. After going out to get a haircut and buy food, I realized that there was only a little over 1,800 in savings left in this house. If I had transmigrated a little later, this family probably wouldn't have been able to afford food. Time to make some money. After pondering for a moment, I suddenly became excited. How could I have been so slow to realize? This is a parallel world. I quickly picked up my phone and continuously scrolled through this world's information. Sure enough, as in my memory, the cultural heritage and the entertainment industry were completely different from my original world. In particular, this world's entertainment level was quite stagnant. Some frankly mediocre songs, which made me frown, were even dominating the hot song charts. My mind quickly recalled classic songs one by one. As I thought, I gradually couldn't stay awake and could only drag my exhausted body slowly into dreamland. At 6 a.m. the next morning, I stretched and gently opened the door of the side room and walked out. The dining table and kitchen had been cleaned spotlessly. Bai Shihan must have tidied up after eating last night. I stood in place and thought for a moment. Bai Shihan usually gets up at 8 a.m. to cook, because the original me would sleep until past 10 a.m. Only after I woke up and finished drinking would the mother and daughter be able to eat my leftovers. I subconsciously sighed again. Bai Shihan in the room was actually already awake. She didn't dare to go out. The noise outside stopped, the door sounded, and then closed again. Bai Shihan pursed her lips, staring at the bedroom door, feeling somewhat curious about where I had gone out to this time. She waited for a long time, and there was still no movement outside. Bai Shihan glanced at Nuan, who was still sound asleep beside her. After thinking about it, she still plucked up the courage, quietly got out of bed, opened the bedroom door, and walked out. The smell of alcohol in the room had become very faint. Fresh air blew in through the window and smelled very nice. This situation gave Bai Shihan a sense of unreality. It had been a long time since she had smelled this fresh scent. The house could feel comfortable like this again? Bai Shihan walked to the window and looked out at the world. She unconsciously stared blankly. Only at this moment did she suddenly remember that she was only 24 years old. She didn't know how long passed before the sound of the front door opening was heard again. Bai Shihan was completely startled. Then she subconsciously tensed up and mechanically turned around. I was also awkwardly frozen in place. I hadn't expected Bai Shihan to be awake. I woke up this morning and found there were no ingredients in the house, so I just bought some meat, vegetables, and rice. Both of us were stunned. Only then did I fully see the appearance of my wife in front of me. She was very beautiful, much more beautiful than the internet celebrities and stars in my world, especially her eyes. They seemed to speak. But right now, these eyes were full of terror and unease. And she was too thin, her face excessively pale. This was likely due to lack of sunlight and malnutrition for a long time. Seeing this, my heart felt a mixture of pain, hatred, and embarrassment. The original host was too much of a beast. To treat such a beautiful woman this way is unforgivable. I was the first to break the awkward silence. Good morning. I'm going to cook first. After saying that, I lowered my head, not daring to look at her anymore, and quickly walked into the kitchen with the groceries. Bai Shihan could hardly believe her ears and eyes. He actually greeted me? And when did he learn how to cook? Bai Shihan silently watched the busy figure in the kitchen. A tremendous sense of grievance welled up in her heart. She bit her lip tightly, and her eyes gradually became moist. What is this supposed to mean? Pitying me? Having a change of heart? Nuan woke up. When she saw Bai Shihan in the living room, she ran out barefoot. As soon as she came out, she smelled the aroma of the food and turned her big eyes towards the kitchen. I in the kitchen naturally saw the little one. I grinned and smiled at the little one, but unexpectedly, Nuan was scared and quickly shrank behind Bai Shihan. I rubbed my nose helplessly, feeling a sudden tightness in my chest, as if there wasn't enough oxygen. The meal was ready soon. I took off the apron and looked at the two people still timidly standing in the distance. Wash up and come eat! Nuan was clearly already swallowing her saliva, but she still didn't move. Bai Shihan looked at this scene with some shock. I was initially a bit hopeful, but seeing their defensive attitude, my hope sank to the bottom of the sea. I was silent for a moment, then sighed again. You two eat first. With that, I turned around and went back to the side room. Bai Shihan didn't move. She watched the side room door close, then looked down at the expectation in her daughter's eyes. She also sighed in her heart. Nuan, let's go wash your hands and eat. Hearing this, Nuan's eyes immediately lit up. Mommy, did Daddy make this for Nuan? Bai Shihan was momentarily speechless. She looked at her daughter's expectant eyes and finally nodded. Seeing her mother's affirmation, Nuan's eyes became even brighter. She couldn't wait to scoop up a spoonful of egg custard and put it in her mouth. This is the first time Daddy has cooked for me. It's really delicious. Bai Shihan just ate silently. Her heart was very conflicted and confused. I was sitting at the desk in the side room, actually very hungry, but I knew that the mother and daughter outside couldn't handle sitting at the same table as me to eat right now. Sigh, what a mess. I took out my phone, opened this world's short video app, logged out of the old account that still had a few thousand followers, and registered a new one. I habitually clicked on the trending topics list, and the next moment my brows furrowed. What kind of garbage is this song? When did mediocre bandwagon singers start dominating the trending list? I immediately had a plan. I dug out a few sheets of sheet music paper that had been tucked away in the desk for a long time. These were left behind by Bai Shihan previously. I spread the sheet music paper flat on the desk, lightly hummed a familiar tune, and my pen flew across the paper, writing the guitar tab. I was a songwriter in my original world. This small task was no problem for me. In just a short while, a complete score appeared before me. I couldn't wait to pull out a guitar from the nearby closet, then sat squarely at the desk with the guitar. I gathered my emotions for a moment. In the next second, I closed my eyes and my fingers gently strummed the strings. As the sound of the guitar came from the room, Bai Shihan, who was silently eating, suddenly froze. She turned her head again to look at the tightly closed door, her eyes filled with surprise. Bai Shihan knew I couldn't play the guitar. But what's going on now? Even Nuan, who was happily eating, was drawn in by the singing. She stopped the spoon in her hand and looked towards the closed door of the side room. So gentle. This was the first time she had heard such a gentle daddy. Even though Bai Shihan had never heard this song, she could feel its quality. Such a beautiful melody and such touching lyrics. It was hard for her to imagine this coming from the mouth of a devil. The guitar sound remained gentle, and my singing still drifted into her ears. The large and small beauties sitting at the dining table were both stunned. It wasn't until the next line of the song rang out that Bai Shihan could no longer hold back. Her shoulders began to tremble slightly, and tears fell one by one. 2 years. It's been 2 whole years. Every day of constant fear and worry these 2 years. She hadn't listened to music for 2 years. She hadn't left the house for 2 years. Every day she faced the trivialities of life, a messy house, and a husband who was slowly turning into a devil. Now, just as she finally mustered the courage to try and escape, what does he mean by singing this? What does it mean that he suddenly changed? Bai Shihan was on the verge of collapse. She was lost again. She was afraid this was a short-lived dream, and once the dream was over, everything would return to the starting point. The singing stopped at that moment. Nuan also discovered her mother's crying. She climbed onto Bai Shihan's lap in a panic, reaching out her small hands to try and wipe away her mother's tears. "Mommy, don't cry, don't cry. Nuan will blow on it for you." Nuan thought her mother was hurting again. While wiping Bai Shihan's tears, she lifted her little face, pulled open Bai Shihan's collar, and blew on it. Beneath the collar, Bai Shihan's back was covered with scars and purple-red marks. I didn't know what was happening outside the door at this moment. I opened my phone and clicked on video recording, performing the song completely. Once the song was over, I saved the recording and uploaded it. I softly exhaled. Finally finished. Now I'll just quietly wait for the public reaction. After doing all this, I put the guitar back in the closet, then rubbed my rumbling, hungry stomach. Knowing the mother and daughter were finished eating, I finally couldn't wait any longer. I gently pushed open the door, leaving a crack, and peered out like a thief. I happened to see Bai Shihan holding Nuan and leaving the dining table. Her eyes were red as if she had just cried. Bai Shihan clearly saw me too. After a brief moment of being stunned, she quickly returned to the master bedroom with the child. I breathed a sigh of relief, pushed the door open, and walked to the dining table. Finally, I can eat. I was a little happy looking at the food clearly left for me on the table. After eating, I wandered around the room feeling bored. Just then, the master bedroom door was suddenly opened again. I looked in the direction of the sound and saw a small head peeking out. It was Nuan. She tilted her head and curiously looked me over. Seeing Nuan, I subconsciously wanted to smile, but before my lips could even curve, I saw Nuan get scared and quickly close the door and scamper back. Bai Shihan's clear voice could be heard in the room. She was soothing the child. I rubbed my nose innocently. Time quietly passed. I spent 4 hours scrolling through my phone. At noon, I put down my phone, rubbed my temples, and stood up. Time to make lunch. Just then, the bedroom door was opened. Expressionless, Bai Shihan came out of the bedroom, holding a pile of clothes. She seemed to not see me standing in front of the sofa and walked straight towards the bathroom. I clearly saw her body stiffen when she came out. Is she gonna do the laundry? I suddenly remembered that my clothes were still in the washing machine from yesterday, and I hadn't taken them out. Thinking of this, I also quickly walked towards the bathroom. Bai Shihan was very nervous. She hadn't expected me to still be home. Usually, by this time, I would have gone out to drink with my shady friends. Hearing my footsteps getting closer to her, she immediately became even more nervous. Her heartbeat started to race, and her body trembled slightly. My clothes are still in the washing machine. Could I take them out and hang them up first? My familiar voice rang out from behind her. Bai Shihan, who was bending over to open the washing machine door, was startled. Her body even staggered, causing her to retreat further into the bathroom. "Be careful," I couldn't help but say. Bai Shihan finally realized that I was asking for her permission. Her eyes darted around, not daring to look at me, but she still said, "Okay, you go ahead." "Thank you," I nodded. My hands suddenly trembled, and the anger and heartache in my eyes were undisguised. I had just clearly seen the purple-red welts on Bai Shihan's neck. Although I had the memory of this beast, when I saw it with my own eyes, I truly couldn't imagine how there could be such a cruel person in this world. I took the clothes out of the washing machine and didn't continue to look at her. At this moment, my mind was racing with thoughts. "I'll make lunch in a moment. Remember to call Nuan out to eat. Nuan is asleep. I'll call him to get up later." Bai Shihan shrank away again, looking extremely flustered, even incoherent when speaking. I knew my presence would only stress her out. I quickly grabbed the clothes from the washing machine, went out onto the balcony to hang them, and then walked into the kitchen. In the bathroom, Bai Shihan, holding the laundry, was still rooted to the spot. Only when the cooking sounds started coming from the kitchen did she snap out of it. She tremblingly put the clothes into the washing machine, her gaze unconsciously drifting toward the kitchen. "What is wrong with him? He's cooking for the child and me again." Hearing the sound of the machine tumbling, Bai Shihan's heart was incredibly complicated. Not until all the clothes were washed and she took them to the balcony to hang did she notice that the man had been busy and enthusiastic in the kitchen the entire time. Nuan didn't wait for Bai Shihan to call her. She woke up on her own. Still barefoot, she pushed open the door, her little hands rubbing her sleepy, blurry eyes. The next moment, when she saw me busy in the kitchen, a bright spark clearly lit up in her beautiful eyes. Then, she curiously leaned against the kitchen door frame, watching my back. Bai Shihan, having finished hanging the clothes, turned around and saw this scene. She was completely terrified. She quickly spun around, leaned her back against the wall, covered her face with her hands, and slowly crouched down, tears silently falling. This was a scene she had only dreamed of long ago. I still didn't eat at the same table with the mother and daughter. After setting the food on the table, I hurried out of the house. Hearing the door close, Bai Shihan hastily wiped the tear stains from her face, stood up, and carried Nuan to the dining table. On the table were still 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, along with 2 bowls of pre-served rice and a bowl of steamed egg. Bai Shihan stared blankly at the colorful, fragrant, and delicious food on the table for a long time before slowly sitting down. No one knew how complex her feelings were at the moment. Even she didn't know what she was thinking. The food was as delicious as breakfast. The little one was already happily eating the steamed egg. However, the peacefulness of their lunch was quickly broken by the sound of the door opening. They subconsciously looked up and saw me pushing the door open, carrying a large bag of things. Nuan snuggled closer to Bai Shihan, the small spoon she was using to dig the steamed egg still held to her mouth, completely still. Her big eyes followed my movements. I lowered my gaze, not daring to look at the startled mother and daughter. I simply walked over to the sofa, set down the bag in my hands, and then spoke, my voice a little muffled. "I bought you some ointment. Remember to use it. Also, I bought the child a toy. I don't know if she'll like it, but I saw other little girls have them, so she should have one too." Bai Shihan didn't respond. I paused after speaking. "I know you won't believe me, but there are some things I still need to say. I won't drink anymore. I won't hit you anymore. You and Nuan don't need to be so afraid when you're home. The child is still small, and this atmosphere is not good for her." I said it all in one breath, feeling that the pent-up frustration in my heart had eased considerably. I didn't wait for Bai Shihan's reply and silently walked back into the side room. Bai Shihan watched my retreating figure disappear, her mood incredibly complex. Faced with this man's sudden change, she found it difficult to let down her guard. My mood inside the bedroom was even heavier. Tears were welling up in my eyes. I was having a hard time dealing with transmigrating into this scumbag's body, especially seeing the scars on Bai Shihan's body. My heart felt even heavier. After spending just 1 day in this house, my heart felt close to breaking point from the suppression. I truly couldn't understand why anyone could harbor such great malice toward their own family. Bai Shihan still left some food for me after eating. She washed her and Nuan's bowls and chopsticks, looked at the bag on the table, thought about it, and finally led Nuan back to the master bedroom. She genuinely found it difficult to accept this sudden kindness. Who knew if it was a trap he had set to disarm her? Furthermore, she had long become accustomed to the pain on her body. She just didn't know what else he was trying so desperately to get from her. After experiencing a brief moment of gentleness for a day, she was extremely afraid that the previous days would return. She even had a slight hope in her heart. What if he would continue to be like this, just like today, as long as she didn't accept his kindness? She only hoped his current behavior could last for 1 more day. Just 1 more day. I heard the door close next door, knowing that the mother and daughter were finished eating. Only then did I get up and walk out of the room. Then, I saw that the bag on the coffee table was still unopened, resting quietly in its original spot. I sighed, unsure what to do, and could only sit down and sullenly eat my meal. Just then, the master bedroom door unexpectedly opened again. Nuan poked out her little head again, curiously staring at me as I ate. I tried to grin and smile at her again. This time, I finally got my wish. The little one wasn't scared away and continued to curiously look at me eating. My heart relaxed a little. This soft, adorable little one healed a lot of the heaviness in my heart. I put down my chopsticks and, in the gentlest voice I could muster in my life, called out to the little one, Nuan. My sudden utterance made the little one tremble slightly, but she still didn't retreat. Instead, she turned to look into the master bedroom, and then, as if receiving some encouragement, she looked back at me. A tender, soft child's voice came from her mouth. "Daddy?" Hearing this voice, My entire body shook, my eyes instantly moistened, and the smile on my face was as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. This was the most beautiful melody I had heard since transmigrating. Nuan tilted her little head, looking at the daddy who was crying and laughing, seemingly curious why someone could laugh while shedding tears. I gently, responding to the little one. Then I stood up and walked to the sofa, took out the newly bought doll from the bag, and gently shook it in front of Nuan. Nuan blinked her big eyes, seeming to stir. She looked at the doll in my hand, then turned her head to look into the master bedroom. After a long moment, she slowly shuffled towards me. At this moment, my heart was pounding like a drum. I looked at this little girl, who was like a small angel. I even felt like I had to stop breathing, fearing that I would scare this little one who had finally taken a step toward me. Nuan only knew that Daddy would make her delicious food and was now holding a toy she liked. He probably won't be mean to Mommy and me anymore. She walked up to me, raised her little face, sniffed hard, and then flashed a happy smile. Daddy doesn't smell stinky, happy! Nuan, do you think the doll in Daddy's hand is pretty? Looking at the small, adorable child in front of me, I spoke to Nuan with the utmost tenderness and sincerity. Nuan's small hands moved, seemingly wanting to take the doll from my hand, but she still didn't have the courage to reach out. She just looked at me intently with her clear, bright eyes. My eyes were fixed on Nuan, and I naturally saw her movement, so I slowly squatted down until I was level with Nuan and gently placed the toy in her hand. When my finger touched Nuan's small hand, I felt my whole body contract. Nuan finally received the toy she liked. Her gaze shifted from me to the doll. Her little fingers stroked the doll's soft, long skirt, and her eyes immediately curved into crescent moons. Looking at the little one's joyful expression as she held the toy, my heart was filled with mixed emotions, especially up close, seeing Nuan's dry hair, thin little face, and the clothes she was wearing, which were washed, faded, and clearly too small. My heart instantly felt a stabbing pain. She was only 3 years old, an age when she should be cherished, yet she was overjoyed because of a small toy. I bit my lip, quickly wiped my eyes, and forced a smile. Just like that, I quietly watched Nuan play beside me. At this moment, there was nothing else in my eyes. Bai Shihan in the master bedroom was extremely nervous. She didn't know if this was the right or wrong thing to do, but she agreed with what I had said earlier. The child is still small and shouldn't grow up in this kind of atmosphere. Allowing the child to get closer to him was the most she could do right now. The occasional laughter outside, ringing like silver bells, made Bai Shihan tear up involuntarily. She just sat quietly on the bed, silently wiping her tears. Not long after, Nuan seemed to get tired from playing. She hugged the doll tightly, glanced at the daddy who was still smiling foolishly at her, a conflicted look on her little face, and then turned and ran back to the bedroom with a thump, thump, thump. I just stared blankly as the little one's figure disappeared, rubbed my nose, and silently chuckled. Looks like I need to buy this little one a pair of proper slippers. Going barefoot all the time isn't a good habit. Time flowed slowly. Dinner was still 3 dishes and 1 soup, made by me. As usual, I let the mother and daughter eat first before I went in for the clean plate campaign. I went to bed early tonight. What I didn't know was that in just one night, the song "You Are In My Life" had exploded online. At 10 p.m. that night, the video successfully climbed to the 5th spot on the Douyin trending search list, and the popularity was still rising. By 6 a.m. the next morning, the number of likes on this video on Douyin had reached a terrifying 500,000, and the comment count was more than 200,000. You have to know that when some big influencers get hundreds of thousands of likes, having tens of thousands of comments is already impressive. So this comment conversion rate was ridiculously high, and my follower count had surpassed 1 million overnight, becoming a 1 million follower influencer overnight with just 1 song and 1 video. Of course, most of these followers were fans of this particular video. If I didn't produce songs of the same quality as this video in the future, I would quickly be forgotten by most people. I got up at 5 a.m. I still didn't know that my song had gone viral. After a quick wash-up, I left the house for my morning exercise. When I returned home, the time was already 7:40 a.m. As soon as I pushed the door open, I came face to face with Bai Shihan, who was just coming out of the bathroom after washing up. When she saw me, she flinched, looking a little panicked. She looked at me, sweaty from the exercise, feeling somewhat lost, but still hastily said, I didn't know you went out. I'll go make breakfast right now. I was stunned for a moment, feeling a bit awkward in this situation, but quickly replied, Nuan is still sleeping. Bai Shihan pursed her lips, lowered her head, and She felt her heart rate quicken. The warm, sunny scent of my post-exercise body made her very uncomfortable. She was flustered and subconsciously avoided me. Hurrying toward the kitchen, you go look after Nuan. I'll make breakfast after I shower. Is there anything you'd like to eat? My slightly ingratiating voice came from behind her. Bai Shihan's footsteps paused. After a long moment, a soft, trembling voice came from her mouth. No, you can make whatever. I'll go check on the child. With that, Bai Shihan quickened her pace, fleeing into the bedroom. I looked at the closed bedroom door and shrugged helplessly. After taking a shower, I felt terribly hungry, and the original host's craving for alcohol was also acting up. It was very uncomfortable. So I could only cook while frantically drinking hot water to alleviate it. Nuan woke up too. After Bai Shihan helped her wash up, she leaned against the kitchen door frame, watching me cook. She was still holding the doll I had given her yesterday. I turned around and saw the little one. I grinned, giving Nuan an ant-like smile, and gently asked, Nuan, what would you like for breakfast this morning? Daddy will make it for you. Nuan tilted her little head and thought seriously for a long time. Then her big eyes curved into crescents. Egg! Nuan loves steamed egg, I replied indulgently. All right, then it's steamed egg. After speaking, I reached out my hand, intending to rub Nuan's little head, but quietly retracted it. I was afraid of startling the little angel in front of me. Take it slow. No rush, I thought to myself. Nuan was clearly slowly accepting me. This gave me hope. My mood improved considerably, and even the alcohol craving and hunger seemed to fade away. Breakfast was still generous. 1 meat, 2 vegetables, and, of course, Nuan's requested steamed egg. I, as usual, returned to my small bedroom, letting the mother and daughter eat first. However, things were better than before. There was noticeably more laughter and chatting between the two outside while they ate. In the side room, I lay on the bed, picked up my phone, which I had set to silent, wanting to check the video's performance. As soon as I unlocked my phone, I was shocked. Holy cow, how many notifications are there? All the background messages had reached 99+. I trembling cleared the notifications. I swallowed hard and clicked into my account homepage. The sight of over 1 million followers on the page almost blinded me. Over 1 million overnight. With an excited heart, I continued to click on the video. Over 2 million likes, and when I looked at the comment section, it was overwhelmingly positive, full of praise. I also looked at the private message interface of my account. It was basically all advertisers seeking cooperation and various guild recruitment offers. I ignored them, because the next step was to witness the earnings. I clicked into the Douyin backend. The earnings that greeted my wallet made me grin. Without taking any advertisements, in just 1 day, this video, relying only on traffic, generated a terrifying income of 320,000 RMB. Seeing the earnings, I immediately felt relieved. I have money! Life no longer had to be so tight. When I had only a little over 1,000 RMB as my entire savings before, I was careful even buying vegetables. Now, with this first pot of gold, my mood was naturally much more relaxed. After transferring the earnings to my bank account, I waited until I heard the sound of the door outside, indicating the two were finished eating, before I quickly pushed the door open to eat breakfast. After breakfast, I hurried out of the house. I walked straight to the shopping mall from memory. First, I bought Bai Shihan a phone, and then I purchased a large pile of other things. I was busy until 10:30 a.m. Fully loaded, I happily returned home, following the large delivery truck specially used by the mall to transport goods. The life of the wealthy is indeed all about buying. This feeling was awesome. After I left home, Bai Shihan brought Nuan out of the bedroom. Bai Shihan cleaned the house thoroughly, top to bottom, then sat on the sofa, looking at the clear blue sky outside the window. After 2 days of ventilation, the house was already free of alcohol smell. Fresh air constantly blew in through the windows, making her feel exceptionally comfortable. Nuan was lying next to Bai Shihan, playing with her newly acquired doll. Her big eyes were already curved into crescent moons. Her smiles had visibly increased these past 2 days, and she had become much more cheerful. This was something Bai Shihan dared not even imagine before. Watching the happily playing Nuan, Bai Shihan's lips unconsciously curved into a small arc. This kind of life is truly wonderful. Then, Bai Shihan suddenly froze. She touched the corner of her mouth in disbelief, and then saw the ointment still quietly sitting on the coffee table. I was smiling. It turns out I can still smile. Bai Shihan sank into contemplation. In the living room, only the sound of Nuan Nuan playing remained. The sudden sound of the door lock turning startled Bai Shihan out of her thoughts. Nuan Nuan also quickly climbed up, hugging her doll, and burrowed into Bai Shihan's arms. Noisy sounds came from outside, and my familiar voice followed. Hey, slow down, don't scratch anything. You need to lift it up when you move it inside. Bai Shihan was a little flustered. She quickly picked up Nuan Nuan, wanting to retreat back to the bedroom, but her eyes couldn't help but look outside curiously. My figure and that of a strange man first appeared in her sight. They were moving a cream-colored, cloud-style sofa into the room. When I saw Bai Shihan, my eyes clearly lit up and my face showed cheerful joy. Could you trouble you to pour a few glasses of hot water for me? The workers can take a break once they finish. Good. I'll go pour it now. Bai Shihan, who hadn't interacted with outsiders for a long time, was a little flustered, but she quickly reacted. Holding Nuan Nuan and hurrying into the kitchen, the workers and I moved the newly purchased sofa into the house and carried the old one out. Then came the TV and the refrigerator, item after item. I seemed tireless. I personally helped the workers move everything in, and with each piece of new furniture entering the house, the place instantly transformed. The old, worn look was immediately replaced by a fresh, vibrant atmosphere. Bai Shihan stood in the kitchen as if she'd seen a ghost, watching this sudden change. Her expression moving from shock to disbelief, and finally to confusion. Her arms around Nuan tightened unconsciously. Nuan Nuan, who had been looking around curiously at the new furniture, looked up at her mother with a wronged expression after being squeezed too tightly. Mommy is mean and hurt me. Fortunately, Bai Shihan quickly realized, adjusted to a more comfortable hold, and apologetically kissed Nuan Nuan's cheek. While soothing Nuan Nuan, she watched me, who had just finished working in the living room. I was negotiating with the workers about the old, discarded furniture. I finally sold all of it for 800 yuan. Bai Shihan felt a pang of regret. Although the furniture was old, it was all still perfectly fine. 800 yuan was too little. However, what she was more curious about was where I got all this money. According to her calculations, the family should have been nearly broke. After seeing the workers off, I returned to the living room with a large bag in hand, placed it on the new coffee table, and flopped onto the soft sofa. The mother and daughter were still standing foolishly in the kitchen. Nuan had now been put down by Bai Shihan. She hugged her mother's thigh, looking around like a curious baby, clearly examining the new things in the house. Seeing the little one like this, I smiled, my eyes crinkling into slits, and suddenly felt a great sense of accomplishment. From the large bag on the coffee table, I poured out a big pink toy and placed it on the table. Sure enough, Nuan Nuan's attention was immediately drawn to the toy. One of her small hands was still clutching her old doll, while the other held onto the hem of Bai Shihan's shirt. Her head was slightly craned forward, trying to see clearly what toy I was holding. The sight of her wanting to come over yet not daring to made my nose sting with sadness. A 3-year-old child in any other family would have happily rushed into their father's arms by now. My initial sense of accomplishment instantly vanished. I quietly clenched my fist, then relaxed it, stretched out my hand, and beckoned to Nuan, saying to her with affection, "Nuan Nuan, come quickly and see what Daddy bought you." Nuan didn't rush over immediately. She first raised her little face and looked at her mother. Seeing Bai Shihan's lips move without saying anything, Nuan reluctantly walked over. I had already opened the toy's packaging, revealing its true form. Wow, it's a princess house. Oh no, the princess's house is messy. Nuan, do you want to help Daddy decorate the little princess's home? Hearing my words, Nuan's bright eyes clearly showed desire. Her little body shuffled closer to the sofa, right up to my leg. Nuan blinked her big eyes, glanced at me, and then tentatively raised her small hand until it touched the little princess doll in my hand. Bai Shihan, standing nearby, involuntarily held her breath, her gaze fixed on Nuan's outstretched little hand. I maintained my smile, placed the little princess in Nuan's hand, and tried to cup Nuan's small hand with my large one. As her warm little hand rested in my palm, the corner of my mouth lifted slightly. Holding Nuan's small hand with one hand and offering a small dress with the other, my gentle voice sounded again. I'm counting on Nuan to dress the little princess. Daddy is so clumsy. Can Nuan teach Daddy? Daddy's hand is so warm, warmer than Mommy's. Nuan looked at the little princess doll in front of her, then looked at the seemingly wronged me, and suddenly smiled. Daddy is clumsy. Nuan will teach Daddy. The little one smiled, revealing her tiny white teeth, and her almond eyes turned into 2 curved crescent moons. She leaned against my thigh, took the small dress I handed her, and awkwardly tried to put it on the little princess. I also laughed, humbly accepting the little one's guidance. At this moment, the small room suddenly brightened. The mother and daughter's happy laughter echoed in the living room. This was the first time in Nuan's 3 years that she had huddled in her father's arms to play, feeling his unique warmth. Bai Shihan leaned against the doorframe, quietly watching this beautiful scene, her eyes moist. The mother and daughter didn't play for long. Nuan was still decorating the princess under my guidance. I looked up and saw Bai Shihan spacing out at the kitchen doorframe. Her washed, faded, light blue shirt was particularly glaring at that moment, making me narrow my eyes. That looks like a matching parent-child outfit. In a flash, I suddenly remembered that it was indeed a matching outfit that Bai Shihan had secretly bought behind the original host's back for Nuan's 2nd birthday. Later, when the original host discovered it, Bai Shihan was beaten, and her phone was also sold by the original host. Remembering this past event, I fell silent. The next second, I stumbled to my feet, covered my mouth, and rushed into the bathroom, starting to vomit frantically. Only now did I truly understand what kind of nauseating and angry feeling a person with a conscience gets when reviewing such behavior from a first-person perspective. This sudden turn of events frightened the mother and daughter outside badly. Bai Shihan was so scared that she shivered, quickly walked to the sofa, and pulled Nuan into her arms. Nuan vigorously burrowed into Bai Shihan's embrace, terrified that the daddy who had just finished vomiting would suddenly leap out and start beating and scolding her and her mother as before. Every time Daddy made such a commotion, he would be as scary as a man-eating tiger. After a while, I walked out of the bathroom looking disheveled. My eyes were bloodshot. Looking at the startled Bai Shihan and Nuan, I felt even worse inside, and my stomach was still churning uncontrollably. But I forced myself to endure the discomfort and spoke to them weakly. I'm sorry, did I scare you? I'm just a little unwell. Just thinking about the original host's actions made me constantly nauseous, especially since I was now occupying his body. I felt as if thousands of ants were crawling all over me. Seeing Bai Shihan and Nuan still looking at me with vigilance, I sighed heavily. I walked past the child holding Bai Shihan and silently entered the kitchen, picking up vegetables to wash. Nuan probably hasn't finished playing. You play with her for a bit, I'll make lunch. Bai Shihan carefully glanced at my profile. This profile was so familiar, yet so strange. Finally, she nodded, carried Nuan, and sat down where I had been sitting. Nuan secretly peeked out from her mother's arms. After realizing that Daddy was still the gentle Daddy, a smile finally appeared on her little face. The parent-child activity unexpectedly ended and turned into free time for the mother and daughter. Not until lunch was ready and the aroma of the food drifted into the living room did Bai Shihan see me quietly return to the side room after placing the food on the table. The corner of her mouth moved slightly, but she couldn't utter a single word. While eating, Nuan, holding her little spoon, suddenly turned to look at her mother, her small brow furrowed, a puzzled expression on her face. Mommy, why isn't Daddy eating with us? Bai Shihan was slowly chewing a piece of stir-fried meat, her favorite dish. Both before and after marriage, she rarely ate spicy food because I, the original host, couldn't eat spicy food. Hearing her daughter's question, Bai Shihan unconsciously turned her head toward the side room, then turned back to look at her puzzled daughter. She suddenly smiled, a smile as bright as a spring flower blooming. That's because Daddy and Mommy aren't ready yet, okay? The little one didn't understand. Her small brow furrowed even more. Her tiny brain couldn't comprehend her mother's words. I was spaced out in the bedroom. I knew my sudden vomiting was due to psychological issues, but I couldn't change anything. Even if I constantly reassured myself subconsciously that it wasn't my fault, it still didn't change the fact that I was him, helpless. I could only pick up my phone and scroll through videos to distract myself. My work was still high on the trending list, and many comments were urging me to release a new song, but I didn't have any interest in that right now. Making money was a means, not an end. The video was still slowly generating income, although the income would decrease day by day and might stop completely within a few days. The current money was entirely sufficient for the family's daily life. There was no need to release another video just for money. Just then, the sound of dishes being washed came from outside. I put down my phone, pushed open the bedroom door, and walked out. Food was still left for me on the dining table. Bai Shihan was in the kitchen washing dishes, and Nuan had run back to the sofa, playing with her new toy. The doll I had given her previously was also placed inside the princess house, lying side by side with the little princess on the small sofa inside the house. Seeing Daddy come out, Nuan wasn't as afraid as before. She just looked at me with her big, clear eyes, the expectation in her gaze obvious. The little one just wanted Daddy to keep playing toys with her. I smiled and walked over, gently stroking her little head. But I didn't stay to play with the little one. Instead, I sat down on the sofa and turned to look towards the kitchen. Seeing that Daddy didn't intend to play with her, Nuan pouted in disappointment. She propped herself up on the edge of the sofa, then sat down next to me, playing by herself. Bai Shihan had just walked out of the kitchen and saw me staring at her. Her heart instantly tensed up. She didn't know where to put her hands and could only helplessly clutch the corner of her clothes. Seeing Bai Shihan's submissive, timid look, I couldn't help but frown and sighed inwardly. It was precisely her gentle and reserved nature that allowed the devil of the past to bully her so fearlessly. Thinking of this, my slight frown eased. I took the new phone I had bought from the coffee table and placed it on the table. I bought you a phone. See if you like it. Also, there are some things I'd like to discuss with you. Can you come sit down? Bai Shihan was originally looking down. Only after hearing my words did she look up at me. Her eyes first met my clean, clear gaze, and then she saw the brand new phone box on the table. Bai Shihan hesitated for a moment, then quietly, slowly walked to the sofa and sat down. What is it you want to discuss? Her voice was very soft, requiring me to strain my ears to hear clearly. I didn't answer. Instead, I picked up the phone box on the table and unboxed it myself. The new sky blue phone was taken out. I removed the protective film and powered it on. The pleasant boot-up chime sounded. I quickly set it up and handed it to Bai Shihan. This phone is for you. You'll need to get a SIM card yourself. I've already saved my number in it. If I'm not home, you can call me if anything happens. As I spoke, I took out a wad of cash from my pocket and placed it in front of her. This is cash I just withdrew. Take the child out for a walk this afternoon if you're free. It's not good to always stay at home. Buy whatever you want, especially clothes. I see that both your and Nuan's clothes are quite small now. Also, get a bank card. Carrying cash isn't safe or convenient. I chattered on, saying everything I had on my mind in one breath. Bai Shihan looked up, staring intently at the man in front of her, listening to my rambling, her eyes slowly turning red. Seeing that Bai Shihan still hadn't taken the phone, I rubbed my nose helplessly. Don't you like this phone? I bought it because I thought the color was nice and it's the latest model. If you don't like it, we can go buy one you do like. Bai Shihan shook her head, then looked at me deeply again. No, I like it very much, thank you. Her voice was still very soft, carrying a slight tremor. Our eyes suddenly met. I uncomfortably looked away but felt a sense of relief in my heart. Good, I'm glad you like it. You're welcome. All right, I'm going to eat now. With that, I stood up and quickly walked to the dining table to eat heartily. In truth, Bai Shihan was still puzzled about where I got so much money to buy all these things, but since I didn't say anything, she naturally wouldn't ask. She picked up the new phone on the table and noticed that I had even bought earphones, a pair of pure white in-ear buds placed nearby. Nuan, having put down her toy, now leaned over, curiously looking at the new phone in her mother's hands. Bai Shihan instinctively raised her hand and stroked the little one's head. The mother and daughter looked at the phone and started studying it. At 5 p.m., the heat finally subsided outside. Bai Shihan sat on the sofa, contemplated for a while, then picked up the money on the table and led Nuan out of the house. Nuan hadn't been out for a very long time, and she loved playing outdoors. Before, Mommy never took her out, and Daddy didn't allow them to leave, so she was exceptionally happy this time. The little one held her doll with one hand and her mother's hand with the other, skipping and jumping all the way. Her big, round eyes were constantly looking around. Everything outside felt new and exciting to her. Bai Shihan, however, was a little constrained. Her steps involuntarily quickened as she walked. Looking at the passers-by, she felt a sense of inferiority for some reason, especially because of the ill-fitting clothes she and Nuan were wearing, which made her feel like people's eyes would inadvertently look at them twice. The mall wasn't far. She vaguely remembered it was just 2 streets away. It was a bit different from the mall in her memory. In just 2 years, it seemed to have been renovated to be more exquisite. As soon as she entered, she saw a phone store with a counter for processing SIM cards. Bai Shihan hesitated for a moment, then led the child inside. After buying a SIM card, Bai Shihan also opened a bank account and deposited all the cash she had. After deducting the cost of the SIM card, she had 4,900 RMB left. I had given her a full 5,000. Holding the phone and bank card, Bai Shihan walked out of the bank. Looking at the tall buildings around her, she suddenly felt alive. Now she could take the child and leave. With the money she had, she could find a job to support herself and her child, and perhaps even pursue her dreams again. This sudden freedom made Bai Shihan stand still for a long time, until a tender child's voice rang out beside her. "Mommy, mommy, can Nuan have an ice cream?" She snapped back to reality. Nuan, still holding her hand, was staring intently at an ice cream stand not far away, her mouth watering. Bai Shihan smiled, a smile so bright and radiant. "Yes, but you can only have 1 bite or your tummy will hurt." "Okay, Nuan loves mommy the most." The mother and daughter finally went out. I took a nice, long shower, completely unaware that Bai Shihan might not return. After showering, I started preparing dinner. The usual 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a main course. I'd planned to make soup noodles tonight, but because I didn't know when they would return, I didn't make it right away, fearing the noodles would get soggy. After slicing the noodles and leaving them on the cutting board, I returned to the living room, flopped onto the sofa, and picked up my phone to browse parenting articles. I scrolled until I felt a bit sleepy. I checked the time in the upper right corner. It was already 7 p.m. Why haven't the mother and daughter returned yet? I suddenly sat up straight. No way did something happen to them. Feeling nervous, I prepared to go out and look for them. Just as I opened the door, I ran right into them coming home. A sweet scent wafted in from the doorway. I was completely stunned. Bai Shihan was humming an unknown tune, her steps light, and the curve of her lips indicated she was in a very good mood. She was holding a few shopping bags. Nuan held the hem of her shirt with one hand, and the other still held the doll I had given her. The most stunning part was that both of them were wearing new, well-fitting clothes. Indeed, clothes make the man. After a single outing, the mother and daughter seemed to have suddenly transformed, to the point where I didn't dare to look at them directly. The next moment, Nuan sweetly rushed up to me and called out, "Daddy!" That one word almost sent my soul flying. I replied with a voice that even trembled, and my original nervous feeling instantly relaxed. I scooped up the adorable little one. He walked through the door first. "Daddy is going to make you noodles for dinner tonight, okay? With 2 eggs? Good. Nuan likes eggs. Nuan loves Daddy the most." Bai Shihan was frozen in the wind outside the door. The little one had just said she loved mommy the most, and now she had betrayed her in the blink of an eye. Nuan didn't have to wait long. The noodles with eggs were ready quickly. I placed the noodles in front of her, gently flicked her little nose, and then habitually turned to walk towards the bedroom. Just as I turned around, the little one unexpectedly tugged at my leg. "Daddy, can you eat with Nuan?" The soft, gentle voice sounded again. I turned back and met Nuan's expectant gaze. Feeling a little hesitant, I secretly glanced at Bai Shihan, who was sitting next to her. Bai Shihan didn't say anything or look at me. It was as if she hadn't heard Nuan's words, and was busy slurping her noodles. I was a little speechless. This situation was really difficult to handle. "Just tell me straight, yes or no. What does this silence mean?" I could only try a tentative approach. "Then I'll stay and eat with Nuan, okay?" "Daddy, sit next to Nuan." Nuan answered by happily patting the empty space next to her. I rubbed my nose, the expression on my face a little unnatural, and brought another bowl of noodles from the kitchen, sitting down next to Nuan. Mommy sat on the left, and Daddy sat on the right. Nuan, embraced by both her parents for the first time, couldn't stop smiling. She even ate with special gusto, finishing the entire bowl of noodles completely. In the end, Bai Shihan had to stop her, fearing she would overeat, and only then did the little one give up. After dinner, Bai Shihan returned to the master bedroom alone. I could understand this. To let me sit at the table with them, Bai Shihan must have gone through a huge psychological struggle. I put myself in Bai Shihan's position and thought, if it were me, after suffering that kind of treatment in the past, trying to peacefully coexist with my enemy, I definitely couldn't do it. No, if it were me, the original host would definitely have been chopped up and fed to the dogs by now, with no body left to find. I stayed up and played with Nuan Nuan until 9 p.m. Nuan Nuan was so sleepy that her little head was nodding, but she still didn't want to go to sleep. During this time, I also noticed a very serious problem. Nuan Nuan was 3 years old now, but the little one still couldn't take off her shoes by herself. You have to know that a normal 3-year-old is old enough to start kindergarten. I knew this was due to the dysfunctional family environment before, and I couldn't rush it, but I still felt incredibly anxious. Bai Shihan walked out of the bedroom at this moment. She didn't speak, but just silently watched Nuan Nuan and me on the sofa. The meaning in her eyes was crystal clear. I picked Nuan Nuan up from the sofa, kissed her little face, and said with a smile, "Nuan Nuan, it's time for bed. Will Daddy play with you again tomorrow?" Nuan's nearly closed eyes opened slightly. She looked at my face, then turned to look at Bai Shihan, and then suddenly buried her little head into my neck. Nuan wants to sleep with Daddy tonight." The sudden words made me a little flustered, and also caused Bai Shihan's face to darken slightly. The silence in the air was awkward. I looked at Bai Shihan with an innocent expression. This was the little one's idea. It really wasn't me suggesting it. Bai Shihan secretly clenched her fist. "This little ingrate!" All that time I spent taking care of her, and in just 2 days, she's been corrupted by the enemy's sugar-coated bullets. In the end, the little one got her way. Bai Shihan quickly washed her up, and the little one happily burrowed into Daddy's bed. Nuan hugged my neck like a koala, refusing to let go. I let her hold me like that. This was my first time coaxing a child to sleep. I remembered the parenting tips I saw online, so I gently told Nuan a bedtime story. This was Nuan's first time sleeping in Daddy's broad embrace. Daddy told Nuan a bedtime story for the first time. Daddy cooked for Nuan for the first time, bought Nuan a gift for the first time, and now there were 2 more first times. Nuan felt immensely satisfied and fell into a deep sleep. Early one morning, Nuan was still fast asleep. I still got up early and quietly pushed open the bedroom door to go to the living room for my morning run. The next moment, I noticed that the ointment on the coffee table was gone. My eyes slowly lit up, and a knowing smile appeared on my face. I left the house with a joyful mood today. Morning run, shower, and cooking. It took me a total of over 2 hours. After making breakfast, I had one more task today, waking up my daughter. Nuan was awakened by my gentle voice. She rubbed her clear, sleepy eyes, and the first moment she saw me, the little one stretched out her 2 soft, tender arms, a posture that clearly demanded a hug from Daddy. I immediately reached out and gently picked her up, helped her change into new clothes, and then carried her out to wash up. I had learned how to care for small children from videos, but theory is theory. Putting it into practice now, I realized how difficult it was. The little one's body was too delicate, and I didn't dare to use force, so the whole process seemed clumsy. Especially when tying the little one's hair, I felt completely inadequate. After fussing for a long time, I could only manage a crooked, messy ponytail. "Daddy is a big silly." Nuan laughed at me, pouting her little mouth as she looked at her crooked hair in the mirror. I pinched her little nose, which made Nuan giggle and chuckle. Bai Shihan came out of the bedroom and saw this heartwarming scene between the father and daughter. She didn't say anything, but just silently walked into the kitchen and brought out breakfast. Perhaps even she didn't realize that the corner of her mouth had already curved into a slight smile unconsciously. After a simple breakfast, I didn't hand Nuan back to Bai Shihan. Instead, I continued to take Nuan to the sofa to play with the princess house. This time, while playing with Nuan, I subtly instilled some very simple numbers into her little head, the numbers from 1 to 10. After discovering Nuan's issue, I had secretly made a plan to slowly teach Nuan during playtime. Now, under my subtle guidance, she quickly remembered some of the knowledge. Also, I noticed that since Bai Shihan returned yesterday, She seemed to have suddenly become a different person. Although she was still quiet, there was clearly more spirit and vitality in her eyes than before. Just like now, she didn't return to the bedroom but sat on the other side of the sofa, fiddling with her phone, occasionally looking at us. This was a good sign, and it made me feel much better. Bai Shihan downloaded various phone apps while observing the interaction between the father and daughter. At this moment, she also realized that I was subtly educating Nuan Nuan. She watched quietly, a faint sweetness rising in her heart. She had wanted to teach her child for a long time, but with the difficult family environment before, they were struggling just to survive. How could she have the ability to teach Nuan Nuan like a normal mother? Bai Shihan looked back at the phone screen. Several apps had finished downloading. The moment Bai Shihan logged into her account, an unread message popped up. It was from her former assistant, Tao Lele, who had worked with her for 2 years. She had very few WeChat contacts. Besides me, there were a few people from her former company. Tao Lele's messages had been sent continuously from the time she got married until 2 days ago, mostly asking about her well-being. She just hadn't been able to reply. Looking at the string of messages, Bai Shihan felt a little warmth in her heart. She immediately replied, "Sorry Lele, I haven't been able to reply to your messages. I'm doing well now, don't worry." Less than 2 seconds after sending the message, the other side instantly replied, "Sister Shihan, you're finally alive. I thought you didn't want to talk to me after you got married." Sister Shihan, you don't know, ever since you disappeared, there have been so many rumors in the company, especially that annoying Liu Xian. She's been so arrogant these past 2 years, saying bad things about you to everyone, saying you deserved it. It's so infuriating. Seeing Lele's message, Bai Shihan pouted slightly. Liu Qian was right, I did deserve it. When she was at the company, she always outshone Liu Qian. It was only natural for Liu Qian to act this way after she retired. But my little assistant is as lively as ever. Lele, how have you been recently? Is life treating you well? Bai Shihan didn't respond to Lele's words, but asked about her current situation. Quote, "I'm very well. Don't worry, Sister Shihan. I'm an unkillable cockroach. But I miss you, Sister Shihan. Will you ever make a comeback?" Bai Shihan paused, a flicker of longing in her eyes. Will I ever make a comeback? She turned to look at me, then at Nuan Nuan. A moment later, the longing in her eyes slowly faded. Probably not. But Lele, if you miss me, we can find a time to meet up. Okay, Sister Shihan, I have Saturday off this week. Bai Shihan smiled at this message. Then she switched to Weibo. Her last post on Weibo was 2 years ago, her retirement announcement. Her original few 100,000 followers had now dropped to a few thousand. Besides the zombie fans, there were still some old fans who frequently left messages expressing their concern. She scrolled through the trending topics on Weibo, which were mostly about recent celebrity gossip, but a few posts were talking about a recently viral song. A mysterious singer with only one video gained over 1 million followers overnight. Who is he? Bai Shihan was very curious about what the recently viral song sounded like, so she clicked on the title. The post contained a long, effusive review from the blogger, all praising the song. A link was attached below. Bai Shihan clicked on the link. A familiar figure appeared on the screen, a familiar guitar melody started, and then a familiar singing voice echoed in the living room. The living room suddenly fell silent. Only the singing resonated in the ears of the 3 people. I awkwardly turned my head. Nuan Nuan's big eyes blinked, and she burrowed into Bai Shihan's arms, looking at the phone screen. Bai Shihan was completely stunned. This familiar voice, wasn't this the song that had been playing in the room 2 days ago? So he was recording a video that day. Nuan was the first to speak. She pointed her small hand at the phone screen, looked up at Bai Shihan, her big eyes full of curiosity. "It's Daddy! Daddy is in the phone!" It's Daddy, Bai Shihan replied, stroking the little one's head. Only now did she understand why I had so much money to replace the furniture in the house. With millions of likes, how could I not have money? She turned her head to look at my sharply defined profile, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Nuan was even happier after getting her mother's answer, and she happily rushed back into my arms. Her 2 small, short hands cupped my face, her big eyes full of brightness. In a sweet baby voice, she said, "Daddy is so gentle. Nuan wants to sing too. Nuan wants to be in the phone." With those 2 soft little hands pressing against my face, my eyes slowly melted. I also cupped my daughter's small face with my 2 large hands and asked in a gentle voice, "Does Nuan like to sing too?" Nuan curved her big eyes and nodded without hesitation, her smile even brighter. Good. Then Daddy will teach Nuan a song. When Nuan learns it, will you sing it into the phone, okay? Nuan kept nodding her little head, then happily kissed my cheek hard. Rewarded, I beamed with joy. Under the little one's adoring gaze, I quickly ran back to the side room to grab my guitar. Back on the sofa, I held the guitar and tuned the strings. I turned my head and saw that both Bai Shihan and Nuan were staring at me unblinkingly, my face rarely flushed. Then, I strummed the strings. Today, Daddy is going to write a children's song just for Nuan. Daddy will sing it once for Nuan to hear. The next time, Daddy will sing a line and Nuan will follow, okay? Nuan happily nodded, her two small, short hands tightly wrapped around my neck. Daddy, Nuan likes this. Daddy! Daddy, please don't change back to how you were before, okay? Nuan's soft voice rang in my ear. I pursed my lips and tears suddenly filled my eyes. I simply hugged Nuan tightly. Daddy will never be like that again. My voice was hoarse, but firm. Bai Shihan couldn't see my expression at the moment, but she was already in tears, though her face wore a smile. I was the first to regain control of my emotions. I placed the guitar next to me, settled Nuan on my lap. Nuan, let's learn the song now. I'll sing one line and you sing after Daddy, okay? Okay, Nuan agreed very quickly. The next period became a teaching session between the father and daughter. I slowly sang one line and Nuan followed. A children's song truly sounds best when sung by a child. The lyrics sung by Nuan sounded much more genuine than when I sang them. For the entire morning, our singing echoed in the living room. Seeing us immersed in learning the song, Bai Shihan quietly went to make lunch. However, her cooking was visibly not as good as mine, which caused Nuan to constantly complain during the meal that she wanted to eat Daddy's cooking from now on. This made Bai Shihan jokingly glare at the little one, feeling secretly annoyed. The little ingrate was bought over in just 2 days. Nuan learned very quickly. In just 3 days, she sang even better than the original version. At Nuan's strong request, I also filmed a video of Nuan and posted it online. In the video, Nuan was wearing a pink princess dress and a bow on her head, her small body swaying with the music. She was incredibly adorable. I was all smiles while filming, my face beaming with pride. This is my daughter. Bai Shihan, who was watching the fun from the side, inadvertently saw my expression and almost choked from trying to suppress her laughter. This was the first time she had seen me look like this. During these 3 days, due to my good behavior, the relationship between Bai Shihan and me had eased considerably. At least Bai Shihan would now actively speak a few sentences to me. No one expected that the second video from the memory loss account would be a children's song. The song was still an original, still very beautiful. Sure enough, the video's popularity was even more rapid this time. In just one afternoon, the like count reached 5 million, and the comments were ridiculously numerous. The next morning, I had just finished my morning run and was wiping my sweat as I pushed open the door, only to see Bai Shihan wearing a newly bought strap nightgown, coming out of the bathroom. She had clearly just showered and was drying her hair, her face slightly flushed from the heat. The nightgown seemed a little large, and I could vaguely glimpse the fairness inside. This was the second time I had unexpectedly encountered her after her shower. I felt a bit awkward. We stared at each other. Bai Shihan instinctively covered her chest, her face flushing, even her earlobes turning red. Even though we had been married for over 2 years, the feeling now was like that of a young couple who had just gotten together. Morning. Bai Shihan tried her best to calm down and greeted me. Her steps towards the bedroom, however, sped up like a fleeing deer. Morning, I replied simply. Bai Shihan didn't say anything else. Escaping into the bedroom, I smiled helplessly, hummed a tune, and walked into the bathroom. Shower, cooking, and waking up Nuan, the usual 3 steps. Bai Shihan also came out of the bedroom at this time. She had changed into a different outfit, looking youthful and vibrant, making it impossible to tell that she was the mother of a 3-year-old. This look made my eyes instantly light up. I nodded in approval. Now that's the vitality a woman in her 20s should have. She's just too thin, she would look even better if she gained a little weight. Bai Shihan was still a little nervous, her cheeks slightly red. This was the first time she had dressed up like this at home. She wondered if she looked good. She looked up at me, who was still tending to Nuan Nuan, and walked discreetly to the dining table to sit down. His eyes seemed to light up just now, so that means I must look good, right? Wait, why do I care about his opinion? Bai Shihan angrily puffed up her cheeks, carelessly stirring her chopsticks in the bowl. She was angry at her own lack of resolve. Just then, Nuan Nuan sweetly called out, "Mommy!" Then, she picked up her special small spoon and scooped up the golden millet porridge in front of her. "Can you come out with us today?" I was looking down, enjoying the food, when I suddenly heard Bai Shihan's question. I looked up at Bai Shihan, then pointed at my nose, asking in confusion, "Me?" Bai Shihan nodded without looking at me, but her earlobes were flushed a vibrant red. "Sure," I agreed very readily. So, after eating, our family of 3 walked from the community to the street, and the rate of people looking back at us soared to 100%. Everyone was drawn to our stunning looks, and at the same time they were curious why they had never seen such beautiful neighbors in the community before. Nuan held Daddy's hand with one hand, and Mommy's with the other, skipping and jumping, her small face already blooming with smiles. She never thought that one day she could go out holding both her Daddy's and Mommy's hands, just like other children. At this moment, Nuan felt that her happiness was so great that even the big princess house couldn't contain it. Although the weather outside was a bit warm, the family of 3 didn't seem to notice. The smiles on their lips showed that they were all in a good mood at the moment. I hailed a taxi on the road, first carrying the little one into the back seat, and then very gentlemanly allowing Bai Shihan to sit in the back seat, closing the door for her. I myself sat in the front passenger seat. We were heading to the Yida Plaza in the city center today. Bai Shihan and her former assistant had agreed to meet at a milk tea shop there. The reason I brought Nuan and myself along was purely because the assistant wanted to see the little one, and Nuan had become my little shadow these past 2 days, inseparable from me. I was purely tagging along thanks to the little one. The car drove on the road. It took over 40 minutes from here to the city center. Nuan kept holding Bai Shihan's neck, looking out at the fleeting scenery. For the little one, this was her first long-distance trip, and everything felt new. The taxi driver first exclaimed at the family's good looks, and then suddenly felt that the little one in the back seat looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. So he kept talking to me, and I also chatted naturally with the uncle. The atmosphere in the car was no longer dull. The car soon reached its destination, Yida Plaza, the most prosperous area in Zhengcheng city center. It wasn't far from Tao Leilei's workplace and residence. After 2 years, she was finally going to see Sister Shihan again. Tao Leilei was very excited. She bought a few cups of milk tea in advance and sat in her seat, constantly watching the entrance of the milk tea shop, her anticipation palpable. She had worked with Bai Shihan for a year and a half, and they were like sisters. Bai Shihan was truly very good to her. It was just a pity that Bai Shihan got married. She didn't understand why Sister Shihan insisted on being with that man who seemed to be utterly useless. She couldn't understand and she couldn't advise her. The Bai Shihan back then seemed to have completely made up her mind and wouldn't listen to any advice. Tao Leilei's mind was wandering when she suddenly saw that familiar figure, holding a bouncing little child, walking into the shop entrance. Her eyes lit up and she suddenly stood up, waving her hand. "Sister Shihan, over here!" Bai Shihan heard the voice, looked up, and saw Tao Leilei waving. A smile bloomed on her face. Leilei really hasn't changed, still so lively and cheerful. As they walked closer, their eyes were wet with emotion, besides joy. Meeting after a long separation, they both struggled to contain their feelings. Tao Leilei carefully looked Bai Shihan up and down, her eyes growing redder. She grabbed Bai Shihan's hand and her lips started to tremble. "Sister Shihan, you've lost so much weight. Is that man treating you badly? Where is he? I'll teach him a lesson." Bai Shihan pursed her lips, shook her head, sat down with Tao Leilei, and held Nuan beside her. Only then did she speak. "Leilei, don't worry, I'm doing well now. How about you? Was your work smooth after I left?" "I'm doing well too, Sister Shihan. You have no idea how much I've missed you." The two exchanged updates on their current situations. Nuan's big eyes looked curiously at the young aunt across from her. As they hadn't seen each other for a long time, the sisters naturally had a lot to talk about. After chatting for a while, Tao Leilei finally shifted her attention to the little one. The little girl had been quiet and well-behaved next to them. Tao Leilei had been focused on catching up with Bai Shihan and hadn't looked closely at her until now. As she took a good look, her eyes immediately lit up. "Wow, Sister Shihan, is this Nuan? She looks so much like you, and she's so cute," Tao Lele said, as she left her seat and crouched down in front of the little girl, her eyes shining. She reached out and touched the little one's cheek. Then, her brows slightly furrowed. The little one was as thin as Sister Shihan. Tao Lele was now extremely angry in her heart, certain that the useless man must be treating Sister Shihan and the child badly. Back then, Sister Shihan used to be plump and well-nourished when she took care of herself. She wouldn't be like this now. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She now wished she could confront that man face to face. So she looked up at Bai Shihan. "Sister Shihan, didn't you say he was coming too? Where is he?" Bai Shihan could sense Tao Lele's hostility toward me, but she didn't know what to say. If she said I had changed, it would be equivalent to telling Tao Lele that I used to treat her badly. She didn't want others to know about this, especially Tao Lele, who was like a sister to her. She could only give an awkward smile. Nuan wanted ice cream, so he went to line up and buy ice cream for the child. Tao Lele naturally saw the expression on Bai Shihan's face, and she grew even angrier. Her sister Shihan was inherently gentle and serene, but now there was a trace of timidity mixed in with that gentleness and serenity. She could feel it. Fearing she would scare the child, Tao Lele could only let out a cold HMPF and return to her seat, secretly grinding her teeth, wishing I would drop dead. "Sister Shihan." Tao Lele was about to speak but suddenly stopped, her eyes becoming sharp as she looked toward the entrance of the milk tea shop. Bai Shihan was startled, her expression becoming even more awkward. She thought it was me coming that caused Lele to stop. Just as she was about to turn and look, a slightly high-pitched voice came from behind her. "Tao Lele, you have time to drink milk tea? Have you finished the work I assigned you? Liu Qian, will you ever quit? Today is a day off." Tao Lele's face darkened like an angry kitten, glaring fiercely at the speaker. Han Shihan turned around and finally saw the person, a woman with a graceful figure. She was wearing a baseball cap and a mask, and a hint of gold flashed in her long, slender willow eyes. Seeing her, Liu Qian raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Isn't that Sister Shihan?" Bai Shihan was slightly stunned. Liu Qian was a popular young actress from her former company who also pursued the route of a powerhouse singer. However, at that time, Liu Qian had always been overshadowed by Bai Shihan. When Bai Shihan was at the company, Liu Qian had constantly addressed her as Sister Shihan. Bai Shihan understood that when people leave, the tea gets cold, so she didn't care much. "Oh, isn't this Sister Shihan? Sister Shihan, why aren't you obediently staying at home, being a good wife and mother? What are you doing out looking for Lele?" Liu Qian's eyes held a smile, but her words were full of mockery. She had just come out to shop and unexpectedly ran into Tao Lele meeting Bai Shihan. Bai Shihan hadn't said anything yet, but Tao Lele next to her was already furious. "Liu Qian, mind your own business. It's not a workday now, so stop with the passive-aggressive remarks. Sister Shihan, let's go. There's a stray dog barking here, and it'll only ruin our mood." Tao Lele finished speaking, picked up Nuan, and pulled Bai Shihan's hand, ready to leave. Unexpectedly, Liu Qian blocked them first, her eyes somewhat gloomy. She looked at Bai Shihan, raised her eyebrows slightly, and smiled again. "Sister Shihan, why are you so thin? Are you having a tough time? If you are, just let your little sister know, and I can spare you some change." "Who told me to be kind-hearted? Look, Lele is working under me now, and isn't she doing fine? Right, Lele?" Tao Lele's face was ashen. She stared silently at Liu Qian. Bai Shihan abruptly turned her head to look at Tao Lele, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Lele is working under Liu Qian? Didn't she tell me she was still working as someone's assistant, and that her job was going well?" She knew that working under someone meant doing manual labor. How could the company let Lele do that? However, now was clearly not the time to ask. Bai Shihan turned her head, but her gaze toward Liu Qian was now filled with anger. Her fists were tightly clenched. She could tolerate being bullied herself, but bullying Lele was unacceptable. Just as she was about to speak, Tao Lele spoke first. "The contract I signed with the company expires at the end of the month. I will resign then. I just hope some people climb high so they fall harder. If Sister Shihan were to make a comeback, some people would probably wake up screaming from nightmares." Liu Qian was stunned when she heard this. She did have a bit of a complex about Bai Shihan. After all, Bai Shihan had overshadowed her for a year and a half. Liu Qian quickly laughed. She looked at Bai Shihan with disdain. A comeback? Ha ha ha, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard. What company would dare sign an outdated artist with a child like that? Speaking of children, Bai Shihan, your child looks pretty good. You might consider training her to become the next popular young star. Liu Qian spoke with utter contempt. She even impulsively reached out to pinch Nuan's small face. Stop, take your dirty hand off her. I guarantee if you dare to touch her, you'll regret it so much you won't know where to cry. Two voices sounded simultaneously. One was Bai Shihan's, and the other, a deep male voice, came from the entrance of the milk tea shop. It was me. I quickly walked up to Bai Shihan, handed the ice cream to the three of them, and then faced Liu Qian, shielding Bai Shihan and Nuan behind me. My voice was cold. Who are you? Liu Qian was startled, and she involuntarily took 2 steps back. However, she collected herself, and when she looked at me, she suddenly laughed. Oh, it's this pretty boy. The useless trash. I thought it was someone important. So it's you. What? Are you planning to hit someone in a public place? I frowned, looked back at Bai Shihan, my eyes questioning, clearly asking her where this shrew came from. She's a singer from my former company. I didn't expect to run into her here. The angry me might not frighten others, but Bai Shihan was a little scared. Seeing Bai Shihan like this, my frown deepened, and I sighed inwardly. I turned my head and stared down at Liu Qian. Singer? Sorry, I haven't heard of you, and I don't know you. All I know is that you're blocking our way. Please move aside. I spoke very seriously, with nothing wrong with my words. However, to Liu Qian, they were incredibly jarring, so her voice became sharper. Hey, you should know your place. Do you think I don't know that you constantly fawn over Gao Cheng and Xu Bin from Flower Boys, inviting them out to drink every day? And now you're pretending to be a big shot in front of me? Gao Cheng, Xu Bin? I thought carefully about the 2 names and finally remembered who they were. They were members of the boy band the original host belonged to. After retiring, the original host wanted to make a comeback and did frequently invite them out for drinks to butter them up. But they always ignored him. However, that was what the previous me did. What does it have to do with me? I'm not familiar with those 2 people you mentioned either. Excuse me, a good dog doesn't block the road. If you keep bothering us, don't blame me for calling security. Yida Plaza, as the largest commercial complex in Jiangcheng, definitely wouldn't allow anyone to cause trouble here. Liu Qian was speechless. She glared fiercely at me, constantly cursing me under her breath, but still obediently moved aside. I took Bai Shihan's hand, motioned for Tao Lele to follow, and walked straight out. Just as we passed Liu Qian, she suddenly spoke to Bai Shihan. Tisk, too bad. Some people can never sing again. Bai Shihan. My new song is being released on Huayin at the end of this month. Haha. Liu Qian then started to laugh happily. How can you compare to me, Bai Shihan? Liu Qian's grating voice echoed in the ears of the 3. Tao Lele wanted nothing more than to rush up and slap her. Knowing that Sister Shihan loved to sing but couldn't now, saying that was adding insult to injury. My steps also paused slightly. I gave Liu Qian a deep look, then continued walking out expressionlessly. Bai Shihan didn't speak, just gently pursed her lips. However, at that moment, a tender child's voice suddenly rang out, clear and firm. Mommy sings better than you. You're a bad auntie. It was Nuan. She waved her small hand, pouted her mouth, her small face covered in an angry expression. Mommy's singing is naturally good. Nuan has heard mommy sing lullabies, and it's even better than daddy's. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected the little girl to speak up for her mother at that moment. I only paused for a second. Then, I smiled slightly and rubbed the little one's head. Amazing! That's my daughter. Much better than her punching bag mother. I was still a little angry, but the moment Nuan spoke, my anger was immediately thrown out the window. My eyes and heart were filled entirely with this little one. Ignoring Liu Qian's reaction, we arrived at a restaurant around noon. I held the child and walked in first, welcomed by the server. Bai Shihan and Tao Lele were chatting behind me. Tao Lele clearly didn't like me, occasionally rolling her eyes at me. If my behavior just now hadn't been relatively decent, she wouldn't have wanted to speak to this man at all. The group sat down. I handed the menu to Bai Shihan and Tao Lele. After they ordered a few simple dishes, I also ordered some of Nuan's favorites and returned the menu to the server. Bai Shihan continued to chat with Tao Lele. Earlier, while they were walking on the street, there were some things she was worried about but hadn't asked. Now that they were finally seated and there were no outsiders around, she held Tao Lele's hand and finally asked the question that had been on her mind. "Lele, how did you end up working for Liu Kwan? And what about Sister Yun? What is she doing now?" Sister Yun was Bai Shihan's former agent, close to 40 years old, and had always treated her very well, like a daughter. Hearing Bai Shihan's question, Tao Lele's expression was visibly downcast. "After you left, Sister Yun was fired not long after. She looked for a job for a long time but couldn't find one. Later, her mother got sick and was hospitalized, and she needed to constantly take care of her mother, so she could only find a job as a nanny." Bai Shihan didn't expect that Sister Yun would be reduced to such a state. Her eyes were a little unfocused. She could vaguely see Sister Yun's decisive and capable manner when she worked. Both women fell silent. The atmosphere became somewhat heavy. After talking about Sister Yun, Bai Shihan and Tao Lele didn't even have much appetite for eating. After a quick meal, Tao Lele chatted with Bai Shihan for a bit longer, then left in a hurry. Bai Shihan's mood remained very low. Originally, the family of three had planned to take Nuan to the amusement park in the afternoon, but she now didn't even feel like playing. I could naturally sense her mood and wanted to say something, but in the end, I didn't. In truth, I also didn't understand why Bai Shihan had been so infatuated as to marry the original host. Bai Shihan wanted to go home. She wanted some quiet time alone. However, when she saw Nuan's expectant eyes, she couldn't bring herself to disappoint her. To avoid disappointing Nuan, the family of three still ended up at the amusement park. The little one was very happy. This was her first time at an amusement park. She grabbed my hand and wanted to rush inside, pulling hard. Bai Shihan also managed to pull herself together somewhat. She didn't want Nuan's memory of her first amusement park trip to be a sad one. We first experienced the carousel, then took Nuan on the Snail Special Forces ride. After playing a few more attractions, the sky gradually darkened. The amusement park lights came on in bright colors. A castle that looked like it belonged in a fairy tale slowly appeared before us. The appearance of the castle immediately captivated Nuan's attention. She stared at it intently, her big eyes filled with excitement. Perhaps she was thinking about whether she too would one day live in a castle like a princess. The last ride was the Ferris wheel. This Ferris wheel allowed either 2 or 3 people to share a cabin. By the time I carried Nuan and Bai Shihan opened the door and sat inside, Nuan had already fallen asleep in my arms. If it weren't for the fireworks show, Bai Shihan and I would have already taken the little one home. The Ferris wheel slowly ascended. What I didn't know was that this was also Bai Shihan's first time at an amusement park, and her first time on a Ferris wheel. She looked out of the cabin window with curiosity, her eyes sparkling. She looked out the window, and I looked at her. Perhaps sensing my gaze, her earlobes slowly turned red, and she shot me a charming side-eye. It was the first time I had seen that kind of look, and it made me feel a bit overwhelmed. The next moment, fireworks shot up into the sky from various points within the castle, almost simultaneously. At the moment the fireworks exploded, I clearly saw a breathtaking smile appear on Bai Shihan's face. It was a genuine smile that left me somewhat mesmerized. The Ferris wheel slowly rose to its highest point. The fireworks were clearer, and Bai Shihan's flushed face was even more captivating. "You don't have to be afraid anymore." Amidst the sound of the fireworks, my voice was slightly soft. Bai Shihan didn't hear clearly. She turned her face to look at me. I didn't look at her, continuing to watch the beautiful fireworks in the sky. "You are too gentle. That's not good. You'll be bullied. You don't have to be afraid like you were before." "I know. You want to sing. I also know there are many things you want to do. Go ahead and do them. I'll take care of Nuan." Bai Shihan didn't respond. When she turned her face to me, 2 streams of glistening tears were already running down her cheeks. She pursed her lips, staring intently at me with her almond eyes swimming in tears. The intense mixture of distress and complexity in her gaze seemed to be trying to drown me. I instantly became nervous. What's wrong? Why is she suddenly crying? "Who are you?" Bai Shihan stared closely at me. Her almond eyes were watery. Her crisp voice wasn't loud, but it struck my heart with such force. I was stunned. The air gradually fell silent. It seemed as if even the sound of the fireworks had disappeared. After a long while, I smiled gently at her and then spoke, my voice suddenly a little hoarse. "I am Jiang Chengyi. Bai Shihan continued to look at me. She felt her heart suddenly flutter, like a deer caught off guard. My answer was something she had never imagined. She sniffled, looking at my clear, shining eyes, and her tears suddenly fell faster. She hugged her knees and buried her head down, quietly sobbing. Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a little girl in an orphanage. She was very timid, but there was an older brother, 1 year older than her, who always protected her in the orphanage. One day, she was bullied by a group of older, mean boys. That brother shielded her, never letting her be hurt even a little. At that time, in her eyes, that brother, 1 year older than her, was her whole world. But after that, the brother disappeared. Later, when she grew up, she saw that brother again and married him, just as she had wished. I was speechless after listening. I finally understood some things now. Bai Shihan raised her head, her eyes misty with tears. She looked so lonely and pitiful. She had finally spoken the secret in her heart. No one understood her stubbornness. Everyone felt she was making a poor choice. But she alone firmly believed she was worthy. Yet the outcome was so terrible. She had regretted it countless times, until the present me appeared. That was enough. Bai Shihan could no longer hold back. She rushed directly into my arms, vying with Nuan for a spot, quietly sobbing. Nuan was woken up. With hazy eyes, she looked confusedly at her mother occupying her spot. The little one only paused for a moment, then joyfully hugged Daddy with one hand and Mommy with the other, giving 2 loud smacks of kisses on our cheeks. Today is Nuan's best day ever. I looked at the big and small beauties in my arms, and suddenly broke into a helpless smile. The trajectory of life was moving in a good direction. That was enough. However, some plans would need to be changed. The fireworks gradually ceased and the Ferris wheel slowly descended to the ground. After getting off the Ferris wheel, Bai Shihan left my embrace. She seemed to instantly return to her usual cold attitude toward me. Was the one who just cried in my arms a ghost then? Bai Shihan was very nervous. Even the hand holding Nuan was tight. She felt her earlobes and cheeks were hot. She had stayed in my arms for so long and even rubbed against me like a little girl. It's maddening. Thinking of this, Bai Shihan's steps involuntarily quickened, as if she were race walking. I didn't know why this woman suddenly had so much energy. I had to almost jog to keep up with her pace. It wasn't until we left the amusement park gate that I noticed Bai Shihan had no intention of stopping. I had to call out to halt her. Hey! Are you planning to walk all the way home? Let's take a taxi here. Only then did Bai Shihan stop. She stood by the roadside but didn't look at me. After returning home, I carried Nuan back to the room, settled her down, and came out. Bai Shihan was already washing up in the bathroom. I didn't stop but walked straight into the kitchen. She hadn't eaten much at noon. She must be hungry now, right? I thought to myself. I rummaged through the refrigerator and finally decided it would be simpler to just make some noodles. Bai Shihan was indeed very hungry. She hadn't felt like eating at noon, had been playing all afternoon, and had cried tonight. She was now famished. He had just quickly washed up, thinking of coming out to do something. Pushing open the bathroom door, he saw that I was already busy in the kitchen. A wave of warmth filled Bai Shihan's heart. She casually walked over to the sofa and sat down, her gaze fixed on the tall, slender figure in the kitchen. He looked surprisingly good. Bai Shihan suddenly thought to herself. The next moment, she covered her face, not daring to look anymore. What is wrong with me today? I'm already a mother, why am I acting like a shy maiden? Bai Shihan, you're becoming more embarrassing. Dinner is ready. When I brought out the finished noodles, I saw her on the sofa, practically twisted into a knot of noodles. I didn't think much of it, just softly called out to her. Hearing my voice, Bai Shihan's body clearly tensed up. Then, she nonchalantly removed the hand covering her face, nodded, and walked to the dining table. Thank you. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, but she lowered her head to eat as if nothing had happened. In a short while, Bai Shihan finished the bowl of noodles, not even leaving any soup behind. She put down her chopsticks but didn't get up, just sitting quietly in the chair until I finished eating and stood up, preparing to clear the dishes. Only then did she rise, somewhat flustered, quickly picking up the bowls and chopsticks from the table. I'll clean up. Her voice was still very soft but pleasant to hear. It turned out she had been waiting all along. I didn't argue with her. We were family, and I felt there was no need to be so polite. When I came out after a comfortable hot shower, Bai Shihan had already returned to the bedroom. I turned off the living room light and quickly headed to the bedroom as well. Today was the latest I had stayed up since coming to this world. At 6 a.m., the early birds began a new day. I woke up on time as usual. Morning run, shower, cooking, and waking up nuan. The whole routine was completed. Just then, Bai Shihan also got out of bed, walking across the living room with a slightly flushed face to the bathroom to wash up. "Do you want to sing again?" Hearing my voice, Bai Shihan paused slightly, taking a long moment to respond. I stood leaning on the bathroom door frame with my phone, quietly waiting for her answer. A moment later, her soft voice finally reached my ears, sounding like just one word. She didn't elaborate. In Bai Shihan's heart, her current life was already something she hadn't dared to imagine in the past 2 years, and singing was a distant dream that could only be buried deep inside. I didn't ask again. I just nodded and took my phone back to the side room. I opened the account backend and started scrolling through my private messages. My private message inbox had already exploded. I had only briefly skimmed through them after the first video was posted and hadn't looked since. Finding anything now was difficult, but I patiently scrolled the screen, filtering through the messages one by one. Finally, my eyes suddenly lit up, and I clicked on one of the private messages. Reading the content of the message, Yinhai Entertainment sincerely invites you to join our company. With your musical talent, we will quickly build you into a top-tier superstar. The private message ended with Yinhai Entertainment's contact number. I didn't hesitate. I entered Yinhai Entertainment's contact number and dialed. The phone rang only a few times before it was answered. A mature, commanding voice came through the receiver. "Hello, may I ask who this is?" "Hello, my account name is Memory Loss. I received an invitation message from your company. Is now a good time to talk?" At the headquarters of Douyin in Modu, Yang Chenglin received the call, her expression slightly startled. She suddenly realized who it was, and a joyful look couldn't help but appear on her face. "Hello, Mr. Memory Loss. Are you interested in joining Yinhai Entertainment?" Yang Chenglin was secretly thrilled but quickly replied. However, my answer made Yang Chenglin pause again. "Hello, Department Head Yang. I'm sorry, but I temporarily have no intention of venturing into the entertainment industry. But I would like to recommend a singer to you. I wonder if your company would be interested." Hearing this, Yang Chenglin couldn't help but feel disappointed. What she wanted was Memory Loss, the guy who had inherent popularity and whose 2 songs had gone viral across the internet. "Mr. Memory Loss, this is the thing. I am only a deputy department head. If it were you coming, with your reputation, I could fully make the decision myself. But if it's someone else, I'm afraid I don't have the authority to agree immediately. I can guarantee you that she is a very talented singer, and I will write songs for her. Furthermore, if your company needs songs in the future, I can be Yinhai Entertainment's music producer. However, there will definitely be conditions. Don't come to me to write songs for just anyone. I won't write for people I don't respect. If you agree, we can discuss the specific details later. What do you think?" My tone was light as I spoke over the phone. Hearing this, Yang Chenglin was tempted. However, the company was not her sole decision-making domain. She still had to report to her superiors. "Mr. Memory Loss, this is not something I can decide alone. How about this? I'll discuss it with the company and get back to you. Whether it works out or not, I will reply to you as soon as possible." "Okay, I look forward to your reply." After hanging up, I opened the door and walked out of the side room. Nuan was still playing obediently with her toys, occasionally murmuring something. Bai Shihan had finished washing up and was sitting at the dining table eating. Just then, the door was suddenly knocked. Hearing the sound, I looked at Bai Shihan in confusion, but she also looked at me with a bewildered expression. Bai Shihan and I were both orphans, and no one had ever come to visit our home in years. Who could it be? The knocking persisted, and the sound grew louder. Clearly, the person outside was becoming more forceful because they weren't getting a response. I got up, just about to open the door, when the people outside suddenly shouted, "Xiao Zhang, open the door. I know you're home. I'm your brother Gao. Didn't you text us every day inviting us out for drinks? We're here, and your brother Shu is here too. Open the door." Hearing those 2 despicable voices, my face completely darkened. Bai Shihan's face also changed, and she frowned, looking toward the door with disgust. Nuan had already put down her toys and run into Bai Shihan's arms. The violent knocking had scared her. I happened to see this scene as I turned around. My face grew even darker, almost murderous. I had spent so many days coaxing my little darling, and these 2 dared to scare her like this? unforgivable. I opened the door and made a shooing gesture. "Talk outside." Before Gao Cheng and Xu Bin could react, I grabbed one by the arm and started walking outside. When Gao Cheng and Xu Bin finally realized what was happening and angrily tried to pull free, they found my strength surprisingly great. They couldn't break free no matter how hard they struggled. I walked them all the way out of the building to the community pathway before letting go of them. "You came from where? Go back there." Gao Cheng and Xu Bin's faces were flushed. They had promised Sister Qian that they would handle this, and now they were being thwarted. But my strength just now had scared them. They hesitated to act rashly for a moment. "Don't you want to know why we came looking for you?" Gao Cheng asked. Xu Bin, perhaps afraid I would refuse again, quickly chimed in after Gao Cheng. "We came to invite you back to the boy band. Didn't you always want to come back? Didn't you say Bai Shihan ruined your career? Now we can help you come back, but you have to divorce Bai Shihan. How about that? Simple, right?" I glanced at them. "Are you done talking? If you're done, get lost. Seeing you two really ruins my morning. I feel like throwing up my breakfast. Go back and tell your boss not to try to harass Bai Shihan. Otherwise, After saying that, I ignored the two fools and turned to walk back. Looking at my retreating back, Gao Cheng and Xu Bin's faces were alternating between pale and red. They thought this would be a piece of cake, but they failed. Both of them had accepted money for this. Xu Bin was still unwilling. "Brother Gao, are we just gonna let him go?" Gao Cheng irritably replied, "What else do you suggest? It's strange. He seems like a completely different person all of a sudden. So much strength. Let's go back. Since we messed up, we'll have to think of another way later." Xu Bin sighed in defeat, and the two turned to leave. I walked back home with light steps. The two darlings at home breathed a sigh of relief when they saw me. "They left. They won't come again," I said lightly, reaching out to pick up Nuan Nuan and sitting down on the sofa. Watching me casually playing with toys with Nuan Nuan, Bai Shihan finally turned around and lowered her head to continue eating. The warmth in the home was restored. This little incident was quickly forgotten by the three of us. Unlike my situation, Gao Cheng and Xu Bin were having a terrible time. After being humiliated by me, they were then severely humiliated by Liu Chan. They had guaranteed Liu Qian that they could persuade me, but instead, they were directly driven away. This made the two hate me even more. In the evening, Bai Shihan took Nuan Nuan out to buy groceries. I was alone at home when I received a call from Yang Qinglin. As soon as the call connected, her pleasant, commanding voice sounded immediately. "Mr. Memory Loss, we have discussed it. We can let the person you recommended join the company. However, the higher-ups still want to see your composing abilities. I wonder if that would be convenient." I didn't think too much and immediately said, "Composing, you say? That's fine." My answer was simple and direct. My mind contained the culture of an entire world, so naturally, I wasn't afraid of the challenge. Yang Chenglin was initially quite anxious, but hearing Memory Loss agree so readily gave her some relief. She had been busy with this matter all day. She loved the two songs I had written and believed in my talent. However, the higher-ups were still somewhat skeptical. After all, no one knew how long I had worked on those two songs. Perhaps they were the result of a very long preparation. If Memory Loss could solve this difficulty, the company would no longer doubt me. "Mr. Memory Loss, can we meet in person to discuss the specifics? We still need you to come over for an on-site composition and lyric writing session," Yang Qinglin said very sincerely. She also wanted to see what this mysterious person looked like, since I never showed my face in the videos. I thought about it. I had nothing much to do at home besides taking care of the child, so I readily agreed. When and where? Modu. If possible, tomorrow would be best. After all, the sooner, the better for you. Hearing Yang Chenglin say this, my impression of this mature woman improved. After all, few people would consider others so much. Most prioritize the company's interests. Okay, tomorrow it is. Seeing Memory Loss agree so quickly, Yang Chenglin also let out a deep breath. Then, her tone clearly relaxed. Then set the specific time and text me. Use this number, I'll be there on time tomorrow to pick you up. Then text message it is, goodbye. I agreed. After the call ended, I started researching flights to Modu. I finally booked a ticket for 10 a.m. the next day. I closed my eyes and rested. When Bai Shihan returned with Nuan Nuan, she saw me sound asleep. She quickly put a finger to her lips and gently shushed Nuan Nuan. Bai Shihan quietly carried the groceries into the kitchen. Nuan Nuan walked up to the sofa and gently nestled into my arms. In my dream, I only felt a small kitten constantly rubbing against my face. The soft little paws kneading my face felt incredibly comfortable. Suddenly, the kitten used its 2 small paws to cover my nose. I was slightly breathless and woke up abruptly. Giggle, giggle. Nuan's laughter echoed in my ears. It turned out to be my precious daughter. Daddy, dinner is ready. Okay. I smiled warmly, suddenly feeling that this kind of life was very good. On the table were a plate of crispy fried pork, a plate of shredded potatoes, and a bowl of tomato and egg drop soup. They looked very appetizing. Bai Shihan then walked out of the kitchen carrying 2 bowls of rice. She looked at me and said softly, "I saw you were still sleeping, so I made dinner. Although it's not as delicious as yours, I tasted it, and it's not bad." I picked up Nuan and stood up. I think it looks great. The color, aroma, and taste are all there. It makes me hungry just looking at it. Hearing my praise, Bai Shihan was a little shy. As the family ate, I looked at Bai Shihan and said, "By the way, I need to go out for a trip tomorrow. I don't know how many days I'll be gone." Hearing my words, Bai Shihan was suddenly choked and couldn't stop coughing. I quickly handed her a tissue, my face filled with concern. Bai Shihan took the tissue. Hearing that I was suddenly going out, she was indeed a little flustered. She didn't know if she should ask me where I was going. A week ago, she had been trying to escape, but now, hearing that I was leaving, she subconsciously didn't want me to go. It was Nuanan who asked, "Where is Daddy going?" Nuanan pouted, her face full of reluctance. "Daddy is going to find a job for Mommy. That way, you can hear Mommy sing often in the future. Are you happy?" Nuan was young and didn't know what a job was, but she remembered often hearing her mother sing, so she was very happy. "Mommy will sing for Nuan often." Satisfied? I rubbed her little head, then looked at Bai Shihan. "I'm sorry, I decided this for you without asking for your opinion. Nuan said you like to sing, and I thought you must like it. I didn't tell you before because the deal wasn't finalized. Now, the company has asked me to come over to talk. If this works out, you can make a legitimate comeback and continue to sing. Yinhai Entertainment should be a good company." "He's letting me sing?" Bai Shihan instinctively looked at me. They made eye contact, and Bai Shihan's clear eyes suddenly misted over with tears, her eyes slightly red. "Thank you, Jing Chengyi. I love to sing," I quickly replied. "You don't need to thank me. It's enough that you like it." The next day, I took a plane to Modu. As soon as I got off the plane, I felt the hustle and bustle of Modu. I looked out at the large crowd holding signs, searching for my name. Before coming, I had arranged the time with Yang Chenglin. She would meet me at the exit. There were too many people holding signs, many of them fans meeting celebrities, so it took me a long time to finally spot a tall woman in a professional suit. She was indeed the mature, commanding type. I can only say her voice matched her appearance. I quickly walked up and waved to her. "Hello, are you Department Head Yang? I'm memory loss, and my real name is Zhang Chengyi. Sorry to keep you waiting." Yang Chenglin looked at the person in front of her. A flicker of surprise in her eyes. She knew I was young, but she didn't expect me to be so young, and to have a face that perfectly fit the profile of a star. Yang Chenglin wished she could sign me. How great would that be? "Hello, I am Yang Chenglin. I just arrived myself." Yang Chenglin had a professional smile on her face. "Let's go this way. There are too many people here. My car is parked in the underground parking lot. It's lunchtime now, so let's find a place to eat first." We drove to a specialty restaurant. While waiting for the dishes to be served after Yang Chenglin finished ordering, she finally brought up the official business. "I'll call you Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, who are you recommending this time? An assistant or a professional singer?" I don't know if Department Head Yang has heard of Bai Shihan. She was a singer, but she retired later. Now, you could say she's making a comeback. Yang Chenglin frowned. She had heard Bai Shihan's songs. She was a popular young star 2 years ago, and her singing skills were indeed very good. However, the reason for her frown was that Bai Shihan had been forced to retire because her relationship was exposed, and her partner seemed to be a useless man. This made the situation difficult to handle. Yang Chenglin thought for a moment, then looked directly at me. "I don't know if Mr. Zhang knows what her relationship with him is. Do you know why she retired before?" I looked into Yang Chenglin's eyes. "She is my wife." Even the seasoned Yang Chenglin couldn't help but be shocked when she heard my answer. "Wife? You're the legendary useless man? Are you kidding me?" Seeing Yang Chenglin's expression, I guessed what she was thinking and couldn't help but smile wryly. "You guessed correctly. I am the Zhang who was exposed with her back then and retired with her. I was the one who had my relationship exposed with her back then and retired from the circle with her. Yang Chenglin suddenly didn't know what to say. He had heard of Bai Shihan, but he didn't know who she was with. For someone like me who used to rely on their face to make a living in the past, he naturally wouldn't pay attention. He was even a bit skeptical now about whether those two songs were written by me. I didn't give him much time to overthink and said, "Is it hard to let her join your company? If it's really difficult, I'll think of another way. Moreover, my request is not just for her to join your company. I also hope that in your company, she will have the top-tier resources and the contract must be free and cannot be restricted. I believe that with my help, Yinhai Entertainment will reach a higher level. I still hope you can consider it carefully." I finished in one breath, picked up the water cup, and took a sip of water calmly. Yang Chenglin's face was solemn, obviously a bit troubled. To put it bluntly, we haven't cooperated before. Based solely on the two songs you posted on Douyin, they don't have such high value. I recognize Bai Shihan's singing skills, but the entertainment industry isn't just about singing skills. I believe you're also aware that it's not hard to let her make a comeback, but as for the top-tier resources you want, we've basically never signed such a contract. Let us discuss this matter further. This is not a small issue. Although Yang Chenglin didn't explicitly refuse, his words revealed that it was basically impossible. You can discuss it. I'm also expressing my attitude here. It's not just about the difficulty you're facing this time. In the future, if you need songs or even scripts, no matter the genre, as long as you ask, I can give them to you. I still very much hope we can cooperate successfully. Your reason for asking me to come this time, wasn't it to see my ability? Since I'm here, why not decide after seeing it? I said indifferently, with a look of confidence. Yang Chenglin took a deep look at me. It was the first time he had seen such a confident person. Ultimately, Yang Chenglin left hurriedly after the meal. He had to go and discuss with the company. I went back to the hotel room, washed up briefly, and lay on the bed thinking, if Yinhai doesn't work out, I'll go to other companies. There must be one that works. If none of them work, the big deal is I'll earn more money and open a company myself. Yang Chenglin's call came at 3 p.m., saying that I needed to go to the Yinhai building with him. At this moment, in the meeting room on the 18th floor of the Yinhai building, the company chairman Yang Xian and several other managers of Yinhai Entertainment were present. I have nothing to say about Deputy Department Head Yang's business ability, but this time, I think he takes this Zhang Cheng too seriously. He used to be a generic artist with no background, no skills, and no fame, and now he's making such ridiculous demands of us. Those two songs on Douyin are good, but who knows where he got them from. I think we're wasting time. Regarding Zhang Chao's complaint, Yang Xian waved his hand with a kind smile on his face. Shouldn't we give young people some opportunities? Let's see his talent first this time. Yang Chenglin arrived at the meeting room with me at this moment. As soon as I entered the meeting room, I felt everyone's eyes on me. Their eyes showed various expressions: skepticism, surprise, disdain, and inquiry. I sat down naturally in the guest seat. All right, since the main party is here, let's begin. Mr. Jing, right? We had a meeting to discuss your request. Signing Bai Shihan is fine, and resources can also be given according to the top tier. But the contract cannot be free. We really can't give that. No one signs like that. You should be able to understand what I mean, right? I nodded. I naturally knew, but cooperation must be negotiated. Without talking, how could I know what their bottom line was? Understood. So how long is the contract for? Yang Xian looked directly at me with a chuckle. 5 years. We will cultivate her with the best resources, and we won't limit what songs she wants to release or what activities she participates in. But the contract must be for 5 years. This is the standard contract for all the company's top artists. My brow furrowed slightly, showing no fear of his gaze. I looked back at him equally. 5 years is too long. I believe in my ability. Your resources plus my talent, she will definitely be top tier within a year, maybe not even a year, so the most I can agree to is 2 years. In 1 year, bringing enough profit to your company is enough. For these 2 years, you won't need to worry about Bai Shihan's songs, and I can write songs for your Yinhai for free, but the quantity is limited. Who can't talk big? Becoming top tier within a year. Are you dreaming? As soon as I finished speaking, a balding man sneered, looking at me aggressively. I only glanced at him and ignored such a person. Just use strength to slap his face. There's no point in saying more. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes, his fingers lightly tapping the table. the smile on his face becoming more evident. It's a good thing for young people to have confidence. 2 years is not impossible, but it all depends on your strength. Asking you to come this time, on the one hand, is to discuss cooperation, and on the other hand, Huiyin recently issued a national activity requiring every company to participate, but only one song can be selected. I want to win it. I don't know if you have this strength. I nodded slightly. Didn't I come just for this activity? So arrogant, such character, I like it. For specific activity details, let Deputy Department Head Yang hand them over to you. Then I'll wait for your good news. As long as your song is recognized, I can sign the contract immediately on my end. Everything was settled, and I left the meeting room and arrived at Yang Chenglin's office on the 16th floor. Yang Chenglin was somewhat sighing. He didn't expect his father to agree to such ridiculous terms. However, this activity was indeed very important. When Yang Chenglin looked at me, her eyes were a bit complicated. She really hoped I could make a splash. This would mean her judgment was correct. At that time, some gossip in the company would naturally fall apart. Take a look. These are the details for this activity. You only have 3 days to create. I hope you get your wish. I also hope we can cooperate successfully. I opened the file bag, and what caught my eye was a large title, Ordinary Heroes. Seeing these large words, my expression immediately became serious, and I continued to look down. Heroes are ordinary, yet they are extraordinary. They don't have the power of gods, yet they do things that even gods cannot do. The office was very quiet, with only the sound of me flipping through the documents. My expression was the most serious it had been since my transmigration. I turned the document over. There were several photos below. The first one was a group of doctors and nurses wearing protective gear in the background under the dim lights at midnight. They couldn't even take off their clothes and were exhausted outside the operating room. The second was 3 firefighters. They were in a mess, with the extinguished fire behind them. The firefighter in the front, although his face was full of ashes, had a bright smile, because in his arms he held a baby still in swaddling clothes. The third was several soldiers seen only from behind. Their faces couldn't be seen, only the words anti-drug written in large characters on the clothes on their backs. In front of them they faced a group of vicious criminals. The fourth was a classroom about to collapse, with 2 teachers ushering children out the door, and another teacher holding a child and handing him to the people outside with no one behind him. He was the last one. There were many similar photos. I looked at them seriously one by one. My heart trembled slightly, and I suddenly felt that even if Yinhai Entertainment didn't agree to my terms, I would still write this song. This was my honor, not involving profit, not caring about gains and losses. Yang Chenglin broke the silence in the office. Shocking, right? To be honest, if I had the ability, even if it cost me money, I would want to make a good song to accompany them. Unfortunately, I don't write. Even in such a large Yinhai Entertainment, no one can produce a satisfactory work. How about it? Can you do it? You only have 3 days. Huiyin will end this selection in 3 days. I nodded. As a Chinese person, how could I not be shocked? Don't worry, leave it to me. After saying that, I put away the files. That's it. Prepare some manuscript paper for me. I'll go back to the hotel and study it slowly. Okay, I'll see you off. Yang Chenglin didn't dawdle. She knew that it was hard to create a good song in 3 days. Time was tight now, and she didn't say much more. She got up and went downstairs with me. That night, I spread the manuscript paper on the table, picked up the pen, and thought silently. After looking at the file, I had 2 songs in my mind. Both songs fit this theme very well. One was Nobody, and the other was Just Ordinary. I thought for a long time before deciding on it. Just Ordinary, the theme song of Dying to Survive from the original world, later used by CCTV as a theme song for the anti-epidemic effort, fits this theme very well. I picked up the pen and composed the music. As one measure after another leaped onto the paper and the score was finished, I finally lay on the bed with satisfaction. I suddenly looked forward to their expressions when they saw this song tomorrow. The next day, after a simple breakfast, I didn't notify Yang Chenglin and took a taxi alone to Yinhai Entertainment. Yang Chenglin was still busy working in the office and was very surprised to see my visit suddenly. You still have time to come to my place? There are only 3 days left, bro. Go think of songs quickly. I smiled and looked at her. I finished writing. Under Yang Chenglin's shocked face, I handed the manuscript paper to her. Take a look first. I think this one should be fine, right? Yang Chenglin looked at me like looking at a monster. The capable professional woman's rare emotions were a bit out of control. Are you kidding me? 1 night? What kind of good song can be written in 1 night? He wouldn't just muddle through, would he? Yang Chenglin frowned and took the manuscript paper. She had felt this young man was steady and excellent yesterday, but today the other party came to slap her face. She wanted to see what he had written in one night. Yang Chenglin fixed her gaze on the manuscript paper. She was still calm when she saw the song title, but as she slowly finished reading the lyrics, she was completely stunned. What kind of immortal lyrics are these? It writes of ordinariness everywhere, yet reveals extraordinariness everywhere. Throughout the text, not a single mention of a hero, yet every sentence is about a hero. These lyrics hit the theme perfectly. Then, Yang Chenglin impatiently looked at the music score. A moment later, she suddenly looked up at me, her eyes shining. Was this really written by you in one night? I rubbed my nose and said calmly, "Otherwise, I stayed up all night to make it. How about it? Is this song okay?" I intentionally asked again. In fact, I knew in my heart that if this one didn't work, then nothing would. Yang Chenglin's eyes became increasingly bright. "You're really too amazing. My choice was indeed correct. Can you sing it for me? I want to hear the effect of it being sung." One night, Yang Chenglin didn't dare to imagine how much talent this required. "Sure," I nodded. I closed my eyes to build up some emotion for a moment, then began to sing softly. "Here or on the other shore, you and I are born ordinary." My expression was serious, and my appearance was devout, as if slowly narrating some ordinary yet unforgettable things. Life is long yet short. This was the feeling. Yang Chenglin's heart began to tremble slightly at this moment. This was exactly her first feeling when she saw the file. Heartbreak, a sigh for life, respect for them, yet heartache for them. She finally understood what was called a gap. The gap is that others can feel it but cannot express it, while I can use a song to completely express this emotion. Yes, because of these lovely heroes who are not afraid of hardships and ignite the fire of life, so many miracles happen. Yang Chenglin was immersed in my singing. As I sang, my eyes became a bit moist, and tears had already fallen from Yang Chenglin's eyes. She seemed unaware, just staring at me blankly. Previously, in her heart, I was just a talented person who was arrogant because of his talent, but now, my image in her heart became clearer and clearer. I not only had talent, but also a delicate heart. After the song ended, Yang Chenglin was still immersed in the singing and couldn't pull herself out until I coughed lightly twice. "Is it okay?" Just as Yang Chenglin was about to speak, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Yang Xian walked in while clapping. Behind him followed the head of the Human Resources Department, Zhang Chao. At this moment, Zhang Chao's face was obviously pale. He couldn't believe it. How long had it been, and I had really produced a song, and such a perfect one. "Dad, why did you come in without knocking?" Seeing the visitor, Yang Chenglin's expression was a bit panicked, and she secretly wiped the tear marks from her face. Yang Xian had no intention of repenting and was still smiling, only his eyes looking at his precious daughter were a bit strange. How long had it been since he had seen his daughter's little woman posture? If I didn't come, how would I know that little friend Jiang had written such a good song? Fine. I was speechless, directly changed from Mr. Jiang to little friend Jiang. Indeed a businessman. Anyone who can bring him profit is family. You flatter me, Chairman Yang. As long as you're satisfied. Satisfied. Very satisfied. Little friend Jiang, about the song. As long as this song is selected by Huayin, we will immediately sign the contract with Bai Shihan. Now let me sign a cooperation agreement with little friend Jiang first, to save little friend Jiang from worrying. Yang Xian nodded with a smile, and at the same time, his efficiency was very rapid, directly settling the matter. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I knew this was basically settled. The group signed the cooperation agreement on the spot. After the signing was completed, I bid farewell to Yang Xian. Seeing that I was about to leave, Yang Chenglin suddenly said, "I'll see you off." She hadn't dared to look at me just now. She had actually looked at me like a fangirl before. This was very shameful for a professional woman. But now that I was leaving, she suddenly felt a bit reluctant in her heart. Hey, Xiaolin, I remember you still have work that hasn't been finished. Xiao Jiang is not a child. Why does he need you to see him off everywhere? Before I could speak, Yang Xian opposite spoke first. Seeing this, I smiled at Yang Chenglin with gratitude. Thanks for Department Head Yang's kindness. I'll just take a taxi back myself. After saying that, I turned around and walked out of the office. Meanwhile, Yang Chenglin in the office was like an angry kitten whose fur suddenly stood up. Dad, what do you mean? Someone just sent a song and you turn around and let him leave. How can you be like this? Yang Xian looked at his daughter and didn't get angry, just said somewhat earnestly, Xiaolin, you're not young anymore. It's time to find a partner. The kid Jiang is quite good, but don't forget he has a wife. And as far as I know, he has a daughter, right? Yang Chenglin was suddenly silent for a moment before saying coldly, Of course I know. I'm seeing him off just because I invited him. It's that simple. The professional woman returned to her coldness. Fine, as long as you know. I suddenly remembered I also have work to do. Leaving. Yang Xian hurried away, but just as he walked out, he suddenly poked his head back in. I'm serious, dear daughter. You're already 26. You really should find a partner. Get out! On the other side, I went back to the hotel to pack up simply and prepare to go home. Before I had even chosen a flight ticket, Yang Chenglin's call came in. Hello? Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry. My dad's tone wasn't very good. I apologize to you on his behalf. I was a bit surprised. I didn't take this matter to heart. Moreover, Yang Xian had expressed it very tactfully. As a capital boss, he had given enough face. As for whether there was an intention of killing the donkey after it's done its work, it was just a fair trade. Having seen all kinds of people in the capital market, I was already clear about this. It's okay. I didn't feel anything was wrong. You don't need to take it to heart. Hearing me say this, Yang Chenglin's tone softened a bit. It's good that you don't mind. By the way, are you on your way back to the hotel? Yeah, I'm already in the car. I'm going to pack up at the hotel and go back to Jiangcheng, I said, but there was a silence on the other end of the phone. Then Yang Chenglin's voice came again. It's like this, Mr. Jiang. You'd better wait another 2 days. If your lyrics are selected, Huiyin will probably need your assistance. After all, you wrote the lyrics and music. You have the deepest understanding of this song. My plan to go home fell through, and my heart felt empty for a moment. However, her words were not wrong. If there was anything else later, flying back and forth between the two cities wouldn't be convenient. Okay, I see. Then I'll stay for a few more days. I hung up the phone with Yang Chenglin and put down the phone with regret. I missed the little one at home. Thinking of Nuan, I didn't even notice that a smile inexplicably rose on my face. Soon, 2 days passed. During this period, I spoke with Yang Chenglin on the phone several times, and the relationship between the two was no longer so estranged. At least now Yang Chenglin wouldn't call me Mr. every time, which made me feel very uncomfortable. I'm clearly a young person, yet I'm being called old. I still woke up early for morning runs these 2 days. Everything seemed calm. News from Huiyin hadn't come yet, so I could only wait slowly. On the evening of the 3rd day, I received a call that was both strange and familiar. Is it old Jiang? I'm Chen Feng. Chen Feng? I didn't expect to receive this call. I quickly sorted out the original host's memories. A moment later, I remembered that this was the original host's best friend from college. Fengzi? Long time no see. Thinking of the two of them being close in college, I smiled and asked, I don't have friends in this world yet. Thinking of Chen Feng's character and personality in the original host's memory, my smile grew. Having a sincere friend seems quite nice. Old Jiang, what's going on with you after you got married? You don't answer calls or return messages. Are you looking down on me as your brother? Chen Feng's reproachful voice came from the other end of the phone, but the faintly caring tone inside made my heart feel warm. It was my fault before. Be the bigger person and forgive me this time. I'll treat you to a meal and apologize when we meet later, okay? I said apologetically, cursing the original host in my heart again. A guy who couldn't tell people from ghosts. He's so embarrassing to me. Chen Feng's tone was very excited. Haha, you said it. Then no need to wait for later. Just today. Brother, I've come to Jiangcheng. Hearing this, I replied with some embarrassment. It's not that I don't want to treat you, but I'm not in Jiangcheng right now. I've come to Magic City for business and will be back in a few days. I really didn't expect Chen Feng to run to Jiangcheng and find no one there. How did you end up in Magic City again? No way, no way. Wait, I'm flying to Magic City right now. You definitely won't get away with this meal. I finally managed to run away from home and prepare to do something big. I have to share this kind of good thing with you. I'll wait for you in Magic City and won't go anywhere. I'll send you the location on WeChat. I can still afford a meal, haha. I readily agreed. I also wanted to see this best friend I hadn't seen for many years. That night, a taxi stopped at the hotel entrance. Two people got out of the car. One was a slightly chubby boy about 1.7 meters tall, with excitement all over his face. As soon as he got out of the car, he looked toward the hotel. The other was a girl, dressed in a 2D/anime style, petite and exquisite. After getting off the car, she followed the chubby boy with a bit of impatience, until the boy and I saw each other. After both were stunned for a moment, smiles appeared on our faces at the same time. Old Jiang, Fengzi! This slightly chubby boy was indeed Chen Feng. Chen Feng stepped forward quickly. You haven't changed a bit. You've even become much more handsome. I almost didn't recognize you. I smiled and sized him up. Ha ha, you've gained weight. I remember how good your figure was before, with muscles. How did you end up like this now? Haha, it's because I have a mom at home who thinks I'm too thin and fed me so much that I almost can't get out the door, Chen Feng joked. Then Chen Feng stepped forward, put his arm around my shoulder, turned around, and pointed at the 2D-style girl, saying, "Let me introduce you, my girlfriend, Ruan Qing." I glanced at Ruan Qing, bumped Chen Feng's waist with my elbow, and said in a low voice, "Nice, Fengzi. Your girlfriend is quite pretty." After saying that, I nodded to Ruan Qing. "Hello, I'm Chen Feng's good buddy." "Hello, I've always heard Afeng mention you. I didn't expect you to be so handsome in person." When Ruan Qing saw me, her eyes obviously lit up, but she quickly restrained herself and replied with a smile. "That's right, look whose buddy he is," Chen Feng said immediately, his face full of a satisfied smile, which earned a roll of eyes from Ruan Qing. "It's not you. What are you proud of?" "Ha ha! My buddy and I are like one person. Let's go, let's go. I flew so far to fleece you. You can't run today." Chen Feng hooked his arm with mine and walked forward. "Today you can fleece me as you like. I'll take the punishment." In the end, Chen Feng actually only found a roadside barbecue stall and pulled me to sit down. I laughed secretly. He said he wanted to fleece me, but he still couldn't bear to. The three of them sat down, and Chen Feng shouted for the owner to order skewers. However, I found that Ruan Qing seemed a bit unhappy. The thick-skinned Chen Feng didn't notice this scene at all. Seeing this, I patted Chen Feng's shoulder and deliberately said, "Fengzi, how about we change to another place? Didn't you want to fleece me? How much can you fleece here?" Unexpectedly, Chen Feng actually glanced at me. "What? Looking down on roadside stalls? Didn't we come here often in college? This is it. Let's drink our fill today." Okay, a good heart is treated like a dog's liver. This guy is still so blunt. I smiled bitterly. Fine, it's up to you here. But drinking is not okay. I've quit drinking." Chen Feng frowned slightly. He didn't understand what I meant. One moment I was disliking roadside stalls, and the next I had quit drinking. I hurried to pat his shoulder and explained, "Brother, I really quit. I made a lot of mistakes because of drinking before, so I changed and won't drink anymore. I really quit because I made many mistakes due to drinking before, and I haven't touched a drop since I changed." Chen Feng saw that my tone was sincere and finally let it go, saying with a bit of regret, "Okay then, it's good to quit so you don't mess things up. Then let's just eat our fill today. By the way, where is my celebrity sister-in-law? She didn't come to Shanghai with you." I shook my head. "No, I'm here for some business while she's at home taking care of the child." "But what about you? How did your family let you out, speaking of this?" Chen Feng obviously had a proud face and leaned in mysteriously to say, "Naturally, it was through my various efforts that I was able to come out. Wasn't I supposed to go back and inherit the small supermarket at home? Well, not long after I went back, I found out that it wasn't a small supermarket at all. It was a national chain of supermarkets. Don't you think it's annoying? My family kept it from me for so long, and I only found out in the end that I'm actually a rich second generation." I had a shocked face. Back in college, this guy often treated himself to my meals, and I didn't expect him to turn into a rich second generation. Now I can only say his family really knows how to play. I gave him a thumbs up and said, "You're something else. Since you know you're a rich second generation, why did you come out instead of staying home and waiting for death, man? I'm a person with ideological ambitions, so how can I be a rice worm? It took a lot of talking before my family let me out," Chen Feng said with a face full of dissatisfaction. Okay, you have great ideological awareness." Just then, the skewers were served, and the three of them chatted while eating. "By the way, old Jiang, what are you doing now? Why don't you work with me?" I hurriedly waved my hand in refusal. I don't have dreams and just want to be a salted fish. No, I plan to be a full-time stay-at-home dad. How's that? Is this ideal? Noble enough? Chen Feng had a shocked face and said, "Noble, too noble. You're gonna be a little white face and eat soft rice." Haha, I got choked and coughed a few times. Who says being a stay-at-home dad means eating soft rice? Although it seems eating Bai Shihan's soft rice is actually quite fragrant. I fell into deep thought. Chen Feng saw that I didn't speak and was even more shocked, saying, "You don't really want to eat soft rice, do you? But your appearance is indeed quite suitable." Who says being a full-time stay-at-home dad means eating soft rice? It's not like I can't make money at home, I argued. But Chen Feng patted my shoulder and said earnestly, "I'm serious. Why don't you come and work with me? I'll give you half of my shares. You also know my dream is to make animation and create animation with our own Chinese characteristics. So I came out to find a partner with my girlfriend and opened a studio. My girlfriend is the voice actress, and when the time is ripe, I plan to open a company. You also graduated from the Communication University, and the major is suitable. How about it?" After hearing this, I pondered for a while. I could see that Chen Feng was sincerely looking out for me. After thinking about it, I still shook my head and said, "Fengzi, I appreciate the sentiment. If you need any help in the future, just tell me, but as for working together, let's forget about it. I really plan to be a stay-at-home dad." "All right, then I won't persuade you anymore, and you're always welcome whenever you want to come." Chen Feng saw that my mind was made up and no longer persuaded me. The two of them didn't continue this topic, but instead ate skewers while reminiscing about the happy times in college. Most of the time it was Chen Feng speaking, and I was listening, while Ruanqing would also chip in occasionally to say some things about Chen Feng. Although no one drank, the atmosphere at the table was quite lively for a while. It was close to midnight, so the three of them headed back. On the way, Chen Feng and I were chatting while Ruanqing was taking a call from someone. She walked to the side and her voice was very low, so neither Chen Feng nor I could hear what she was saying. After a while, the call ended, and Ruanqing caught up. Chen Feng turned his head and asked curiously who it was. She replied that there was a problem at Wang Zhen's studio, and they called to report the situation. Chen Feng asked what the problem was with a nervous look. Ruanqing answered that it was just some equipment issues that had already been handled and told us to continue chatting. Chen Feng then breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to continue chatting with me, saying, "Hey, this studio has taken a lot of my heart. In the early stages when I was at home, I stayed up all night to do drafts and edit videos for half a year." I nodded, and it seemed that Chen Feng was indeed not doing it blindly since he had prepared for so long and started working on it while he was at home. "Don't worry, Fengzi. I think you will definitely succeed this time." But who is this Wang Jun? He's my partner and also an animator. I met Xiaoqing and him at an animation festival, and we had a great chat at the time. So one became my girlfriend, and one became my partner. I didn't answer, but looked at Ruanqing. At this moment, there was no expression on her face, as if she didn't hear what Chen Feng said. I was thoughtful. Why did Fengzi's partner call Ruanqing instead of him in the middle of the night? But I couldn't say this, even if my relationship with Chen Feng was good. I couldn't interfere in these issues without authorization. Chen Feng had a big heart and wouldn't notice many things. But I, who lived two lives, was different. I vaguely felt that this Ruanqing seemed to have some problems. When the three of them returned to the hotel, what I didn't expect was that they actually asked for 2 rooms. Chen Feng saw my eyes were a bit strange and his face turned red, saying, "Xiaoqing is a traditional person and we aren't married, so I understand." I gave Chen Feng an understanding look and then continued to ask how long he had been dating her. Chen Feng just thought for a while and said almost 1.5 years. Xiaoqing is a good girl and she gave me a lot of encouragement to come out and open the studio, which is why I made up my mind, all right? The traditional and dutiful good girl. I patted Chen Feng's shoulder and told him to be more careful in observing things in the future. Before going upstairs alone, Chen Feng didn't go to my room to find me for drinking again, and each went back to their own rooms. The next day, I had just finished my morning run and was about to call Chen Feng for breakfast when I saw they had already packed up and were walking out of their room. "Old Jiang, something happened at the studio and I have to go back quickly." I was a bit surprised at how urgent it was. It was fine yesterday, so how could something happen today? Looking at Chen Feng's anxious look, the matter wasn't small. He said he'd visit my house next time after things were handled to taste the sister-in-law's cooking. Then he kept pressing the elevator button, saying he had to rush over now. "All right, then I'll go downstairs to see you off." The three of them hurried out of the hotel, and fortunately a taxi came after a short wait. Chen Feng got in and waved to me saying, "Old Jang, go back and see you when I have time." I said okay and told him to contact me if there was any big problem. Chen Feng nodded, and the car slowly disappeared from my sight as I sighed and hoped everything would go smoothly for him. At 9 a.m. I received a call from Yang Chenglin saying my song was selected by Huayin in an excited tone. When she called, she was already downstairs at the hotel saying Huayin was preparing to shoot an MV and needed the songwriter to go to the scene for guidance. Although she said guidance, it was just giving opinions since I made the song and could better feel how the MV should be shot and how the song should be sung. That's Huayin, a subsidiary of Huayang. I tidied myself up well and then went downstairs. When Yang Chenglin saw me, she smoothed the hair on her forehead and her eyes lit up as she said. She hadn't realized that I looked quite the part after dressing up. I touched my nose and ignored her gaze, saying, "Let's go, since it's getting late. Let's work hard and finish early so we can still catch lunch." I didn't say a word and got into the back seat, while Yang Chenglin rolled her eyes, asking if the front passenger seat was too small for me. As she drove, she mentioned that the director in charge of the MV at Huayin had called and kept praising me. Then she asked if I had ideas for the MV and the lead singer and warned me not to drop the ball. Yang Chenglin was obviously worried since I'm young and haven't experienced this kind of situation, so she told me some things in advance to avoid stage fright. I said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," without showing any tension. But instead, it seemed she was more nervous than me, the main person. At 9:40, the two of us came to the headquarters and a group of people immediately came up, led by a white-haired old man. "Grandpa Lin, why did you come down yourself? If my dad found out, he would definitely scold me to death." Yang Chenglin stepped forward quickly and acted coquettishly while pulling the old man's hand, which gave me a start, since even an immortal couldn't resist a mature sister acting like that. Sure enough, the old man's face blossomed into a smile as he doted on her, saying, "Girl Lin, stop that. Your dad wouldn't dare scold you and should be thankful if you don't beat him." Yang Chenglin rarely blushed and called out to him. Then he turned to me and said, "This must be young friend Jiang, truly a hero from a young age and a talented person." I politely nodded and said, "Hello, old gentleman. Thank you for the compliment. I am Jiang Chengyi," he said. I was both talented and polite and worthy of being the person who wrote the song. Then introduced himself as Lin Guodong, the director in charge of the MV, and told me to call him Grandpa Lin, like Yang Chenglin did. Seeing that I was polite and not pretentious with a calm look, Lin Guodong was even happier because the person he imagined was like this, with depth, talent, and gratitude, and such young people are rare nowadays. I accepted the kindness, and Lin Guodong pulled me into the recording studio saying he heard from Girl Lin that I sang very well and asked me to sing first since they hadn't heard it yet and the lead singer hadn't been decided. I agreed, and he asked if I wanted a cappella or piano. I said this song only needs piano accompaniment. Once we got down to business, Lin Guodong became much more serious and left me alone in the recording studio while taking everyone else out. As the staff turned on the microphone, a group of middle-aged people were also looking forward to it as I sat down and brewed my emotions. I am very serious when I enter a working state, and Lin Guodong nodded seeing this, as it showed a pure musician who gives the song emotions instead of just howling. Inside, I started to play the piano, and as the prelude sounded, everyone outside held their breath. Lin Guodong only heard one line, and his eyes widened because this was exactly what he wanted to present in his heart. He knew it when he saw the song, and now hearing it, the feeling was even greater. Even Yang Chenglin, who was hearing it for the second time, couldn't stop her eyes from glowing as she stared at me inside, because such a man is truly charming. I didn't know this, and was already immersed in the song. As it reached the end, Lin Guodong's eyes were already slightly red since he was a former soldier and could better feel the meaning of the lyrics, that often those hidden and unknown ordinary people are the greatest and should be pursued by young people instead of just chasing celebrities. Everyone outside was deeply moved and in the same state as me, because a good song can really infect everyone. After finishing, I took a deep breath and walked out of the studio as everyone applauded for me. Lin Guodong excitedly held my hand and said, "This is the feeling," and that the lead singer doesn't need to be changed. He had a hunch. This song would stir up a storm of following ordinary heroes, which was exactly what they wanted. Hearing the praise even, I couldn't help but blush, but I still shook my head and said, Grandpa Lin, I won't be the lead singer because I have a better idea. Lin Guodong frowned, asking if there could be a better lead singer than the songwriter since no one could understand the meaning better than me. I quickly explained my idea that the song is more suitable for children because their voices are crisp and ethereal, and having the flowers of the motherland sing for unknown heroes would be more touching. Hearing this, Lin Guodong's eyes widened, and he called me a genius since children naturally make people feel close, and combining them with his footage would definitely be heart-touching. He then asked if I was interested in working at Huayin. Such talent is a waste to leave outside, Lin Guodong said. No, Grandpa Lin, I'm just a salted fish. I'm already very content to have been able to help you this time. I repeatedly waved my hands and refused, not joking at all. I know how much I'm worth. I'm simply standing on the shoulders of giants to offer suggestions, that's all. After all, what left the deepest impression on me in my past life was this song sung by those children. Lin Guodong was speechless, but he didn't force the issue. Anyway, the person was right here and couldn't run away. He could just look for me again if there was another opportunity like this in the future. Fine, everyone has their own ambitions. Then little Jiang, you must put in a lot of effort this time. We'll talk about future cooperation opportunities later. Come with me. Let's take a look at our footage first, check out these materials, and see if you have any good suggestions. Lin Guodong beckoned me and led me into another studio. This was the place for editing footage, where all materials would go through layers of selection and then be edited into this MV. After entering the room, those middlemen also began to introduce things in a flurry of voices. I looked at the computer screen in front of me, which flashed with various shots. In every shot, there were those anonymous, unsung heroes. I was shocked. I didn't expect there to be so many shots, and many of these shots would ultimately be eliminated, which made me feel a bit sad. In my view, the people in every piece of material here were worthy of respect and deserved to be known by the world. Lin Guodong seemed to know my thoughts. He patted my shoulder and said, "Little Jiang, don't be sad. This is their responsibility in itself. In this promotional video, no one will remember any single one of them. They represent a group. As long as everyone can feel grateful to these groups and remember that there are still these lovely people in this society through this subtle influence, it's fine. Speaking of which, they should actually thank you." The song, Only Ordinary, not only fits the taste of most young people today, but also promotes these energies. We old fellows couldn't make this kind of song suitable for young people, but we were afraid that everyone would forget them, which is why we thought of soliciting songs. Lin Guodong sighed with emotion and smiled at me again. Fortunately, you produced what we wanted, allowing me to see the fiery hearts of contemporary young people. This is very good. I looked at Elder Lin, and then at these people constantly flashing on the screen, truly touched by them. Sure enough, no matter which world it was, there was such a group of lovely people. Grandpa Lin, I don't have any opinions on these materials. As for the production of the video, I'm not an expert in this field. This still needs to be completed by you and the others. To be honest, I'm actually a bit impatient to see the finished video now, I said very sincerely. I felt that after being handled by this group of people, the finished video would surely be more touching than the raw footage. Good. We will definitely make it as soon as possible, by the end of July at the latest. At that time, this trend will surely sweep through every street and alley in China. Hearing me say this, Lin Guodong nodded happily. I heard from Girl Lin that you also have a Douyin account, right? With 10 million followers and 2 songs posted. When this promotional video comes out, we'll co-create it with your Douyin account. After all, you are also a main force of this video. I was stunned. Why is there something for me to do? I thought my name would just be written in the lyrics and composition columns. I didn't expect to even co-create on Douyin. This was clearly the old man showing favor to me. One must know that for a video released by Huayin, the number of views went without saying. Just the revenue from the traffic could keep one well fed. Naturally, I wouldn't refuse this, and I felt even more grateful to Elder Lin in my heart. Then I'll thank Grandpa Lin. I thanked Lin Guodong with sincerity. Lin Guodong waved his hand, indicating that I deserved it all. By the time I walked out of the Huayin building, it was actually already 1 p.m. My head was throbbing right now when those guys talked about work. Every one of them was incredibly proactive, practically comparable to workaholics. In the end, it was because Yang Changlin acted coquettishly and said she wanted to go for lunch that the two of them escaped. Lin Guodong originally wanted me to join everyone for a meal at the Huiyin cafeteria and continue participating in discussions in the afternoon, but I escaped with the excuse that my head was already empty. As a layman, I really couldn't contribute to that professional knowledge, so there was no need to stay any longer. The two of us walked out of Huiyin side by side. The weather had been fine when we arrived, but now it was actually drizzling. Zhang Chengyi, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Co-creating with Huiyin, you're going to get rich. The two of them walked toward the parking lot in the light rain. Yang Changlin was rarely playful, sticking out her tongue and teasing me. This cool big sister was looking less and less like one. I raised an eyebrow. You, a person from a wealthy family, still want to fleece a commoner like me? Aren't you ashamed? Tisk, tisk, tisk. Yang Changlin rolled her eyes at me, quickened her pace, and got into the car huffily. I smiled and quickly followed. The more I got to know this big sister, the more I could feel that her personality was really good. In the end, I still couldn't escape this meal, allowing Yang Changlin to happily fleece me for a big meal. After eating, Yang Changlin drove me to Yinhai Entertainment. This time, I came here to get the contract, which was my initial goal, Bai Shihan's signing contract. As the two of us got into the elevator, for some reason, I suddenly felt that Yang Changlin didn't seem to be in high spirits. She seemed a bit listless, even though she had just enjoyed a big meal. I didn't understand. A woman's mind was too hard to grasp, changing just like the weather. Exiting the elevator, we went straight to Yang Xian's office. He had already been waiting in the office for a long time, and the contract was already prepared and placed on the table. He wore an eternal smile on his face as he watched us enter. Young friend Zhang, happy cooperation. The contract is here. See if there's anything else that needs to be added? I nodded, sat down at the desk, and looked over the contract in person. The contract was very formal, in triplicate. It would take effect immediately as soon as Bai Shihan signed her name. The contents of the contract were the same as what was said before. Yinhai Entertainment would give Bai Shihan the top resources and the maximum degree of freedom. In one sentence, Bai Shihan could do whatever she wanted, and no one could force her. This was also what I wanted to see. The contract period was 2 years, and whether to renew it afterward would depend entirely on Bai Shihan's own wishes. After finishing reading the entire contract, I tucked it away, stood up, and shook hands with Yang Shan. Thank you, Chairman Yang. Happy cooperation. For him to be able to offer such a contract, my impression of him had improved quite a bit. No need to thank me. I value your talent, and you value our company's resources. It's just mutual benefit. Also, you once promised to write songs for our company. I won't give you a separate contract for that. I trust young friend Zhang's character. Yang Xian also stood up and said while shaking my hand, naturally, I wouldn't decline, but I also stated my point of view. Don't worry, but I'm making the prerequisite clear. I only write title songs, and who I write songs for depends entirely on my own will. Don't have any random Tom, Dick, or Harry come looking for me to write songs. Yang Xian's impression of me was getting better and better. Only when he saw his daughter's appearance on the side, he secretly sighed again in his heart. What a pity, why get married so early at such a young age? With young friend Zhang's talent, if you weren't the company's top-tier singer and were short of songs, I wouldn't even invite you. After all, I also know that with your fame in the future, the songs you write will surely be classics. Ordinary people won't have the qualifications. The happy cooperation between the two parties was reached. Yang Xian suddenly changed the subject. Now that you have the contract, when does young friend Jiang plan to go back? I didn't know what he meant by asking this, but I still immediately replied. I plan to pack up, book a flight, and leave in a bit. After all, the matters here no longer need me. Does Chairman Yang have anything else to say? No. Then I wish you a smooth journey home. Yang Xian hurriedly said with a smile. It was just that in my eyes, this smile. How come he was suddenly so happy to hear that I was leaving? Without thinking much, I stood up and said goodbye. Yang Changlin sent me all the way to the hotel entrance, but didn't go up. After entering Yinhai Entertainment, her spirits seemed to have been low all along. Zhang Chengyi, I won't send you to the airport. Go by yourself. I have some things to do, so I'm leaving first. I turned my head and waved my hand. Okay, be careful on the road. Then I turned and walked into the hotel. Yang Changlin looked at my back and felt inexplicably angry, then drove away with a step on the gas. I can finally go home. I miss my little baby. This was the thought coming from my heart at this moment. I quickly packed my things. There wasn't much, Just 2 changes of clothes, booking the flight, checking out, and taking a taxi, all in one go. At 6 p.m. in Zhangcheng, carrying a load of gifts, I stepped into the familiar old residential area, my pace becoming even lighter. Pushing open the long-awaited door, I took a deep breath of air. The living room was quiet. Bai Shihan and Nai Nai didn't seem to be home. Not seeing the people I wanted to see immediately, I felt a faint sense of loss in my heart. However, in the next moment, the master bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. Bai Shihan walked out with a smile, rubbing her sleepy eyes. The first moment she saw me, she was startled awake. She was currently wearing a camisole nightgown with one strap having slipped down to her arm. Her hair was messy from sleep, and her small mouth was slightly open, looking exactly like a sleeping beauty. The two of us were simultaneously stunned. In the afterglow of the sunset, we just looked at each other quietly. Then a brilliant smile gradually appeared on my face. I'm back. A flush slowly rose on Bai Shihan's face. She stood there, not knowing what to do, feeling a bit flustered in her heart, yet there was also a tiny bit of sweetness welling up. She lowered her head and responded softly, not forgetting to subconsciously pull the strap that had fallen on her arm back to her shoulder. By the way, here's this for you. I happened to see someone selling them by the roadside, and they smelled quite fragrant, so I bought a bouquet. They're very pretty. Bai Shihan pursed her lips. She stepped forward and gently took the bouquet of lavender from my hand, her face already covered in a red flush. This was the first bouquet of flowers she had received from me. The language of lavender is redemption and hope. She liked it very much. Thank you. Bai Shihan mustered the courage to look up and meet my eyes. Have you eaten? I suddenly smiled. Not yet. You guys definitely haven't eaten either, right? I'll make dinner. You go wake Nai Nai up. Bai Shihan's original intention was to do it herself, thinking I must be tired after a day of traveling. But seeing the persistence in my eyes and remembering that my cooking was indeed much better than hers, she finally nodded. I'll go call Nai Nai. Nai Nai was sleeping soundly, spread-eagled on the bed. Bai Shihan picked her up gently, and she didn't even react, until Bai Shihan brought the little fellow in front of me, kissed her small face and whispered in her ear, Nai Nai, wake up, Daddy is back. Nai Nai suddenly moved, looked around in confusion, and then the little fellow's eyes suddenly lit up. It's Daddy! Daddy, hug! Nai Nai missed you so much. The little fellow was like a koala. Once I hugged her, she clung to my neck and wouldn't let go. Even when I went to the kitchen to cook, she wouldn't let go. In the end, it was Bai Shihan putting on a stern face plus the temptation of the new toys I bought that finally got the little fellow off me. After working for a while, the dishes were on the table, and the family sat harmoniously at the dining table. After eating, I accompanied Nai Nai in building blocks. I intentionally asked about the recent situation at home at this time, and the little fellow told me everything she knew. Especially when talking about Bai Shihan, the little fellow completely sold out her mother. Mommy misses Daddy too. I saw Mommy often watching Daddy's singing videos and secretly laughing. I secretly covered my mouth and laughed. I really didn't mean to ask about this. The key point was that Nai Nai spoke quite loudly, not noticing at all that Bai Shihan had already charged out of the kitchen. At this moment, Bai Shihan's pretty face was as red as a ripe apple, but her eyes were full of threat, staring down at this little traitor who was selling out her mother to please her father. Nai Nai noticed that Daddy suddenly stopped talking, looked up in confusion, and saw Mommy's big red face. With a cry, she hid in my arms, muttering that she couldn't see Mommy. Bai Shihan couldn't help but laugh out of anger and explained, Don't listen to Nai Nai's nonsense. I didn't. You did. Mommy is a liar. A liar isn't a good child. Nai Nai shouted with her face buried deep in my arms. Bai Shihan looked like she was about to explode, so I immediately raised both hands in surrender, completely exposing the little fellow. No, I believe you. One who understands the times is a wise man. But Nai Nai was miserable, immediately snatched away by Bai Shihan to be, quote, tormented. The little fellow completely didn't expect that Daddy would sell her out to Mommy in the blink of an eye. I looked at my nose and heart. To make Bai Shihan happy and for the prosperity of this home, I could only let my little baby be a bit wronged. The family played together for a while, and Nai Nai ultimately endured everything alone in a pitiable manner. I rubbed her little head and then stood up, took a paper file bag out of the suitcase, and placed it in front of Bai Shihan. Mission accomplished. Take a look. This is the contract from Yinhai Entertainment. Bai Shihan lowered her head, picked up the file bag, opened it, and flipped through the contract until the very end. Her hands began to tremble slightly. This was a contract she wouldn't even dare to dream of. Top-tier treatment, perfect degree of freedom. Even if she hadn't retired and had continued singing until now, she wouldn't have had such a contract. Bai Shihan didn't know how I did it. In just a few days, what had I experienced and how much had I sacrificed to exchange for such a contract that one wouldn't even dare to think about? Bai Shihan looked up blankly at me, with tears in her eyes, pursing her small mouth, just staring at me like that. My face still wore a gentle smile, as if all of this was as light as a breeze. After a long while, Bai Shihan finally spoke softly. "Zhang Chengyi, actually, it's also fine if I don't sing." Although her voice was small, there was no hesitation. It was very firm. I frowned slightly in confusion. Clearly, she liked singing. Clearly, she wanted to sing. What did this mean now? It was somewhat inexplicable. I didn't understand what this woman was thinking in her head. Why? Haven't you always wanted to sing? Now that the opportunity is here, why are you shrinking back? My tone became a bit heavier. This was the first time I had spoken to her like this since coming here. Having been a single dog all my life, I naturally wouldn't understand. Bai Shihan's mind was a mess at this moment. She suddenly felt that it was also quite good to keep living like this. If she really went to sing, she was afraid there would be changes afterward, afraid that life would never be like this again. Bai Shihan pursed her small mouth again, looking straight at me as teardrops fell one by one. After a moment, she said faintly, I'm afraid that bad changes will happen in the future." This was the first time Bai Shihan had directly told me about the fear in her heart. I was stunned for a moment and then suddenly smiled. A very warm smile. "Bai Shihan, what kind of person do you take me for? I'm telling you very seriously. You go ahead without worry. No matter what happens, none of this will change. I'll take care of the child at home. After all, I'm prepared to be a full-time, stay-at-home dad." Bai Shihan completely didn't expect me to say this and directly reached out to wipe her tears. Having not encountered this level of intimacy for a long time, Bai Shihan immediately lowered her head in shyness. I thought she was still afraid of those messy things. I now knew. I knew that Bai Shihan was probably afraid of making a change. After all, a person who has been at home too long without going out will always have this kind of psychology. So I spoke again. "I'm serious. Just leave Nai to me. I'll take good care of her. And you've seen your contract. The degree of freedom is very high. You can come back whenever you want. Don't worry about home. Just take care of yourself outside." As I spoke, Bai Shihan didn't hear a single word at all. In her head was still the scene of me gently brushing her face just now. Nai on the sofa had already begun to secretly watch the interaction between Daddy and Mommy. Young as she was, she didn't know what had happened, only that Mommy should be happy now. So she pounced onto my leg, looked up, and said on a whim, "Daddy, Nai wants to sleep with Daddy and Mommy tonight." As soon as these words came out, I instantly froze. Bai Shihan even looked up at the little fellow, with a look of astonishment in her eyes, her heart thumping so hard it was about to jump out of her chest. "Is it okay, Daddy?" Seeing that I hadn't agreed, Nai started her coquettish act, rolling around on my leg. I swallowed hard and turned to look at Bai Shihan, whose neck was already flushed red, her eyes darting away. "You have to ask your mommy if she agrees." How was I supposed to answer this? Bai Shihan was so shy she was almost breaking down. She stood up in a flurry and walked toward the bathroom. "I'm tired, I'll go wash up and get ready for bed first." Bai Shihan fled in panic, leaving only me and Nai in the living room, staring at each other. I was completely at a loss, not knowing what to do. On the other hand, Nai jumped up from my leg and hugged my neck. "Mommy said it's fine as long as Daddy is ready." Did Bai Shihan really say that? I took a deep breath of the milky scent on the little fellow, emboldening myself. I was doing this entirely for Nai, not for any other reason. After a good while, Bai Shihan came out of the bathroom and silently went back to the bedroom. When passing the living room, she didn't even look toward the sofa. I then stood up holding Nai and went into the bathroom. After helping the little fellow wash up and doing a simple wash myself, I carried the little fellow out. Only at this moment did my heart begin to beat rapidly. It felt like I had been walking for a long time for the short distance from the living room to the master bedroom. My head was already a complete blank. A faint fragrance floated in the room, very pleasant and tempting. I hadn't experienced this in 2 lifetimes. At this moment, I really wanted to seek help. What should I do? What to do? Bai Shihan had already crawled under the covers, seemingly asleep, lying on her side facing inward, so her current appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Only her crystal-clear, rosy earlobes showed her current state. I gently closed the door. The sound of the door closing made Bai Shihan's body tremble slightly, but she still didn't get up. I had completely given up now. It was already like this, so being nervous was useless. It's better to just lie flat. Thinking this way, my mindset indeed relaxed a lot. Placing Nai in the middle, I sat on the other side of the bed, pulled Nai over, and began to tell her a bedtime story. Today, Daddy will tell Nai the story of Snow White. Long ago, there was a little princess as cute as Nai. Her skin was as white and tender as snow, yet it had a rosy tint like a red apple. Her hair was as black and shiny as the night sky, so her mother named her Princess Snow White. My gentle voice echoed in the room. Bai Shihan's eyelashes moved slightly, and her racing heart slowly calmed down as the story unfolded. Later, she actually fell asleep unknowingly. Just like her, Nai also slowly fell asleep during my story. The night was deep. Seeing their breathing slowly calm down, I finally turned off the light, crawled under the covers, and lay down. The next day, my biological clock was still on time. I subconsciously hugged the soft body in my arms and then suddenly froze. Since when was Nai this big? Gulp. I swallowed and looked into the covers. Where was Nai's figure in my arms? It wasn't the little fellow, but Bai Shihan. I was completely dumbfounded. When did this happen? How did she end up in my arms? A faint fragrance lingered at the tip of my nose, and the body in my arms was soft and warm. My heart instantly shattered. I subconsciously leaned down until I was close to Bai Shihan's pretty face. I could even feel her warm breath hitting my face. It was very ticklish. The distance between the two of us was only an inch. I could even see the rosiness beneath her delicate skin. I just stopped there, having a fierce internal struggle. Then I saw her long eyelashes blink gently. I was so scared that I immediately sat up straight again, quietly withdrew my arm that was pressed under her neck, bent over, and carefully got out of bed, dashing out of the bedroom. Washing up in the bathroom, my face was full of frustration. This early morning was too much of a torment. What I didn't know was that just as I walked out of the bedroom, Bai Shihan on the bed actually opened her beautiful eyes and let out a slight sigh of relief. She covered her burning face and shrank into the covers, looking like she couldn't face anyone. Just when I sat up, Bai Shihan had woken up. She didn't know when she had ended up in my arms, even using my arm as a pillow. It was very embarrassing. It wasn't until she sensed my breath hitting her face that she felt some panic in her heart. What did he want to do? Did he want to secretly kiss her? What should she do? Bai Shihan was scared to death at that time and didn't dare to wake up, so she could only continue to pretend to sleep. Fortunately, I stopped in time, otherwise, she really wouldn't have known how to face me. It was just that after I really withdrew and left, she felt a faint sense of loss again. Bai Shihan didn't know if she was ready. She only knew that her heart was in a mess. After a long time, Bai Shihan, who was huddled under the covers, finally let out a long breath. Let nature take its course. Staying in bed until 8 o'clock, Bai Shihan heard the sound of the door opening again outside, then got up from the bed, tidied up, and walked out of the room. I had already reached the kitchen to prepare food. Seeing Bai Shihan come out, I greeted her with a somewhat unnatural expression. Morning. Bai Shihan's expression was also a bit unnatural. After speaking, she walked into the bathroom to wash up. I didn't think much of it and turned back to continue making breakfast. Unexpectedly, Bai Shihan quickly finished washing up and came straight to the kitchen. I'll help you make it together. Bai Shihan's expression was natural, as she skillfully took the basin from my hand and helped me wash the rice. I was only slightly stunned but soon reacted and gladly accepted this kindness, stepping aside to start washing the vegetables. The two were very tacit, like a couple who had lived together for many years. The small kitchen was exceptionally warm at this moment. 20 minutes later, the family happily had breakfast. After the meal, Bai Shihan saw a very beautiful hairstyle that was very suitable for Nai. It happened that the little fellow's hair had grown quite a bit recently, so she coaxed and deceived Nai into going out for a haircut. Meanwhile, I skillfully huddled on the sofa, took out my phone, opened Douyin, and scrolled through videos. With the wife and child not at home, I felt at this moment that life had reached its peak. Just after scrolling through 2 videos, I saw the teaser for Only Ordinary had actually appeared. Hui's speed was indeed efficient. The video was to be released at the end of the month, and today was only the 26th, yet the teaser was already online. The teaser for Only Ordinary was very simple. A few video clips paired with 2 lines of the song, which fully whetted the audience's appetite. As soon as I clicked on the teaser video, my voice actually came out of the phone. Falling into gloom, plummeting into the abyss, a face covered in dirt without the halo of a god, clutching the ordinary in hand. Following that were 3 firefighters. They were holding fire hoses, facing a raging fire, their faces covered in ash, their eyes exceptionally firm. The video stopped abruptly there, with only a low voice sounding. They are nameless and ordinary, but they are worthy of being etched into our hearts. I was completely puzzled. Lin Guodong clearly said he would use the children as the lead singers. Why would my voice appear in the teaser? However, this didn't affect the popularity of this teaser on the internet at all. A few clips, a line of lyrics, a lifetime's narration. It was very short, but enough to touch human nature. The teaser had only been out for 2 hours, but it had already climbed to the 10th spot on the trending searches. This was also thanks to various mainstream media reporting on it one after another. They used various headlines to vigorously promote this teaser, while also letting this teaser video enter the sites of major internet celebrities and bloggers. Anyone with discerning eyes knew what kind of heat there would be once the full video came out, so they also began to forward it, one after another. With the forwarding of major internet celebrities and bloggers, the heat of this teaser also intensified. The comments section was full of people from all walks of life talking about the ordinary people around them. At this time, the sound of the door opening rang out. I put down my phone and looked toward the door. It was Bai Shihan, leading Nai Nai back from the haircut outside. Seeing Nai Nai's new hairstyle, I only felt my eyes light up. Originally, the little fellow's 2 little sheep horns had been bundled into 2 little buns. The fine, fragmented bangs on her forehead reached all the way to her eyebrows, looking exactly like a little fairy stepping out of a fairy tale world. Looking at her, my heart was about to melt. I hurriedly stretched out both hands. "Whose little fairy is this? Quickly come here and let me hug you." The little fellow immediately laughed so hard her teeth could be seen, but not her eyes, and she even ran somewhat bashfully behind Bai Shihan to hug her thigh, baring her small face. Bai Shihan was also amused by Nai Nai's actions, looking at the interaction between the father and daughter with amusement. Hey, the little fellow is still shy. I wasn't going to indulge her. I only wanted to hug my cute daughter right now. I stood up, walked to Bai Shihan's side, and crouched down, pretending to be surprised. "Oh, this little fairy turns out to be my precious daughter." Saying this, regardless of Nai Nai's struggle, I picked her up from the ground in one go. No matter how I looked at her, I liked her. Nai Nai doesn't want Daddy to hug her? Then Daddy will be sad. I want Daddy. Don't be sad. The little fellow immediately hugged my neck and burrowed into my chest, for fear that her refusal would hurt Daddy. I happily kissed Nai Nai's tender face. The little fellow's coquetry was too much. It completely floored me, making even the bottom of my heart feel as sweet as if I had eaten sugar. Sure enough, when people say a daughter is a father's little padded jacket, this sentence is not wrong at all. All right, don't be so mushy at the door. Hurry and go inside. I happily carried the little fellow back to the sofa, scooped a bite of watermelon to stuff into my daughter's mouth, and then turned to look at Bai Shihan and said, "By the way, are you reporting to Yinghai Entertainment in early August?" Hearing this, Bai Shihan's beautiful eyes were clear as she hummed in agreement. "Yes, before that, I want to pick up Layli first and then go find Sister Yun. If they knew I could make a comeback, they would definitely be very happy," Bai Shihan said with a sincere smile on her face. When she abruptly retired before, these were the 2 people she let down the most. Now, even if not for her own dreams, for the 2 of them, she had to work hard. I nodded, stroking Nai Nai's hair, while my mind was thinking about what kind of song I should write for Bai Shihan. This was her first battle for her comeback, and it had to be fought beautifully. Bai Shihan's voice was very good. She could handle both sweet and sad songs, so there were too many choices, and I couldn't decide for a moment. After thinking for a while to no avail, I thought of another thing. By the way, let's buy a car in a few days, not just 1, but 2. In another month, Nai Nai will be going to kindergarten, and it will be convenient for picking her up and dropping her off. Also, although Yinghai Entertainment will provide you with a nanny van, you still need a car for yourself when you go out in your spare time. Bai Shihan pondered for a moment and also felt that she could buy a car. She used to stay at home all the time, so it didn't matter if she had a car or not. But now she would be going out frequently. and it was indeed inconvenient without one. However, she was worried that I didn't have enough money. After all, the earnings from the first 2 videos were used to buy a lot of furniture, and I had gone out again, so she didn't know how much was left. Although I had linked my bank card to Bai Shihan's WeChat before I went out last time, Bai Shihan didn't know exactly how much money was in it. Naine was about to start kindergarten, which would be another expense. After pondering, Bai Shihan looked up, a trace of worry appearing in her eyes. Let's buy one first. It's convenient for you to pick up and drop off the child at home. I'll temporarily have the car provided by the company, so I probably won't need one. I'll consider buying a car after I earn money. Bai Shihan thought that she would consider these issues after she released songs and albums and had income. Thinking of this, Bai Shihan became a bit worried again. She wasn't even sure when she would have a song to sing. Although Ying'ai Entertainment's contract provided top-tier resources, there was an additional clause about providing her own songs. She didn't know how I had talked with the company. Even though they gave top resources, why didn't they help her commission songs? She was a bit confused. After all, she didn't know many songwriters. Thinking of songwriters, Bai Shihan suddenly froze and then looked at me, who was calm. It seemed that I could write songs. Although she didn't know when I learned it, of the 2 songs on Douyin, one was even taught to Naini by me on the spot. I naturally knew Bai Shihan's worry about not buying a car, and waved my hand calmly. Don't worry, you don't need to worry about the family's lack of money. Let the bullets fly for a while and there will be money in a few days. July 30th happened to be a Sunday. The MV for Just to Be Ordinary went online punctually at 8 a.m., co-produced by Huang and the Shi account. Huang and several other departments forwarded it simultaneously, making the lineup unprecedentedly luxurious. Of course, even if the lineup was luxurious, what the audience wanted to see was quality. Only if the quality was good enough would everyone pay for it. However, a saying was currently circulating on the internet: produced by Shi must be a masterpiece. Although I had only uploaded 2 songs, I had captured the ears of countless fans, and everyone was satisfied with the quality of the songs I created. Now, seeing that the lyrics and music of this MV were both by Shi, everyone was instantly interested. This mysterious guy might not act often, but when he did, it was bound to be amazing. So the audience clicked on this MV one after another, wanting to see the grand spectacle. In our old and small home in Jiang City, my family of 3 had also huddled on the sofa early. I projected the phone screen to the TV and opened Douyin. Bai Shihan and Naine were still in the dark. They only knew that I had pulled them up early in the morning, saying there was something good for them to see, but they didn't know what it was. I opened the song MV, and the whole family looked at the TV at the same time. The moment the MV images appeared, Bai Shihan and Naine fell silent together. They were a bit surprised. On the TV screen, the title Just to Be Ordinary appeared in 4 large characters, and the songwriter and composer listed below were all Shi. Moreover, this MV was actually 7 minutes long. Even I was confused, not knowing where such a long duration came from. When Lin Guodong contacted me earlier, he wanted to show me the finished product, but I didn't agree. I wanted to share this moment with my family, and I also infinitely trusted Lin Guodong's professional skills. Bai Shihan turned her head to look at me, her almond eyes filled with brilliance. She was surprised that I had written a song again, and it was a co-creation with Huang, which was terrifying. Had I done so many things while I was out before? She didn't even know. Bai Shihan moved her gaze back to the TV, wanting to see what I had done behind their backs. In the MV, after the title ended, a group of energetic children about 10 years old appeared. They were all wearing black, short-sleeved shirts, and in their midst, a middle-aged teacher was playing the piano. The piano music sounded, and the camera turned, giving a close-up to the first little girl. Her eyes were full of deep emotion, and she stretched out her hand as if gently calling for something, and began to sing. The scene changed to a group of firefighters in orange uniforms, their faces showing resilience, carrying various rescue supplies, turning their bodies into a bridge to wade through the river. The camera turned again, switching to another little girl. Her eyes were slightly red, and she lowered her brow and murmured softly. The little girl's figure gradually blurred, turning into a family sitting around a table, eating dumplings and watching TV. This reunion, which should have been festive, was very quiet here. Only the grandmother sitting at the head of the table held back her tears, staring at the TV. On the TV was the report of her grandson's heroic sacrifice. 2 more little girls appeared one after another, singing softly. After 2 lines, their figures disappeared, and in their place was an unremarkable-looking man whose eyes were shining brightly, staring at a thief stealing on a bus. The moment the thief succeeded, he grabbed the thief, but the onlookers nearby hid far away in fear and watched coldly. In an instant, 2 more thieves surrounded the man, and the situation became unfavorable for him. Countless people watching this video couldn't help but feel their hearts tighten at this moment, their fists clenched, and tears in their eyes, wishing they could get into the video to help him subdue the thieves. But the video screen faded away at this time. The teacher just silently played the piano, and one of the little girls sang again. The scene abruptly moved to a hospital, where an exhausted doctor handed a newborn baby to an elderly couple, who immediately burst into tears of joy and kept thanking the doctor. The beating heart grows vines, willing to fight for danger. This baby gradually grew up. He was none other than the man who caught the thief. At this moment, he was facing 3 thieves, but his face still showed no fear. The camera switched again, and 2 more little girls appeared, their arms open and calling out. Everyone was moved by this soul-stirring music and the images. They only regretted that they hadn't discovered earlier that there were so many lovely people around them. In the entire MV so far, the heroes who appeared hadn't said a single word, but their actions were firmly remembered by all the viewers. The images continued, and the chorus of all the children began to shake people's hearts. That pure voice sang these touching stories one by one, making everyone fall into silence. They usually chased stars and frolicked on the internet, but this was the first time a certain flame in their hearts was ignited. At the end of the song was a scene of all the children singing in unison. "This trip, this life, no regrets. The fire of life has been lit." The screen fell into darkness, and a male voice suddenly sounded, "We are not heroes. We are just doing what we should do." I huddled on the sofa and rubbed my tired eyes. I had expected this video to be very soul-stirring, but I didn't expect it to be so shocking when it was actually filmed. Up to now, this video has made countless netizens watching the MV burst into tears and lose their composure. At this time, no one paid attention to the length of the video. They just watched silently, feeling sad silently and crying silently. After the man's words ended, a dialogue sounded again on the black screen. Cue, Little Jang, a cappella or piano? A. Let's go with the piano. This song should only be accompanied by piano. Q. Okay. A simple question and answer, but many netizens found the male voice in this dialogue familiar. They listened carefully and then realized, isn't this that unique gentle voice of Shi? So the part at the back is an Easter egg? Will Shi himself appear? Sure enough, one after another, the discarded raw materials quickly flashed across the screen. My unique, gentle voice sounded, matching these materials, once again making the vast number of netizens lose their composure. Until the last piece of material disappeared, Shi's figure never appeared. He was still so mysterious, but everyone was satisfied with those materials. The figures in this video were deeply branded into everyone's hearts. They wouldn't forget what they saw and heard today for a long time. Even long after the feature film was released, not a single person liked it or commented. Everyone seemed to have collectively disappeared. At this moment, in Huiying's meeting room, Lin Guodong had been looking at the real-time data on the internet. He didn't understand why more than 100 million people were watching at the same time, but not a single one liked it. Did everyone not approve of this video? Lin Guodong was a bit disappointed. He wiped his slightly red eyes, finding it a bit difficult to accept this situation. However, in the next moment, the data for this video suddenly took off, and the number of likes and comments exploded like a flood, becoming uncontrollable. This was the first time in Douyin's history that the data rose in a gushing manner in such a short period. In just a few breaths, the number of likes jumped from 100,000 to 5 million, then 10 million, 20 million. The Douyin platform experienced its first ever screen freeze in history. Even so, it seemed as if nothing could stop the vast number of netizens from liking and commenting. Following closely behind were 5 hot searches, all about the MV Just to Be Ordinary. In Huiying's meeting room, a burst of cheers suddenly broke out. Lin Guodong also clenched his fists excitedly, looking at the rapidly rising data without saying a word. It turned out that everyone was not without feelings. They just hadn't had time to digest those feelings yet. The storm of Just to Be Ordinary thus swept the entire network. The storm blew so quickly that even the experienced Lin Guodong hadn't expected it. He was now extremely grateful that he chose my song. If these materials had been replaced with another ordinary song, it certainly wouldn't be as popular as it was now. In just 1 hour, the singles playback volume on the Huaying platform exceeded 100 million, and Douyin even exceeded 200 million. At this time, I was holding the big and small beauties, gently stroking a head and patting a back. I wanted to speak but didn't know what to say, because I was also touched. Although I gave this song to Lin Guodong, the entire video was the creation of Huaying's production team. I hadn't watched it in advance either. I could only say that Huaying gave this song a perfect home. Bai Shihan, who was sobbing softly in my arms, held the corner of my clothes and wiped her tears and snot on it. Her pitiful little look made me feel a surge of heartache. "It's just watching a video, why are you crying? Why are you even feeling wronged?" Bai Shihan finally knew what I had been busy with outside for the past few days, creating such a song, collaborating with Huaying, and helping her get that unrealistic contract. She didn't even know what I had gone through. She felt wronged because I had done so many things outside and hadn't even told her when I came back. Did Zhang Chengyi suffer any losses outside because of this? Did he have to endure anyone's cold face? How much energy did he spend to create such a song? She didn't know anything. She could only sit at home and enjoy the fruits of his labor with a clear conscience. All right, don't cry anymore. Are you gonna have lunch? I'll go make some delicious food for you. Can you hold 9A? I gently patted her back again. The little guy was tired from crying and had already fallen asleep under my comfort. "I know," Bai Shihan said, wiping her tears on my clothes again, coming out of my arms and pouting her small mouth as she took 9A into her own arms. At the same time, in the center of Jiang City, Liu Chan's face was so gloomy that it seemed like it could drip water. Her manager, Sister Yuan, also had a very bad expression. The atmosphere in the room was heavy, and only Tao Lele was secretly laughing not far away, looking very schadenfreude. Liu Chan glanced at her manager and increasingly felt that this aging woman was really useless. "Sister Yuan, wasn't my song originally scheduled to go online at Huaying at the end of July? What's going on now? The song was pulled, and I'm being told to go online in early August? The company's promotion has already been sent out, and I just bought the hot searches." Wei, on the other hand, silently delayed my song without a word and even occupied all the hot searches. "Sister Yuan, you've always been in charge of this. You have to give me an explanation." Sister Yuan's face became even gloomier. She was already in a bad mood because of this, and now Liu Qian was shouting at her. For a moment, she was even more angry. "Explanation? You're asking me for an explanation? If you have the ability, go find Huaying. Why are you losing your temper with me? Originally, the activity there was scheduled to end in mid-August. Who knew where a Shiyi would pop up with a song, making Huaying's MV go online early? If she didn't still rely on Liu Qian for her livelihood, Sister Yuan wouldn't want to pay any attention to her at all. Then, what should we do now?" Liu Qian's tone was still very aggressive. Sister Yuan frowned. They were now grasshoppers on the same string and couldn't fall out yet. "What can be done? We can only wait for this wind to blow over before letting your album go online. However, the company's resources this time definitely won't be too many. We can only find a way ourselves." Liu Qian also knew that this was the only way, but she really couldn't get over it in her heart. She could only curse Shi secretly in her heart. It was he who took away the popularity that originally belonged to her. When Liu Qian turned her face and saw Tao Lele, who was covering her mouth and snickering not far away, she became even angrier. "Tao Lele, haven't you seen what a mess it is here? Why don't you come over and clean up?" Her voice was sharp and ear-piercing, making Tao Lele unable to help but pick her ear. "Oh, I'm sorry, my contract expires today and I've already submitted my resignation." "Haha, this lady is not serving you anymore," Tao Lele said and burst out laughing. Some people were happy, and some were even happier. After I had lunch, our family of 3 happily took a taxi out. We were going to the 4S shop to buy a car today. Although the income from the MV co-produced with Huaying hadn't arrived yet, the savings I had were more than enough to buy a commuter car. The family of 3 arrived at the 4S shop. "Welcome, sir and madam. Is there a model you are interested in?" The salesperson in charge of receiving them had eyes shining. He had several years of sales experience, and there was an 80% chance that a family of 3 like this coming to look at cars would close a deal. I nodded. When I was at home, Bai Shihan and I had studied the models in advance, and we chose the model before coming over. Quote, "Is there an H9? The top trim. Yes, yes. Hearing that I indeed had a favorite model, the salesperson's eyes brightened even more. The H9 top trim would cost more than 300,000 yuan at least. Sir, we happen to have the H9 top trim in stock here. I generously took out my bank card and driver's license and handed them to the salesperson. This is the one! Full payment, swipe the card. It was already 5 p.m. when we left the 4S shop and returned home. As soon as I got home, I received a call from Yang Chenglin. Hello, great talent, congratulations to you. Now the internet is covered with that MV and news about you. You're completely famous now. Mutual congratulations, I didn't want to be that famous. On the contrary, your company must have gained a lot of benefits this time, right? I smiled. This song of mine was sent to Huiying on behalf of Yinghai Entertainment, and their company must have gained a lot of benefits. These benefits might not be visible for a while, but they would slowly manifest in the future. If Huiying had any benefits in the future, they would definitely think of them first. That's all thanks to you, the great talent. Let's talk business. When is Bai Shihan coming to report? On the other end of the phone, Yang Chenglin teased me, and then asked with a smile. I looked at Bai Shihan, who was sitting on the sofa with her ears pricked up, quietly eavesdropping on my phone call, and smiled. In 2 days, the 3rd at the latest. There are still some things at home to deal with, and she'll go over after finishing them. Okay, then I'll be here waiting for her arrival. Yang Chenglin was very curious in her heart about what kind of character the woman who could make me run around for her like this would be. The next day, Bai Shihan went to find Lele and Sister Yun, planning to take them to Yinghai Entertainment together today. She drove to a place not far from the Tianmei Entertainment Building before calling Tao Lele. She wanted to give her a surprise. The call was quickly connected. Bai Shihan had a smile on her face, and even her voice was much brighter. Lele, guess where I am? Tao Lele was packing things in her rental house. After resigning, she planned to go back to her hometown. She had already made up her mind that if this place didn't keep her, there would be a place that would. Sister Shihan, where else could you be if not at home? Silly, I'm downstairs at your company. Come down quickly, I have something to tell you. Then, Sister Shihan, wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Tao Lele was suddenly a bit flurried. Why did Sister Shihan run to the downstairs of her company? She didn't know how to tell Bai Shihan about her resignation and returned to her hometown for a moment. After a while, she ran downstairs, panting. Sister Shihan! Tao Lele's eyes narrowed into a beautiful curve as she walked quickly to Bai Shihan. Sister Shihan, you bought a car? Tao Lele looked at the brand new car next to Bai Shihan with a face of disbelief. That man would actually buy a car for Sister Shihan? Didn't he treat Sister Shihan badly? Bai Shihan nodded with a smile and took Tao Lele's hand. Yes, I just bought it. I came today to discuss something with you. Do you have time? Bai Shihan's almond eyes curved slightly, and a happy expression leapt onto her face. Only then did Tao Lele discover that this time, Bai Shihan seemed a bit different from the last time she saw her. Her skin was much more tender, her face was a bit more rounded, and her complexion was obviously much better. Most importantly, the confidence in her seemed to have returned. Sister Shihan, I have plenty of time. What is it? Tell me. Lele, come back and be my assistant again. Let's call Sister Yun together. I'm gonna make a comeback. Tao Lele froze, unable to believe her ears. It took her a long while to come back to her senses. Really? Sister Shihan, you're not lying to me, are you? You're gonna make a comeback? Really? Bai Shihan gave an affirmative answer. Yeah, I knew there was no path that would end for Lele, ha ha ha. Sister Shihan, what a coincidence, I just resigned. Hey, we can be together again? Well, Lele, do you know where Sister Yun is? Then let's go find her now. I know, she must be taking care of her mother at the Qingpu District People's Hospital now. Every day, except for the 4 hours she works, Sister Yun will be there. Okay, then let's go now. Bai Shihan didn't waste time and directly let Tao Lele get into the car. The two hurried to the hospital. In the car, Tao Lele asked curiously, Sister Shihan, does he know about your comeback? Bai Shihan nodded, her lips naturally curling up slightly. He knows. Was it even the contract he helped me negotiate for this comeback? And he bought this car for me too. Tao Lele's small mouth opened wide in surprise, and she couldn't help but exclaim, He helped you negotiate the contract? How is that possible? Sister Shihan, you're not lying to me, are you? Bai Shihan shook her head and said very seriously, It's true. He helped me negotiate the contract with Yinghai Entertainment, and it's the top-tier kind. Tao Lele didn't know what to say. She couldn't figure out how someone like Jiang Chengyi could negotiate a top-tier contract. Seeing that Tao Lele didn't reply, Bai Shihan continued, "Jiang Chengyi, he's really good to me now. Don't treat him with that attitude anymore. My sister Shihan is dominantly protecting her husband. I'm jealous, the kind that can't be coaxed." Tao Lele pouted and pulled a long ending, teasing Bai Shihan. Bai Shihan's pretty face suddenly flushed, but she didn't refute. Arriving at the hospital, Bai Shihan knocked on the door with trepidation. The moment she saw Sister Yun, she almost cried. Sister Yun, who originally had a head of black hair, had actually grown some white hair. Her pretty face was now weather-beaten and exhausted. She was wearing a plain cloth dress that had been washed until it was white. This appearance was exactly the same as Bai Shihan's before. When she saw Bai Shihan, Sister Yun was completely stunned and stared at her blankly. Bai Shihan didn't know what to say. The two looked at each other, speechless for a moment. It was Tao Lele who ran in first and took Sister Yun's hand. "Sister Yun, Sister Shihan and I came to find you. How is Auntie's health?" Only then did Sister Yun react, a bit flurried, her hands wringing together. "Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming? Look at me in this state." "Shihan, come in and sit. I just coaxed my mother to sleep. Her health is okay, she can eat and drink, and she'll be fully recovered after one more surgery." Speaking of her mother, a smile appeared on Sister Yun's face. But this smile hid a trace of bitterness. She was already at the end of her rope, still owing more than 100,000 yuan outside. She had borrowed from all her relatives and friends. What would she use to pay for the next surgery? Bai Shihan walked into the ward and sat down. She lowered her head and bit her lip like a child who had done something wrong, not daring to look at Sister Yun again. Tao Lele patted Sister Yun's hand and looked at Bai Shihan. Sister Yun also looked at Bai Shihan, looking carefully. After a moment, a gratified smile appeared on her face. She walked over and sat next to her, taking her hand. "Shihan, I'm very happy that you can come to see me. I'm even happier to see you like this now. This means you're living quite well. Before, Sister Yun stopping you was also for your own good. Don't take it to heart." "Sister Yun, I'm sorry." Bai Shihan couldn't hold back anymore and threw herself directly into Sister Yun's arms, tears falling like raindrops. Sister Yun gently patted Bai Shihan's back and said softly, "No need to apologize. What mother would blame her own child? I really treat you as my daughter. Okay, don't cry anymore. If you cry anymore, you'll become an ugly monster." Bai Shihan was an orphan, but since she graduated from university, Sister Yun had been taking care of her, from her being unknown to her becoming famous by participating in a singing competition until she retired. Sister Yun was by her side at all times. Sister Yun watched her grow up step by step, so when she willfully retired back then, the one who was hurt the most was not her, but Sister Yun. Sister Yun thus gently patted Bai Shihan until she was tired of crying. Raising her red and swollen eyes to look at her, Sister Yun smiled gently at her. Bai Shihan pursed her lips. "Sister Yun, I'm going to make a comeback. Will you come and be my manager again?" Hearing Bai Shihan say this, Sister Yun was stunned and then frowned her beautiful brows. Quote, "Setting aside the matter of the comeback, what about your child? Do you feel safe letting that kid Jiang Chengyi take care of her?" Compared to Tao Lele, Sister Yun was more rational. She clearly remembered that the kid didn't look that honest and didn't seem like someone who would take care of a child, but Bai Shihan nodded. "Jiang Chengyi is Naine's father. He will take good care of Naine. I believe him." Sister Yun rubbed her temples, not knowing what had happened in between, but seeing Bai Shihan's firm appearance. "Okay, even if he can take care of the child, you have to know that a comeback is not an easy thing. Do you have a company you can sign with now? Even after signing, what kind of resources will the company give you?" "Sister Yun, look, this is the contract from Yinghai Entertainment." Bai Shihan hurriedly took the contract out of her bag and handed it to Sister Yun, fearing that if she was a bit late, she wouldn't believe her. Seeing the contract, Sister Yun was stunned. It was actually Yinghai Entertainment, one of China's 3 giants. Okay, let me see. As she spoke, Sister Yun took the contract and flipped through it carefully. Then, the more she looked, the more shocked she became. Seeing the end, her hands began to tremble slightly. What kind of fairy contract is this? Did Bai Shihan kidnap the boss of Yinghai Entertainment? This is a completely unequal contract. For an entertainment company, many of the clauses in it were like bully terms given by Bai Shihan to Yinghai Entertainment. For example, top-tier resources. For example, no restrictions on freedom. For example, a 2-year contract. Sister Yun suddenly raised her head. Is this real? It's real, Sister Yun. Look, the seal of Yinghai Entertainment is on it. How could it be fake? Go on, Bai Shihan. Tell me honestly, how did you sign this contract? Seeing that Sister Yun finally believed her, Bai Shihan breathed a sigh of relief, her face turning slightly red. It was Zhang Chengyi who went to the Magic City to get it for me. He wrote a song for Yinghai Entertainment. Zhang Chengyi? Sister Yun simply doubted her ears. Zhang Chengyi negotiating a contract for Bai Shihan and writing a song? Wasn't this a fantasy, the biggest joke in the world? Shihan, don't blame Sister Yun for not believing him. Can he write songs? Okay, even if he can write songs, what kind of song could be worth such a contract? Shihan, don't be deceived by him. Sister Yun, Zhang Chengyi really wrote a song. Seeing that Sister Yun didn't believe her, Bai Shihan quickly took out her phone and opened TikTok, clicking on the Shi account and handing it to Sister Yun. Sister Yun took the phone half-doubtingly, and even Tao Lele on the side leaned in, as she also didn't believe that man could write songs. However, in the next second, "My God, over 100 million likes!" Tao Lele shouted exaggeratedly, then suddenly shrunk her head and smiled apologetically. This was a hospital ward, shouting like that would affect the patients. Sister Yun was also stunned. What video has over 100 million likes? Then she saw the account named Shi Yi, followed by Huiyan Collaboration, Shi Yi, Huiyan. So that was it. Sister Yun didn't even click on the video because they had all seen this video. Sister Yun raised her head blankly. Is Shi Yi Jing Chengyi? Tao Lele also exclaimed from the side, but this time she lowered her voice. Shi, the most popular and mysterious guy on the entire internet right now. Alright, he seems to really have the surname Jiang. The shocked look on the two of them made Bai Shihan's face turn red again. She was happy he was recognized. She said seriously, "Yes, Jiang Shi is my daughter's formal name." Heavens, a big shot was right beside us, so his previous pathetic look was playing a pig to eat a tiger? Damn him. Sister Yun also recovered her composure. At this time, she raised her head and returned the phone to Bai Shihan, her eyes a bit complicated. She was of course happy that Bai Shihan could live well and have a bright future. But Shihan, with your conditions you can definitely find a better agent, so forget about me. No, Sister Yun, why? Do you not want me anymore? Tao Lele and Bai Shihan spoke at the same time, and Bai Shihan looked even more aggrieved. Sister Yun sighed and looked into the ward. You've seen my situation, my mother needs care, and I really can't leave. You can hire a nanny. Technology is so advanced now you can remotely watch the situation here anytime. Tao Lele said directly. Bai Shihan also looked at Sister Yun with hope. Sister Yun looked troubled. She knew she could hire a nanny, but how could her current financial situation allow her to do so? And if she followed Bai Shihan like this, she would only drag her down. Shihan, don't try to persuade me anymore. I want to watch over my mother. You guys go back. Sister Yun, go back, Shihan. You must cherish such a good opportunity. Don't be so willful in the future. Sister Yun rubbed Bai Shihan's hair and turned her head away cruelly, no longer looking at her. Bai Shihan bit her lip. She didn't understand why Sister Yun was unwilling to go with her, coming with hope and returning with disappointment. Bai Shihan and Tao Lele remained silent all the way. After Bai Shihan dropped Tao Lele off, she drove home alone. The door opened. I was playing games with Nai Nai. Seeing Bai Shihan, I couldn't help but be stunned. She was crying. What happened? You're back. Did things go smoothly? If I didn't understand, I would ask directly. Bai Shihan sat on the sofa with a pouting mouth. The moment she saw me, she seemed to see someone to lean on and wanted to cry again. Sister Yun is unwilling to go with me. Why? I scratched my head. In my memory, that strict woman should adore Bai Shihan. Why would she be unwilling? Bai Shihan told me everything she saw and heard at the hospital today. She spoke aggrievedly, and I listened silently until the whole process was over. I nodded thoughtfully. I see, you are just a dummy. Stay at home with Nai Nai. I'm going out for a bit. Where are you going? Bai Shihan pouted with displeasure on her face, not knowing if she was unhappy about me calling her a dummy or unhappy that I wasn't staying with her at this time. I'm going to find someone very important to you, dummy. First I found a housekeeping company, then I drove to the hospital. Bai Shihan mentioned I didn't go directly to Sister Yun, but first found the doctor. I learned about the details of Sister Yun's mother's condition from the doctor. Then I went up to the inpatient department and came to the door of Ward 302, before the ward. I settled my emotions, putting on as cold an expression as possible, and knocked gently on the door a few times. Footsteps came from inside, and the next moment the door opened. Sister Yun with slightly red eyes appeared in front of me. Seeing me, Sister Yun couldn't help but be puzzled, not knowing what I was doing here. "Sister Yun, aren't you gonna let me in?" My voice was calm. Sister Yun's face was cold, but she still stepped aside to let me into the room. "Xiao Yun, is this your friend?" As soon as I entered the ward, I saw a gray-haired elderly woman with cheeks as thin as bones, sitting on the bed looking at me. Before Sister Yun could answer, she saw me walk quickly to the bedside and hold her mother's hand. "Auntie, my wife is Sister Yun's friend. My wife came by earlier. You were sleeping then, so she didn't disturb you." "Oh, so you're Xiao Yun's friend, young man. You are very kind. It's Xiao Yun's blessing to have friends like you." Sister Yun's mother patted my hand with a kind look, but her thin body looked so heartbreaking. "Auntie, what are you saying? It's our blessing to have Sister Yun as a friend. My wife mumbles about Sister Yun's kindness every day at home. My ears are almost getting calloused. But unfortunately, for this job, my wife wanted Sister Yun to go with her, but she's worried about your health and is unwilling to go. You don't know, my wife went home and was so sad she was nagging me." Sister Yun's face behind me suddenly changed. This guy, was he invited by Bai Shihan to be a lobbyist? "What job? Xiao Yun, what's going on?" Sister Yun's mother didn't know about her specific job, and now hearing me say this, her gray eyebrows immediately furrowed. "Mom, don't listen to his nonsense. There's no job, my job is fine." Sister Yun glared at me and hurriedly explained to her mother. Although Sister Yun's mother was nearly 70 years old, she wasn't stupid. She knew it must be that she made her daughter worry and thus delayed her work. Immediately she held my hand with both of hers and asked, "Young man, Xiao Yun has made you worry. This child is just stubborn. Tell me what job it is." I looked troubled, looked at Sister Yun, and then said, "Auntie, you see, my mouth just won't stay shut. Mainly this job requires business trips. Originally we wanted to hire a nanny to take care of you, but Sister Yun is worried. She wants to take care of you personally." "Xiao Yun, you child, why didn't you tell me about such a thing? Since the job requires you to go on business trips, then go." Sister Yun's mother heard my words and turned to look at her daughter. "Mom!" Sister Yun was anxious and hated me to death in her heart. She did want to stay here to take care of her mother, but the root cause was that she simply couldn't leave. Where would she get the money to hire a nanny? Even the money for the next surgery was making her mentally exhausted. "Sister Yun, let's go out and talk." My face was still calm, as if I didn't care at all about Sister Yun's angry stare. I squeezed Sister Yun's mother's hand and said kindly, "Auntie, don't worry, it's fine for me to talk to Sister Yun." After saying that, I got up and left the ward. Sister Yun bit her teeth, looked at her mother, and followed me out. In the corridor, Sister Yun looked up and glared at me. "What exactly do you want to do?" Quote, "Just treat me as a bad person. I just don't want to make Bai Shihan sad, by the way. I've paid for Auntie's next surgery, and I've contacted a nanny. I'll give you the number. You choose the person yourself." I replied flatly. The height difference between us made me feel a bit condescending. "Zhang Chengyi, are you pitying me?" Sister Yun laughed angrily. "You're overthinking it. It has to be paid back. It will be deducted from the salary Bai Shihan gives you in the future. This time you and Lele are employed by Bai Shihan. It has nothing to do with Yinghai Entertainment. I don't care how much salary she pays you anyway. This is my money, you have to pay me back." I acted like a hoodlum. "Anyway, I've already paid for the surgery fee and the nanny's fee, and they won't give a refund. I don't care what you do next." After I finished speaking, I didn't give Sister Yun time to react and strode towards the exit. "Zhang Chengyi, don't tell Shihan." When I was about to reach the door, Sister Yun's voice came. I didn't look back, just waved my hand. Sister Yun just watched my figure disappear out the door with complicated eyes. As soon as I got back home, Bai Shihan came over, her small face full of a desire for knowledge. I deliberately didn't look at her, but happily picked up Nai. "Nai, what do you want to eat for dinner?" Bai Shihan's expression completely froze, looking at me as I walked past her in disbelief. "I love everything Dad makes," the little fellow said very supportively, not noticing at all that her mother's small face had already collapsed. "Good, then Dad will go make it now." Saying that, I kissed the little fellow's cheek and walked towards the kitchen. "Zhang Chengyi, I'm angry." Bai Shihan pouted with a face full of grievance. This person actually turned a blind eye to her. Didn't he know she was waiting at home very anxiously? What is it? I turned around, my innocent expression making Bai Shihan even angrier. When I went out, I called her a dummy so gently, but when I came back, I played dumb. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Bai Shihan plopped down on the sofa, crossing her arms and turning her face away to no longer look at me. Her temper is growing. Not bad. I laughed and decided not to tease her anymore. When you go out tomorrow, remember to take your 2 loyal bodyguards with you, with your temper. If you don't take them out, you'll be bullied to death. Bai Shihan suddenly turned her head, her eyes shining. This face-changing speed amazed even me. Sister Yun agreed? What do you think? All right, I'm going to cook. Please don't disturb me. Jiang Chengyi, how did you do it? In the end, Bai Shihan still didn't ask how I did it. Whenever she asked, I played dumb, but this didn't affect her eyes shining. As she looked at me, ever since Jiang Chengyi changed, it seemed there was nothing I couldn't do. I frankly enjoyed Bai Shihan's admiring gaze. I'm now a wealthy guy. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. After Bai Shihan told me about Sister Yun's matter, I roughly guessed the reason. People can't even afford to eat. What dreams are they going to pursue with you? Early the next morning, Bai Shihan got up, and I rarely went out for a run today. The 2 of us stayed in the kitchen with great understanding, making breakfast together. Bai Shihan's luggage was already packed and placed in the living room. Nainai was still sleeping. She didn't plan to wait for Nainai to wake up before leaving. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to bear it then. Breakfast was ready quickly. Bai Shihan ate breakfast quietly, and I sat beside her, talking now and then. We were just like a normal family. The wife was going out to work, and the husband was nagging instructions. Remember to call often when you get there, otherwise Nainai will miss you. I've already told them over there that you'll be going today. The Magic City isn't far. Come back when you're free. If anything happens outside, remember to tell me. Don't keep it in your heart like a fool. Bai Shihan listened to me while eating porridge. She suddenly felt a bit lost in her heart. She didn't want to leave home a bit. Bai Shihan ate this meal very, very slowly, until the porridge reached the bottom and her phone rang. She was still a bit dazed. It was only after I reminded her that she reacted and picked up the phone. Hello, Sister Shihan. I'm ready. Sister Yun is with me. When are you coming over? Quote, I'll be there in a while. You guys wait a bit. Okay, then see you downstairs at my house. I looked at the luggage. It's time to set off. Don't make people wait. Bai Shihan nodded. I'll go take a look at Nainai and then leave. On the other side, in the Yinghai Entertainment Building in the Magic City, Yang Chenglin arrived at the office early, but today her work was always restless. Finally, after enduring until noon, she calculated the time. Yang Chenglin went downstairs to the entrance of the building. Today, that guy's wife was coming. She wanted to see what kind of person the wife he pampered so much was. After waiting for only a short while, Yang Chenglin saw a car with a Zhang City license plate drive into the parking lot in front of the building. Yang Chenglin's eyes narrowed slightly. Looking closely, 3 people got out of the car, a chirping girl with infinite youthful vitality. Another older one who already had white hair. Seeing the small through the large, after seeing these 2 friends of Bai Shihan, she knew that Bai Shihan's personality must be very good. She looked at the girl walking in the middle. Her oval face was white with a touch of red. Her almond eyes were as agile as water. A woman like water looked heartbreakingly delicate. No wonder that guy would be like that. Yang Chenglin gathered her thoughts and stepped forward quickly. Hello, you must be Bai Shihan. I am Yang Chenglin, Deputy Director of the Human Resources Department of Yinghai Entertainment. On behalf of Yinghai Entertainment, I welcome you to join us. Yang Chenglin smiled and stretched out her hand, looking directly at Bai Shihan. Hello, I am Bai Shihan. Bai Shihan's voice was soft. How was such a woman tricked away by that guy Jiang Chengyi before? Sister Yun thought in her heart, and there was a hint of complexity in her eyes. Also, only such a person would have the vision to pick up the worthless Jiang Chengyi at that time. Then I'll take you for a tour first. After all, you'll be working here for the next 2 years. The sooner you get familiar with it, the better. After the tour, I'll take you to the artist's apartment. Several people followed Yang Chenglin into the building. All the way Tao Lele was simply shocked. This place was much more luxurious than the Tianmei Entertainment branch in Jiang City, and one could see those stars who often appeared on the trending searches at any time. This was something the Tianmei branch couldn't compare with. You know, in Jiang City, a second-line singer like Liu Qian could throw her weight around. Yang Chenglin took them on the elevator all the way to the 11th floor, introducing them very enthusiastically, during which many people greeted Yang Chenglin, their faces all wearing strange looks of flattery. Bai Shihan was quite curious that when they saw her, their eyes clearly showed jealousy. She didn't understand. Wasn't Yang Chenglin the deputy director of the Human Resources Department? Why did everyone look at her with such eyes? And what made Bai Shihan even stranger was that she also saw a balding middle-aged man with the badge of the Human Resources Director, who took the initiative to stop and greet Yang Chenglin, and even greeted her. Bai Shihan was a bit overwhelmed and replied, "This director named Zhang Chao had a really good temper and was actually so polite to her. You know, at the Tianmei branch, no matter what kind of leader it was, they would look at people with their nostrils pointed to the sky." Then Yang Chenglin stopped at the end of the corridor. She pointed to the lounge in front of her and said to Bai Shihan, "This will be your exclusive lounge in the future. When you're in the company with no announcements and aren't busy, you can always stay here to rest." Bai Shihan looked up and saw that the door of this lounge was tightly closed, with a combination lock on it, and her name was indeed written on the door plate. While Yang Chenglin was entering the password, she introduced these combination locks to Bai Shihan. "The initial password is 6 sixes. You can change the password later. Okay, come and see your lounge." The door was opened, and a group of people entered the room. Tao Lele was the first to, "Wow! Director Yang, this lounge is too big and the decoration is luxurious." Except for Sister Yun, who was more calm. Even Bai Shihan was shocked. She had never seen such a luxurious lounge. Yang Chenglin looked at the surprised expressions of the several people and also smiled. Not everyone had this treatment, top-tier resources, right? Then the lounge must also be, according to the top tier. At this time, the adjacent door suddenly opened, and a graceful and luxurious woman walked out from inside in high heels, followed by a small assistant wearing glasses, and then greeted Yang Chenglin. "Sister Yang, you're personally bringing someone to see the room?" Lena, are you going out?" Yang Chenglin replied with a flat expression. "There's a meet and greet this afternoon. I have to go out. Sister Yang, you're busy. I'm leaving first." Lena finished, glanced at Bai Shihan and others, didn't greet them, and left elegantly in her high heels. "Let's go too. It's noon. Upstairs are all conference rooms. Generally they're useless, except when the company has a meeting. I won't take you for a tour there. Let's go directly to the artist's apartment. You guys put your luggage down, and then we'll go to eat. It's on me." Yang Chenglin turned her head and said to Bai Shihan with a smile again. Bai Shihan only felt she was over-enthusiastic. Bai Shihan had a good impression of this company today, but it was just a bit strange that some people were clearly much more enthusiastic towards her. Getting on the elevator, Bai Shihan suddenly asked softly, "Director Yang, are you very familiar with Jiang Chengyi?" After asking this, she clearly saw the smile on Yang Chenglin's face freeze for a moment. Was it really like this? Bai Shihan's eyes were slightly cold, and a bit of an inexplicable feeling rose in her heart. "Fortunately, I was the one who received him when he came over, and I've been following up on the cooperation, so we're somewhat familiar," Yang Chenglin said quickly. Bai Shihan just gave a soft response and stopped talking. The group went downstairs. Yang Chenglin still drove her gray Mercedes in front, and Bai Shihan slowly followed behind. As soon as Tao Lele got in the car, she spoke heartlessly about the goodness of this place. Until Sister Yun gave her a look, then she suddenly realized that Sister Shihan's mood seemed a bit bad. She was quite happy before. "Sister Shihan, what's wrong with you?" Tao Lele clung to the front seat and asked curiously, "I'm fine, Lele," you continue. "Is this called fine?" Tao Lele was baffled and turned to seek help from Sister Yun. Sister Yun smiled and didn't speak. She saw at a glance that someone had fallen into a vinegar jar. "Nai, be good. Daddy will play the little tiger for you. Let's stop crying, okay?" At home, I'm now in a mess. Since Nai woke up, she's been clamoring to find her mother. I tried my best, but the result was that Nai cried even harder. Yesterday, I even promised Bai Shihan that I would take good care of Nai. As a result, I just want to say one thing now. Your servant cannot do it. Clearly, when Bai Shihan was at home before, Nai always stuck to me and didn't cry. What's going on now? Facing this situation, I also wanted to cry. I thought I was a king. But now facts prove I'm just a bronze. I bared my teeth and played the little tiger, but Nai's little pearls were still falling one by one. "Daddy's bad," he hid. "Mommy, I want mommy, ugh." Nai sat on the sofa with a stance that if she didn't see her mother today, she wouldn't give up. I crouched in front of the sofa and scratched my head. What should I do? Bai Shihan has only been gone for half a day. I can't call her back now. Wouldn't she laugh at me to death? No, I fell into a struggle and the tiger image on my face instantly collapsed. At this time, the phone on the table rang. I glanced at it listlessly, and in the next second, a look of surprise suddenly shot out of my eyes. The savior is here! I wanted to cry. I quickly picked up the phone. It was a WeChat message from Bai Shihan with only 2 simple words. Are you there? I hurriedly sent a message. I'm here. I must be here. Aren't you busy? Already having finished lunch and resting in the apartment. Bai Shihan looked at the message on her phone with a flat expression, seemingly even with a hint of murderous intent. I had lunch with Director Yang at noon today. What the heck is this irrelevant answer? If you had lunch with Director Yang, then have lunch. Why do you need to tell me? I scratched my head and couldn't bother to think much. Quickly starting a video call, Bai Shihan's cold and pretty face appeared on the screen. I chuckled and pointed the phone at Nai. Hi, Nai misses you. Zhang Chengyi, is this what you meant by taking good care of Nai? I pretended not to hear. With an innocent look, I saw the little fellow crying piteously. Now finally seeing her mother on the phone, she used her 2 little hands to wipe her tears hard, feeling very aggrieved. Mommy, did Daddy hide you? Do you not want Nai anymore? Nai, be good. Mommy just went out to work and will come home soon. Bai Shihan coaxed the little fellow softly over there. And the little fellow finally slowly stopped her tears, holding the phone with both hands, wanting to get closer to Bai Shihan. At this moment, I only felt that my heart had suffered a 10,000-ton critical hit. I had coaxed her for a long time, making faces and playing the tiger, and it wasn't as useful as a single word from Bai Shihan. Bai Shihan coaxed her a few more times, and Nai finally completely stopped crying. I breathed a long sigh of relief. Having coaxed the little fellow, I turned the phone to face myself, my eyes flickering like a thief, just not daring to look at Bai Shihan. Zhang Chengyi, can you really take good care of the child? Bai Shihan's questioning words came from the phone. I was instantly anxious. Who are you looking down on? Today was just an accident. If I went out, you wouldn't be able to coax her either. I was full of defiance. Bai Shihan gave me a deep look. Does this person have no self-awareness? Wait, she didn't call to say this. This man is changing the subject. Bai Shihan's eyes were slightly cold, and she asked as if she didn't care at all. Are you very familiar with Director Yang? I guess so, I answered casually, not knowing at all that I was already frantically testing on the edge of death. I guess so. Bai Shihan looked at me with faint eyes and repeated it. I inexplicably felt a chill coming. Yeah, I guess so. Are you used to it over there? No, I have something to do. I'm hanging up. Bai Shihan rolled her eyes at me and decided to ignore me anymore. The video was abruptly hung up, and I only felt belatedly that she was angry. It was inexplicable. I, who got shot, even while lying down, put the phone down and looked at my daughter, who was curled up on the sofa, no longer distressed and becoming cute and adorable again, and laughed darkly. For the next 2 consecutive days, Bai Shihan called home once a day, which saved me a lot of worry. But what I found strange was that every time this woman called, she was talking to our daughter. As soon as it came to me, it was as if I owed her 8 million. She had no good face. I could only comfort myself that a woman always has those 2 days a month. Just endure it and it will pass. Bai Shihan was very idle these 2 days. Either in the apartment or in the lounge, the company did not give her any announcements. Sister Yun had been contacting outside lyricists and composers, but unfortunately, there was no harvest, which made Tao Lele sigh all day with nothing to do, for example. At this moment, she was lying on the sofa holding a pillow complaining. Q. Sister Shihan, what do you think Yinghai Entertainment means? They don't give any activities. They don't even release a comeback message. What's the difference between this and not coming back? Sister Yun also had a worried face. These past 2 days, she had contacted many former lyricists and composers in the industry, but as soon as they heard it was Bai Shihan who wanted to make a comeback, they all politely declined. After all, no one was stupid. Someone who had been out of the circle for more than 2 years, with no current popularity and no resources. Writing a song for her was seen as just throwing money away. Wait a bit more patiently, there will always be a way. Bai Shihan comforted Tao Lele. These 2 days, she had also been trying to compose, but she always lacked inspiration and was stuck. It made her think of me. If it were Zhang Chengyi, he would definitely be able to make a better song than this. right? Thinking of this, Bai Shihan couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged. She seemed to be inferior to me everywhere now. Why don't you go and ask Jiang Chengyi? Tao Lele suddenly flipped over, sat up, and said. Bai Shihan was a bit hesitant. Her original intention in coming out was not to rely on me so much. She considered it carefully for a while and said, let's wait for 2 more days. If it still doesn't work, I'll call Jiang Chengyi, okay? Tao Lele hugged the pillow in her arms, her expression a bit frustrated. She didn't understand. That guy Jiang Chengyi was Sister Shihan's husband, so why couldn't Sister Shihan just ask him for a song? What Bai Shihan and the others didn't know was that in the meeting room of Yinghai Entertainment, Yang Xian and a group of leaders were having a meeting. An invitation document was placed in front of them. Yang Xian pressed his hand down, and the noisy meeting room immediately became quiet. Everyone has seen it, right? The New Song Conference is the most famous star-making program in China. Singers who have emerged there in the past are basically in first-line positions now. Now that their program is about to start, we have 2 spots. Let's discuss which 2 people should go. After Yang Xian finished speaking, there were immediately whispers in the meeting room. After a while, a scholarly man was the first to speak. I think Chengdi can do it. She has a sweet appearance, good popularity, and sings well. She is currently a second-line singer. If she can get a ranking in the New Song Conference, there is a high probability of being promoted to the first line. As soon as the man finished speaking, most of the people present began to nod in agreement. Seeing this, Yang Xian decided, then Chengdi will be the first one. There is 1 more spot. Who do you think is more suitable? As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Chao stood up and said, Chairman, I think Bai Shihan is also okay. Bai Shihan? Yang Xian suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the person recommended by that kid Jiang Chengyi? She had already come to the company. As soon as Zhang Chao finished speaking, the scholarly man spoke again. Director Zhang, I don't think Bai Shihan will do. Even a commoner is better than her. Not to mention, she has no popularity and no works. Just the fact that she retired because of marriage back then makes the impression she'll give the audience not much better. Zhang Chao waved his hand carelessly and argued strongly. It is precisely because of this that we should choose her even more. Since she is making a comeback in our company, we need to give her a stage. I have heard Bai Shihan's previous songs. She sings very well, and her appearance is not bad at all. In this case, why can't we choose her? The scholarly man frowned. Director Zhang, you are in charge of HR. I'm in charge of operations. Compared to you, I know better that what a singer needs most is popularity. We are not a charity company. Should we give her a stage just because she is in the company? Director Yin, you talk to me about popularity, then you don't know who recommended Bai Shihan, right? May I ask Director Yin how Shi's popularity is? What if he writes a song for Bai Shihan? Shi? Even Yin Ping was a bit stunned when he heard Shi's name. He dared to say Shi had no popularity? He didn't dare. That MV co-created with Hui Yin had hundreds of millions of likes, and it was said his fans had reached 50 million. Yin Ping adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. Are you sure Shi will write a song for Bai Shihan? Okay, stop arguing. I can be sure of this. Yang Xian pressed his hand down to signal them to stop. Quote, in that case, the candidates will be Chengdi and Bai Shihan. Send out the notice. Seeing the chairman speak, Yin Ping could only nod unwillingly. He still had another candidate in mind, but unfortunately he didn't have time to say it before it was decided. In the Jiang City Tianmei Entertainment branch, Sister Yuan trotted all the way into the lounge, panting. Liu Qian, good news! This time it can be considered a blessing in disguise. Liu Qian frowned. What good news? Putting a hot face to a cold butt. Sister Yuan's excited mood was extinguished. Looking at Liu Qian, she became more and more annoyed. The two were truly disgusted with each other now. But since Liu Qian had not yet fallen, she still had to serve this ancestor. The company decided to let you go to the New Song Conference, and has invited a famous lyricist and composer to write a song for you. This is also considered the company's compensation for your loss last time. New Song Conference? Liu Qian was stunned, looking at Sister Yuan to confirm again. Is it that New Song Conference where you can join the ranks of first-line singers as long as you get a ranking? Yes. Could there be 2 New Song Conferences? Xiao Qian, this is your chance. You must grasp it well. I spent a lot of effort to help you get this opportunity. Seeing Liu Qian become serious, Sister Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. New song conference. I'm going to be famous. Liu Qian then reacted, jumping up from her chair, her joy beyond words. She didn't hear Sister Yuan claiming credit at all, only the news that she was going to be famous. Xiao Qian, there are still 3 days before it starts. Let's keep steady. This time it is the famous lyricist and composer Wu Fan who will write a song for you. You must sing it well, Sister Yuan advised. This time, Sister Yuan also hoped she could get a good rank. Liu Qian didn't care and became even more excited upon hearing Wu Fan's name. Is it that Wu Fan who is known as the godfather of music? Then isn't it a sure win? What else is there to worry about? Him and I, that's a strong alliance. Sister Yuan sighed, but on second thought it was true. Although Liu Qian's character wasn't great, her singing skills were solid. With a song from the music godfather, she would definitely be able to sprint for the top 3. In the artist apartment in Magic City, Bai Shihan received a call from the operations department notifying her to prepare for the new song conference in 3 days. After hanging up, Bai Shihan was stunned. They were just discussing how to make a comeback, and unexpectedly the company sent a pillow right away. Seeing Bai Shihan's dazed look, Tao Lei couldn't help but ask curiously, Sister Shihan, who was it? The company's operations department notifying me to participate in the new song conference in 3 days. New song conference? New song conference. Really? Sister Shihan, are you serious? Tao Lei was stunned for a moment, and in the next second she jumped up, grabbing Bai Shihan's shoulders and shaking them excitedly. Shihan, did the company really let you participate in the new song conference? Sister Yun asked carefully. Yes, the operations department has already sent the notice. Bai Shihan nodded. Sister Yun's face also had difficulty hiding her joy. Using the new song conference as a stage to announce a strong return was very good. Only now the top priority is to find a suitable lyricist and composer. I am contacting people I knew before. Shihan, you try to write a song yourself. In the next 3 days, we must find a good song to sound the first shot of the comeback. The three had a clear division of labor. Tao Lei began to choose ingredients for lunch, Sister Yun started making calls, and Bai Shihan spread out score paper on the table to think. At this time, I was teaching Nai her second nursery rhyme. Nai had been very good these 2 days, maybe because Bai Shihan called every day, but I felt my own contribution was great too. I wore a big bad wolf headpiece, pretending to look fierce while singing cute lyrics. Little white rabbit, be good, open the door, open it quickly, I want to come in. At dusk after dinner, Nai was nodding off. Even so, she insisted on hearing a bedtime story before falling into a deep sleep. It was 7 p.m. I had been thinking about what song to prepare for Bai Shihan. There were too many songs in my original world, and my thoughts were messy. I opened TikTok to swipe for a while. Just Ordinary's popularity hadn't faded. Many netizens were even turning Nai's expressions into emojis. Besides the frequent heat, now on the internet, the hottest topic is the upcoming New Song Conference. The annual New Song Conference. Every time 1 or 2 explosive singers appear, which makes many people constantly talk about it. And the fans of the singers participating in this New Song Conference are even more active in pulling votes for their little masters. This New Song Conference is conducted in the form of a full live broadcast, with a total of 4 famous veteran mentors voting. There is no situation of a tie in the number of votes, because there is also 1 vote that will be voted in real time by the vast number of netizens, which also makes the audience's participation directly maximized. Early the next morning, I was woken up by the phone ringing. Nai beside me had already woken up. I didn't know how long the little fellow had been playing. I only saw her playing happily. I patted Nai's little head and conveniently picked up the phone. The caller displayed was actually that little girl Tao Lei. Hello? What are you doing so early in the morning? I gave a yawn. Hello? Jiang Chengyi, you quickly take care of Sister Shihan. She's obsessed. She hasn't slept from last night until now. Tao Lei was speaking in a low voice like a thief. She was making this call to me behind Bai Shihan's back. What happened? I frowned. Why did this person cherish her body so little? Just managed to feed her a bit fatter with a lot of effort. Don't let her lose it again. Sister Shihan is participating in the New Song Conference, but we don't have a song. Sister Shihan has become obsessed in order to create a song. I scratched my head. I didn't expect Bai Shihan to participate in a competition after only going there for a few days. Originally in the contract of cooperation with Yinghai Entertainment, it was me who would write songs for her. This was indeed my negligence. I had been thinking about the song here for a long time, and as a result, the eyebrows over there were already on fire. I know, I will call her. Lele also thank you for taking care of her. Tesk, who helped you? Taking care of Sister Shihan is a matter of course. Okay, no more talking. Sister Shihan is coming out. Tao Lele hurriedly hung up the phone, looking a bit like a thief with a guilty conscience at Bai Shihan. Since Bai Shihan hadn't slept for a night, her spirit was very poor at this time and she didn't notice her small movements. Bai Shihan was very frustrated now. She felt she was about to catch that melody, but every time it was just a little bit short. She didn't understand where the difference was, so her mood was naturally not very good. Also at this time, my call came in. Bai Shihan hurriedly collected her emotions and picked up the phone. Hello? Is it Nai who misses me? Can't I call you if Nai doesn't miss you? I am your husband. My voice came from the phone. Bai Shihan's face turned slightly red. It was the first time I called myself her husband. Bai Shihan didn't answer. For a moment, the two of them were a bit silent. After a while, my sighing voice came from the phone. Why didn't you tell me you were participating in the new song conference? Why make yourself so tired for something that can be easily solved? If you really break your body, how sad would Nai be? I said helplessly. In my view, this was clearly something that could be easily completed. Bai Shihan could have just told me directly, but she happened not to say. Bai Shihan had stayed up all night, and her spirit was already on the edge of collapse. Now hearing me ask like this, Bai Shihan felt like I was questioning her. She suddenly felt a great sense of grievance rushing to her heart. She subconsciously bit her lip, a trace of stubbornness flashed across her face, and tears gradually filled her eyes. Bai Shihan didn't speak. She was afraid her voice would reveal her current state. I couldn't see her expression and subconsciously frowned. After a moment, I suddenly heard the sobbing on the other side. She was crying? What happened? I felt it was very ridiculous. I seemed to have said nothing. This emotional thing is a bit hard to handle. Oh, why are you crying for no reason? I still couldn't hold back. Bai Shihan felt she was so useless. Zhang Chengyi. Bai Shihan spoke with a crying tone. Her voice was loud, sounding a bit like being ashamed and angry to me. I was stunned. It was the first time I heard Bai Shihan speak to me like this, with a trembling voice and full of grievance. I could suddenly think of her small expression now. Bai Shihan pursed her small mouth, tears still in her eyes. She also realized her loss of composure. It was just that some words, if not said, her heart would be so uncomfortable. Jiang Chengyi, do you think I'm useless and can only rely on you? I don't want to be like this. Quote, sorry, I'm not blaming you. I'm just worried about your body. Forgetting about writing a song was indeed my negligence. So she was thinking about this. My words just now did have some problems. I belatedly reacted and said with a smile. Bai Shihan's words were interrupted by me before she finished. The me on the other side laughed. Actually laughed a bit happily. She was already so aggrieved, and he didn't see it and even laughed. Bai Shihan was even more aggrieved. After meeting that mature beauty Yang Chenglin, she suddenly felt that compared to her, she seemed to be worthless. That mature beauty had the figure and the temperament and had good talent, and from her eyes, Bai Shihan saw her appreciation for me. Bai Shihan was thinking wildly, but my voice on the phone continued to come over. But Bai Shihan, I really want to knock open your little head and see what's inside. For me, you and Nai are the best gifts given to me by heaven. Don't overthink anything. I'm telling you very seriously. Bai Shihan is my wife, unique, and no one can replace her, I said loudly. My voice was so firm. Since I came to this home and was accepted by Bai Shihan and Nai, we were a family. In a family, there is no such thing as who relies on whom, only supporting each other. Bai Shihan was stunned by my words. She didn't expect me to say such a thing. What wife, what unique, these words made Bai Shihan's originally pale face instantly turn crimson. Bai Shihan gave a soft, and her mood clearly improved. Okay, in the future you are not allowed to have such messy thoughts. Understand? I'll send it to you tonight. Take these 2 days to practice more. If you die before the mission is accomplished, wouldn't that be slapping my Jiang someone's face? My voice continued to come from the receiver. Listening to these arrogant words, Bai Shihan burst out laughing. Who knew what Jiang someone he was? One would think he was some historical celebrity. But the sentence, dying before the mission is accomplished, was really good, and she didn't know why I suddenly became so cultured. Then I want to see what kind of song you, Jiang someone, can actually write. Bai Shihan, who was talked around by me, became relaxed. Go to sleep now. Only when you have spirit can you practice the song well. Then she hung up the phone. I heard the busy tone on the phone and then breathed a sigh of relief. Coaxing a wife felt even harder than coaxing a kid. But fortunately, none of this stumped me. Jiang someone? I took a pen and score paper from the drawer and became conflicted about which song would be suitable. If others knew about my current conflict, they would probably vomit blood with anger. Others put all their heart into creating a song, but I didn't know which one to choose among thousands of songs. After struggling for a long time, I still couldn't decide. There were too many good songs in my heart. For a while, they were all crowding in my head, competing for favor, making my thoughts very chaotic. I opened the window a bit irritably. A cool breeze blew in, lowering the irritability in my heart a bit. In the community downstairs, a young couple was parting. The boy was dragging a large suitcase with a face full of reluctance. The girl's eyes were misty with tears as they bid farewell. Seeing this scene, I suddenly remembered a sentence. Love rises with the wind, but when the wind stops, the regret remains. They are parting now. When the boy returns, will the two of them still be together? It's an unknown. But the boy still had to go to the wider world outside to make a career and have a look. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but be stunned. Then I walked quickly to the desk, took the pen and wrote, "The wind rises," on the score paper. My head was now full of this familiar melody. When this song came out back then, how many people's youthful regret was it? Spreading out the score paper, my eyes were filled with memories, writing down various musical notes on it bit by bit. Gradually, I was completely immersed in this wonderful music, and my mouth couldn't help but start humming along. I didn't know how long had passed. Until a childish voice of Nine sounded, I only then suddenly came back to my senses. Daddy, hungry, food. I immediately showed a motherly smile. Is my little baby hungry? Daddy will prepare lunch right away. My daughter's words were an imperial decree. As a daughter slave, I didn't dare to delay for a moment, threw the pen and turned to go to the kitchen. 2 hours later, the father and daughter, who had eaten and drunk their fill, were sprawled on the sofa. Nine was giggling, not forgetting to help Daddy rub his little belly. Then she herself also gave a burp. The father and daughter immediately played together. Bai Shihan's video also called at this time as scheduled. Large dark circles were still hanging under her eyes. Obviously, she hadn't had enough sleep. Seeing the lazy posture of this father and daughter, Bai Shihan was extremely envious in her heart. Hey! People are working hard outside. You two are at home enjoying family happiness. The big and the small are both heartless. Bai Shihan rarely made a pitiful look. Her almond eyes were watery as she accused. I haven't been idle either. The song is already written. I'll send it to you later. Nine also leaned over, similarly learning from me by raising her hands, a pair of identical almond eyes, also watery as if competing with Bai Shihan to see who was more pitiful. Nine hasn't been idle either. Nine watched 2 fewer episodes of cartoons today and learned 5 more numbers. Bai Shihan immediately couldn't hold it, instantly losing her composure. She admitted she couldn't beat this little goblin. Okay! Our Nine worked the hardest. Let mommy give you a kiss. Mwah! The little fellow immediately happily sent her little mouth up, also rewarding Bai Shihan with a mwah. Hey, won't you reward me with one? I coughed, shamelessly leaning my face towards the phone screen, making Bai Shihan's pretty face turn crimson at a speed visible to the naked eye. The most crucial thing was that the little fellow was still cheering on the side, telling mommy to reward daddy with one too. In the end, Bai Shihan really couldn't resist the little fellow's enthusiasm, nor could she resist my thick skin, pursed her lips and gave a symbolic kiss, but didn't make the mwah sound. Having received the reward, my face blossomed with joy. I quickly ran to the bedroom, held the written score paper to the phone camera. See? I didn't lie to you. The song is really written. This kiss of yours was not wasted. Bai Shihan gave me a charming roll of her eyes, but in her heart she was shocked beyond measure. It had only been a few hours and he had already written a song? She felt hit. After thinking for so many days, there was only a bit of melody that she couldn't catch no matter how hard she tried, but in just a few hours a finished song came out of me. This man is a monster. The family of 3 chatted for a while longer before hanging up the phone. I took a complete photo of the score and the lyrics and sent them to Bai Shihan. Bai Shihan received the WeChat message and clicked on the image above with some anticipation. A large title caught her eye. The Wind Rises. What kind of immortal song is this? After finishing the lyrics and the score, Bai Shihan felt her heartbeat slightly speed up. She now finally understood the gold content of those online comments. What's produced by Shi must be a masterpiece. This is it. And the most terrifying thing was that I only used a few hours to create such a song. Bai Shihan couldn't wait to ask me how many things I was hiding in my head behind her back. Thinking of this, Bai Shihan took a deep breath and picked up the phone. I had just finished changing Nine Eye's clothes and was preparing to go out to walk the kid when I saw Bai Shihan's video call coming in again. Is there anything else? Sister, didn't you just hang up not long ago? Why again? In the video, Bai Shihan's eyes were fiery, looking straight at me, making me a bit unable to take it. What? What is it? My voice stammered. My eyes dodged. What did this woman mean? Was she showing off that her eyes were beautiful? Can't I call you if there's nothing? Good fellow, learning and selling immediately. Just now I had used this reason on her, and she immediately gave it back. This woman is not only beautiful, but also holds a grudge. I thought to myself, but my mouth was laughing it off. Of course you can. Jiang Chengyi. What exactly are you hiding behind my back? Where does this come from? How can you slander an innocent person without reason? I scratched my head, frowning in confusion. Seeing me like this, Bai Shihan's pretty face turned red, a bit ashamed and angry. Her voice unconsciously became louder. Quote, "These songs of yours." Oh, these? If I say I suddenly became enlightened one day, would you believe it? Ha ha ha, it was a very sudden accident. Not knowing how to explain, I could only touch my nose and try to muddle through. Bai Shihan gave a deep look and didn't follow up. After a while, she suddenly said, "Thank you." I was completely confused by her sudden sentence, only able to nod. "You practiced the song well, Nai and I will cheer for you then." Okay. Bai Shihan's voice was very small. When she looked up again, there was already a smile on her face. "I won't let this song of yours be buried." I nodded, took Nine Eye's hand and waved it in front of the camera. "Nine Eye and I are going out." The video hung up. Bai Shihan picked up her phone and knocked on Tao Leilei's door. "Leilei, get ready, we're going to the company to practice the song." "Practice the song? We have a song? Really? Was it given by Jiang Chengyi? I knew he wouldn't sit idly by." Tao Leilei became excited, her face full of surprise, directly grabbing Bai Shihan's hand and shaking it, not noticing at all that she had let the secret out. Bai Shihan's face turned slightly red, glanced at Tao Leilei, only then knowing that it was this fellow who had betrayed her. The 3 drove to Yinghai Entertainment. Bai Shihan planned to stay here often these 2 days until she sang this song to her satisfaction. Only when she truly sang "The Wind Rises" did she know how good this song was. After practicing it several times, Bai Shihan also slowly found the feeling. She sang more and more calmly. If I were here, I would definitely exclaim, this was almost the same as the original singer I heard. The practice time passed very quickly. Time unknowingly arrived in the afternoon. The 3 came out of the recording studio. The door of the opposite room also happened to open. A cute girl with a baby face also happened to walk out from inside at this time. She was stunned when she saw Bai Shihan, but still nodded friendly to Bai Shihan. Bai Shihan returned a smile, facing the kindness, but the man standing behind her with gold-rimmed glasses had his nostrils pointed to the sky, not giving Bai Shihan any good face at all. After Bai Shihan left, this man gave a cold snort. Truly lacking in vision, don't even know to greet a leader. I don't know how the company selected her. Uncle, she just came to the company? It's a problem if she can recognize you. Xiao Di, you must sing well this time, you know? You were selected by me, don't lose your uncle's face. Got it! This girl was precisely Cheng Di, who was to participate in the new song conference with Bai Shihan, and her uncle was none other than Yin Ping. For the next few days, Bai Shihan went out early and returned late every day, practicing very hard. This effort made Tao Leilei's heart ache. Sister Yun was not idle either. She picked up Bai Shihan's Weibo again and posted a comeback statement. "Hello everyone, I am Bai Shihan. On the new song conference on August 7th, I will set sail again. Yinghai Entertainment singer Bai Shihan is on the way. I hope everyone can give me more advice in the future. And also hope everyone can interact more under my Weibo. Thank you everyone. The statement was very short. Bai Shihan's remaining fans were only a few thousand, mostly zombie fans, so after the statement was issued, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean and did not cause any waves. Only a few former old fans and some small marketing accounts discovered this statement. Although Bai Shihan had been out of the circle for more than 2 years, the traffic of the new song conference was enough, so these small marketing accounts began to edit one after another. Through the promotion of these small marketing accounts, many people vaguely remembered this former popular young star. However, they didn't take it seriously. It's old news. Who still cared about this? August 7th, the new song conference officially opened. However, the director of this new song conference, Ren Chao, was very worried because Shi Yi Song had been occupying the hot search, so the traffic of their new song conference was completely incomparable to before. But the annual new song conference could not be postponed because of one person. He could only bite the bullet and started this new song conference. Unfortunately, he couldn't contact Shi Yi. If he could let him sit in the new song conference as a mentor, the traffic would explode at the start. At this time, I had no idea about any of this. I was leading Nai in a long line into the gymnasium. Yes! After eating lunch at noon, I went to Magic City behind Bai Shihan's back. Since I was going to help her cheer, it must be on-site cheering. The atmosphere on the scene was very warm. I looked around and basically everyone had support sticks in their hands, and some people were holding up support signs for the singers they supported and waving them. Cheers were endless. I was an outlier, only I was like a thief holding only a Nai in my arms, quietly looking for my seat in the venue. The competition hadn't started yet, and the bullet screen in the live broadcast room was also sending the audience's own views in real time. I took a quick look and there didn't seem to be a single person on the bullet screen supporting Bai Shihan. The 4 popular candidates for the championship are Cheng Di, Liu Qian, Xiao Fei, and Bai Miao Anyun. I only knew one of them, Liu Qian, the woman who dared to reach out her claws to Nai. I hadn't heard of the other 3 people, so I didn't pay much attention. The competition was about to start, but the backstage at this moment was very unsettled. Bai Shihan, why would you be here? Liu Chan's face was ashen. She simply couldn't believe her eyes. She actually saw Bai Shihan in the backstage. If you can be here, why can't our sister Shihan be here? Tao Lele directly rolled her eyes and retorted. That look of disdain made Liu Chan even more annoyed. Liu Chan's eyes were uncertain. She never thought Bai Shihan would appear, and Tao Lele and Sister Yun were still by her side. This feeling reminded her of that Bai Shihan, who had been pressing her down back then. The former Bai Shihan seemed to be back again. Especially Bai Shihan's outfit today made her face even uglier. She seemed like a clown in front of her, inferior in every way. To be defeated before the battle was Liu Chan's mood at this moment. Sister Yuan saw this and hurried to pull Liu Chan away, looking at the eyes cast by other contestants around, and whispered persuasion in her ear. Xiao Qian, this is the backstage. Don't make a joke. Just a Bai Shihan. She has nothing now. It's not worth lowering your status. After hearing Sister Yuan's words, Liu Jian's face improved a lot. Yes, today's Bai Shihan is no longer that popular young star back then. What can she use to compete with herself? Not to mention that she still has the song of the music, Godfather Wu Fan. She doesn't need to be afraid. Thinking this way, Liu Qian regained her calm, giving an indifferent glance at Bai Shihan. What's the use of singing well? What's the use of looking good? A married person like you, what good song can you bring out? The program team naturally didn't know what happened in the backstage. On the stage outside, the host had already taken the microphone and went on stage. He only said a few words and invited 4 evaluation mentors to take their seats. Before long, 8 groups of duel candidates were successfully selected. Looking at the duel list on the big screen, I smiled. And at this time, the host's voice also resounded throughout the venue. Let's welcome the 2 contestants of the first match to the stage with applause. One of them is Bai Shihan from Yinghai Entertainment, and the other is Liu Qian from Tianmei Entertainment. 2 spotlights appeared at the back of the stage again. Bai Shihan and Liu Chan slowly walked onto the stage along with the spotlights. It could be seen that Bai Shihan was somewhat nervous. A person who hadn't been on stage for many years, His heart was also a bit apprehensive when he went on stage for the first time, while Liu Qian had a sullen face. She also completely didn't expect that the first match would be so dramatic as to PK with Bai Shihan. The audience below the stage exclaimed. Many people didn't know such a beauty as Bai Shihan. Why hadn't they heard of her? I also saw Bai Shihan's nervousness, so I held Nai Nai high and waved her. At this moment, Nai Nai directly turned into a support sign, constantly shouting, "Mommy, go!" in her mouth. Bai Shihan on the stage suddenly saw this familiar figure. She suddenly covered her mouth, looking incredulously at that place below the stage. Those two lively figures instantly dispersed the nervousness in her heart. In the next second, a brilliance never seen before suddenly erupted in her eyes. "Daddy, Daddy, Mommy saw us!" Nai Nai's gaze met with Bai Shihan's, her little short hands waving even faster. I also looked towards Bai Shihan, my face full of a gentle smile. Yes, Mommy saw Nai Nai. In the first match, Bai Shihan PK Liu Qian. Bai Shihan will sing first. Let's leave the stage to her. At this time, the host's voice resounded through the venue again. Then the lights gradually dimmed and there was only one spotlight on the stage hitting Bai Shihan. The background music sounded. I held Nai Nai in my arms and slowly closed my eyes to listen. For some reason, that pure smile of Bai Shihan just now was always imprinted in my mind and could not be dispelled. I suddenly thought of that lyric, "Now walking through this world, countless lingering attachments, turning through the different side faces of the years, unexpectedly crashing into your smile." The melody of the song sounded, and the scene unconsciously quieted down. At this time, the name of the song also appeared on the big screen, "The Wind Rises." This name is very simple, but the lyricist and composer following it made everyone's eyes slightly shrink. This unfamiliar singer could actually invite the mysterious she to write a song for her? Everyone pricked up their ears in unison. They were now eager to hear what She's new song would actually look like. Liu Qian in the backstage was already dumbfounded. If you were more careful, you could find that her hands were shaking constantly. The prelude was very simple, but it firmly caught everyone's ears. Bai Shihan's singing followed, walking and stopping, following the traces of the drifting youth. While the sky of the long field is still so warm, the wind blows up the past. The scene remained silent. They followed the music as if they saw the past. The footsteps of their youth never ceased. Bai Shihan was now completely immersed in the singing. She had practiced this song countless times, but only this time was she most invested. She looked with watery eyes towards the stage. There were two most important people to her there. They were all there. Another immortal song. Whether it was the audience on the scene or the people watching the live broadcast, they were all completely infected by the song at this moment. Their minds flashed like a slideshow, rolling and involuntarily recalling the past, countless familiar and strange side faces, finally fixed on a person's smiling face. That was the most unforgettable person in their youth. Originally, this was The Wind Rises, blowing up as the wind named youth that they had already buried deep in their hearts. The singing continued. Everyone was entranced. The huge gymnasium was silent. Everyone fell into memory along with the song. Liu Qian at the back of the stage sat on the ground with a thud. Her face turned pale. She had lost the courage to sing. Bai Shihan had used the most dazzling appearance, the most perfect singing skills, and this near-invincible song to completely tear her courage to pieces. Sister Yuan stood not far from Liu Qian, her eyes full of confusion. Who exactly was the godfather of music? She had heard the song Wu Fan wrote for Liu Qian, but hearing this song by Shi now, she felt that song wasn't even worthy of carrying its shoes. Yuan Jie smiled bitterly. Lack of skill was simply lack of skill. She had been suppressed in the past, and now that the Yuan family had returned strongly, she was still being suppressed. Not only in the backstage, but even the judges on the panel were moved by this song. As veteran singers themselves, they were even slightly envious of Bai Shihan. If they had a song like this to pave their way back then, they might have already achieved the status of heavenly king or queen. Unexpectedly, seeing you again in the faint spring light smiling so sweetly, it clearly seemed to be telling a trivial matter, coming back to find it was still him, but infinite regret welled up in the audience's hearts. They also wanted to leave for half a lifetime and return with their original intentions unchanged, but regret is regret after all. They seemed to see that smiling face in the cool morning light slowly blurring and disappearing. At this time, in the live streaming comment section, Someone sent a message. I was wondering how we drifted apart. It turns out the wind rose. The originally quiet comments exploded instantly, and countless people followed with tears in their eyes. All the netizens broke defense at this moment. After listening to this song, their hearts were full of the regrets of youth. They posted comments with tears, telling the stories of their youth, which finally unified into, "I was wondering how we drifted apart. It turns out the wind rose." Love rises and falls with the wind, but the sentiment remains difficult to settle. Just then, Bai Shihan's singing gradually reached its end. Her voice, as deep as wine, seemed to be soothing everyone's emotions, and also seemed to be giving an answer to youth. The end of the song was like giving herself an explanation. Everyone woke up from the dream of youth. Life continues after waking up, and those memories are just one's own emotional response to the scene. Although memories are full of regret, how can youth without regret be called youth? It exploded. The backstage viewing data grew explosively, far exceeding previous years. Ratings. Director Ren Chao wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is she, the person who makes you cry and makes you laugh. What kind of god is this person to have such great charm? When Bai Shihan first arrived, Ren Xiaofan looked down on her as someone who had nothing. If it weren't for Yinhai Entertainment's persistence, he would have wanted to kick her out of the show. He didn't expect things to turn around so quickly. He now wished he could worship Bai Shihan. A good song, a good person, everything you could want. Ren Chao didn't feel embarrassed at all about his change in attitude. Was he making money? Not at all. The singing on the stage was still echoing. Ren Chao put aside his wandering thoughts and continued to listen. The music faded, the lights came on again, and Bai Shihan slowly recovered from the song's afterglow, looking nervously at the audience. The silence below made her a little at a loss. I slowly opened my eyes and laughed when I saw Bai Shihan's nervous appearance. Bai Shihan sang very well, comparable to the original version I had heard. Nuan looked curiously at the uncles and aunts around her, not understanding why their eyes were full of tears. Clearly, Mommy sang very well. At her young age, she had no idea they were mourning the past, but none of this affected Nuan. She stretched out her small hands and tried her best to clap for her mother. The next moment, as if a chain reaction, thunderous applause resounded through the venue. With tears in their eyes, they offered their support to Bai Shihan on stage. The live streaming room for the new song festival was even more flooded with comments. As expected, a Shiyi production must be a masterpiece. I'm not disappointed. Too great, I cried. This isn't just the wind rising, this is clearly a tornado, completely churning up the memories buried in my heart for many years. On stage, Bai Shihan bowed to the audience, then took a lingering look at me and Nuan before retreating backstage. The competition continued. Next was Leon's performance. Liu Qian had climbed up from the ground at some point. Looking at Bai Shihan, who passed her by, a deep sense of powerlessness inexplicably arose in her heart. She didn't know how she walked onto the stage. Even when the music started, she froze for a moment before reacting. Unfortunately, she was still half a beat slow, and the opening was a failure. The audience below hissed in unison, making her even more flustered, and the tune she sang couldn't help but go out of tune. After finishing the song in a daze, director Ren Chao looked at the real-time viewing rate and couldn't help frowning. What was this Liu Qian doing? He knew her singing skills. They used to be very good, so why did they become like this today? However, Ren Chao was only slightly depressed for a moment and then stopped thinking about it. Anyway, she was bound to lose, so what was there to think about? Today's ratings had already exploded, and that was enough. There was no doubt that the final voting result was 100-0, a crushing victory. Bai Shihan's message also arrived officially, asking me to meet at the backstage exit. Seeing this, I didn't pay any more attention to the rest of the competition and left the venue early with Nuan. As soon as Bai Shihan came out, she saw me from a distance holding Nuan. The orange light stretched our shadows very long. A sudden sense of happiness welled up in Bai Shihan's heart. The happiness of a husband leading a child, waiting under the light for his wife to come home from work. It was plain, simple, yet extremely warm. I saw her the moment she came out. She was beautiful tonight, and her beauty at this moment was very different from that on stage. On stage, she was like a fairy falling into the mortal world, beautiful and dazzling, making people afraid to approach easily. Mommy! Nuan Nuan couldn't wait to break free from my arms and ran towards Bai Shihan with small steps. Bai Shihan immediately crouched down, a bright smile blooming on her face, and pulled the rushing Nuan into her arms. I also walked up and greeted Tao Lele and Sister Yun with a smile. Bai Shihan also stood up holding Nuan. I smiled and looked at Bai Shihan. How was it? This surprise was okay, right? A blush rose on Bai Shihan's face, but she still looked directly at me. Yes, it was a big surprise. Then let's find a place to eat. Nuan and I haven't even had dinner yet. I'm fine, but Nuan's little belly has been growling for a long time. Hearing my words, Sister Yun stepped forward. Let's go back to the apartment. There are still ingredients there. Food at home is more reliable. The group walked side by side to the parking lot. Little did they know that their actions at this moment were all seen by Liu Qian and Sister Yuan, who had just come out from backstage. Liu Qian was holding her phone, looking at Bai Shihan's departing back, her eyes flashing with resentment. She suddenly thought of a good idea, a way to make Bai Shihan's reputation go down in ruins. Since she had already lost completely, she was going to drag Bai Shihan down as well. Why should Bai Shihan get what she couldn't? The internet has no memory, but when you appear in their field of vision, its memory is incredibly powerful. Bai Shihan's past experiences began to be dug up and posted on Weibo. The heat of the story about the popular young star's relationship being exposed and her retirement 2 years ago was immediately sensed by some unscrupulous media. They began to use this topic for wanton speculation. For a time, the topic of Bai Shihan became hotter and hotter, even overshadowing the limelight of the Starlight Festival. The internet was also polarized. Some people felt that since Bai Shihan had retired because her relationship was exposed, she shouldn't make a comeback. They couldn't fan a singer who was already married. Others felt that as long as the singing was good, whether she was in a relationship or not was her freedom. Finally, Yinhai Entertainment stepped in to speak. Congratulations to our singer Bai Shihan for successfully advancing. We hope everyone can give her more support in the future. Once again, it is stated that in the next competition, Bai Shihan will still perform a song written by Shi. In addition, Bai Shihan's songs from this episode of the New Song Festival will be compiled into an album and released on Huayin after the festival. As soon as Yinhai Entertainment's announcement came out, there was an instant uproar online. She didn't just write one song for Bai Shihan, but more than one? That was ridiculous. Instantly, Yinhai Entertainment's statement and Bai Shihan's topic rushed to the #1 spot on the trending list. Even the song The Wind Rises could only rank second, and the New Song Festival could only stand pitifully in third place, trembling. My group was completely unaware of the grand occasion online. After dinner, Bai Shihan sent me back to the hotel alone, and Nuan stayed at the apartment to be with her tonight. Since I traveled through time, I had basically never been alone with Bai Shihan. Now that there were suddenly only the two of us in the car, the atmosphere was somewhat silent for a while. I didn't know what to say. I glanced at Bai Shihan, who was driving, and then turned to look silently at the night view outside the window. Bai Shihan noticed my gaze and couldn't help but peek at me, but she quickly turned back. Her little heart was beating rapidly. Her earlobes were red as she forced down the strange feeling in her heart, looking straight ahead, pretending not to care. All the way to the hotel, the two of them didn't have a single exchange. If someone who didn't know saw them, they would think these two didn't know each other. The car stopped in the hotel parking lot. I then turned my head to look at Bai Shihan. Go back, be careful on the road. Call me when you get there. Bai Shihan didn't agree with her head down, but unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the door, and got out of the car first. My heart jumped. What did she mean? I secretly swallowed and got out of the car pretending to be calm. Then, come up and sit for a while? I asked, my voice even carrying a tremor. In the narrow elevator, I could clearly hear my own thumping heartbeat. Bai Shihan was no better. She didn't know what had happened to her just now. When she heard me tell her to go back, she suddenly didn't want to go back so quickly. She was going to die. Why didn't she understand just now? What should she do next? The two were married because of the child. Since marrying me, she had never had any physical intimacy with me. She stared at her toes, not daring to look up, not knowing what to do. Before the two of them could think further, the elevator door opened. The third floor had arrived. I had booked a room on this floor tonight. I subconsciously walked out of the elevator and Bai Shihan followed hesitantly. Swiping the card and opening the door, I walked in. There was only one bed in the room. Bai Shihan was now in a daze. She didn't even know how she entered the room or how I closed the door. Only the breathing of the two people remained in the room. What was about to happen seemed predictable, but Bai Shihan was suddenly a little terrified. She wasn't ready yet. She had only just begun to accept me and couldn't do anything else. However, I had no understanding of Bai Shihan's thoughts. No matter how stupid I was, I knew what it meant for a woman to sit in a man's hotel room. I had been a single dog for 10,000 years, but that didn't mean I had no emotional intelligence. I had never eaten pork, but I had seen pigs run. Regarding Bai Shihan, I had asked myself many times in my heart. From the beginning, it was just to compensate her, then slowly to feel sorry for her, then to like her a little, and then to admire her. I clearly knew my feelings. I sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Bai Shihan, who was still standing there with her head down. Taking a deep breath, I took the initiative to hold her hand. I looked up and finally looked directly into Bai Shihan's eyes. However, the next moment, the fire in my heart was suddenly extinguished. In those beautiful almond eyes of hers, there was panic, unease, fear, and various other emotions. I exhaled deeply and slowly released Bai Shihan's hand. "I'll wash my face first." My voice was hoarse. Bai Shihan still had her head down and gave a soft reply with a tremor. I washed with cold water for a long time before completely calming down. When I came out of the bathroom and saw Bai Shihan again, I suddenly laughed. She still had her head down, standing there foolishly like a quail. Doesn't this idiot know that this would lead people to commit a crime? Let's go, I'll walk you down. Bai Shihan suddenly raised her head to look at me. Ah, what? Let's go! I angrily reached out and knocked on her skull, making Bai Shihan cover her head in pain. Her watery eyes stared straight at me and her small mouth pouted. Whoa, she really is a goblin. I couldn't take it. Didn't she know her own charm? Let's go. If you don't leave now, don't even think about leaving tonight. You even look aggrieved. I opened the door and started to shoo her out. Only then did Bai Shihan hurry out. Seeing me close the door, she even patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. I escorted Bai Shihan downstairs and watched her get into the car. I waited quietly for her to drive away. Unexpectedly, just as the car started, Bai Shihan suddenly lowered the window and looked straight at me, her cheeks flushed. "Jiang Chengyi, why? Don't you want to?" I sighed, covering my forehead. "Sigh, what do you think? It's just that this kind of thing needs to be consensual. One day, when the lady of the house is ready, I'll be very happy to." Bai Shihan's face suddenly turned red all the way to her neck, but her eyes became more and more brilliant. "I'm leaving, be slow on the road, call me when you get home." He car drove away. I smiled bitterly and went back to the room. Just after taking a shower, I received a call from Bai Shihan. She had arrived at the apartment. The two of them said goodnight to each other. However, we didn't know that a post about Bai Shihan suddenly appeared on Weibo, slowly climbing the trending list. By the next day, this post had reached the 10th spot on the trending list. Bai Shihan's affair, cheating with mysterious singer Shi. The post was categorical, mainly stating that Bai Shihan and I were already married and had a daughter, but the relationship had always been bad. To make a comeback, Bai Shihan used her beauty to seduce Shi, which was why Shi wrote songs for her. This post sounded very logical, and many marketing accounts reposted it with many comments. So early in the morning, it successfully hit the trending list. Netizens who saw it were a bit skeptical at first, but they couldn't withstand the one-sided comments below the post and the various marketing accounts reposting and promoting it. They went from doubt to belief, and then to verbal abuse of Bai Shihan. As more and more people woke up and saw this post, it instantly caused an uproar. At 9 a.m., this post and Bai Shihan's Weibo were pushed to the second spot on the trending list, while I had just finished my morning run and was completely unaware of it. Bai Shihan had insomnia last night. As soon as she closed her eyes, her mind was full of the scene of me holding her hand in the hotel. As a result, when she got up in the morning, she had two big dark circles under her eyes and was listless. Sister Yun and Tao Lei glanced at each other, both with worried eyes. They thought Bai Shihan had stayed up all night because she saw the trending search. Tao Lei walked up to Bai Shihan, who had just sat down at the dining table, with anxiety in her eyes. "Sister Shihan, What did Jiang Chengyi say? Doesn't he plan to come out and clarify? It's best for Jiang Chengyi to clarify this kind of thing personally. If Sister Shihan issues a statement, it will only have the opposite effect. Bai Shihan's mind was chaotic. Hearing Tao Leilei's words, she was momentarily dazed, not knowing what they meant. What clarification? Did something happen to Jiang Chengyi again? Tao Leilei was speechless, only then realizing that Bai Shihan had no idea what had happened. She was even angrier at Jiang Chengyi for not coming out to support Sister Shihan until now. The rumors and gossip online are about to submerge Sister Shihan's Weibo. Sister Shihan, you're still thinking about him now? He's fine, but you're in trouble. You should look at your Weibo. Only then did Bai Shihan realize something was wrong from Tao Leilei's tone. She took out her phone and opened Weibo. What met her eyes were dense private messages and comment notifications. Bai Shihan clicked on them, and after seeing these malicious private messages, her hand involuntarily shook. She took a deep breath and continued to scroll down. Basically, 9 out of 10 private messages were scolding her. Exiting the private messages, she then saw the post and the follow-up posts from several marketing accounts. A moment later, Bai Shihan put down her phone and continued to eat breakfast, her expression calm as if nothing had happened. Seeing Bai Shihan like this, Tao Leilei became even more worried. With such a big public outcry online, would Sister Shihan be able to bear it? Sister Shihan, what should we do? Are we going to ignore it? Bai Shihan patted Tao Leilei's hand and comforted her instead. Leilei, those who are innocent will be seen as innocent. It's enough that we know. Seeing Bai Shihan like this, Tao Leilei sighed in her heart. They say innocence proves itself, but public opinion never cares about your life or death. Bai Shihan's eyelashes blinked slightly. In fact, her heart was also very restless, but since Jiang Chengyi had always been releasing songs anonymously, it proved that he didn't want others to know. In that case, she couldn't expose Jiang Chengyi's identity. At this time, the majority of netizens were still waiting for the main party to come out and explain. After waiting for a long time, they finally saw Bai Shihan's Weibo update. They couldn't wait to click on it and then were all stunned. They thought this would be a long PR essay, but unexpectedly there were only 4 simple words. Innocence proves itself. What was this? Did she want to dismiss them with this? Consequently, the comments online instantly became more aggressive. Zhangchen Tianmei Entertainment, big idiot Liu Qian was laughing very happily. Although she had been scolded by the company after returning from Magic City, it couldn't stop her current joyful mood. She had successfully dragged Bai Shihan down. Sister Yuan sat nearby, looking at the wildly laughing Liu Qian. She only felt that the woman in front of her was already crazy. She only found out about the news this morning. Liu Qian had actually hidden these things even from her manager. Liu Qian, do you know what you are doing? This is framing. If she really pursues this, you'll be completely finished. Hearing Sister Yuan's words, Liu Qian only gave her a dissatisfied glance. How am I framing? Who knows if there's really something between them? Tell me, if there's nothing, how could a woman like Bai Shihan who has nothing get Shidi to write songs for her? I think they're likely up to no good. Look, they don't even have an explanation. Haha, innocence proves itself. Such fake nobility. Sister Yuan still had a dark face and didn't speak. Looking at the crazy Liu Qian, she could only hope that everything Liu Qian said was true. Otherwise, she could only abandon Liu Qian. In the hotel, I was taking a leisurely shower, not expecting the phone outside to keep ringing like a death knell. Seeing the caller's name, I was a little surprised. Why was she calling me? Minister Yang, how do you have time to call an idle person like me today? Idle person? You actually have the face to say you're an idle person. Do you know that since you appeared, you've almost taken over the trending searches? Yang Chenglin said crossly on the other end of the phone. I scratched my head, thinking about it. It seemed true. Since I released You for a Lifetime, the trending searches seemed to be related to me and never stopped. Who told me to be so attractive? Stop talking nonsense. I'm calling about serious business. What's going on? I boasted shamelessly and then became serious. Yang Chenglin gritted her teeth. She really wanted to kill this man. What did he mean by what's going on? Couldn't she call him if nothing was wrong? Weren't they friends? Yang Chenglin's tone became even worse. Do you think I want to call you? It's about your wife. I say, how did you manage that? Bai Shihan is being blackened like that and you're still sitting still? Bai Shihan is being blackened? I immediately became serious. Tell me, What happened to Bai Shihan? My unprecedentedly serious tone made Yang Chenglin feel a bit sour. It seemed that as soon as it involved Bai Shihan, this man became incredibly serious. Go look at the trending searches yourself. Goodbye. The phone was hung up directly. I frowned, not understanding what this woman was up to. But now was not the time to think about that. I hurriedly opened Weibo. At first glance, I saw the first few posts on the trending list. The moment I saw the title, my face turned black. After I finished reading all the posts, and then finished reading the messages and comments on Bai Shihan's Weibo, my face was completely dark. I was so angry I laughed. Heh, you really think my woman is easy to bully? And that silly woman, why didn't she tell me such a big thing? Carrying it herself? I just want to question that idiot face to face about whether she even considers me her husband. However, before questioning her, I had some things to do. Since someone wanted to play, let's play to our heart's content. Liu Qian never imagined that the face slapping would come so quickly and so violently, to the point that she fell into panic before she could even be happy for long. She never expected that Shi would be that former pretty boy. At 10 a.m., while people were still talking with interest about Bai Shihan's affair, Shi's short video on Douyin was seen by people. As the other protagonist of the incident, and a mysterious big shot with tens of millions of fans, the video he just posted was seen by countless people. Without needing special promotion from Douyin, fans spontaneously pushed the video up. Shi revealing his face to prove himself was a major event. No one expected the mysterious Shi to stand up and post a video without hesitation at this time. He could have remained silent. After all, the main target of everyone's attack this time wasn't him. But when everyone clicked on the video, they found that this wasn't a self-justification video at all. It was clearly a piece of dog food, plus a condemnation video. In the video, I was in a decent, casual outfit. Even though my face was very serious, it was still eye-catching. No one expected the mysterious Shi to be so handsome. Loved it, loved it. But the next words made netizens feel a 10,000-point critical hit. Hello everyone, I am Shi. I just woke up and saw some very bad comments online. Many people are questioning why I write songs for Bai Shihan, and some people even made up rumors about Bai Shihan's affair. I just want to ask loudly here, what's wrong with me writing songs for my wife? My wife doesn't want to pay attention to you, but I won't indulge you. What innocence proves itself? That doesn't exist. I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was estrangement. I'm sorry, I'm not pretending anymore. I'm coming clean. My name is Jiang Chengyi. I think you can find me online. Back then, Bai Shihan and I both retired because of our relationship, and we've been married until now. Everyone who saw this video was instantly shocked beyond measure. They had been arguing for so long, and it turned out they were actually husband and wife. Everyone knew Shi was likely married. After all, Nuan had appeared on his Douyin before, but no one expected Shi to be Jiang Chengyi. This was too outrageous. My video spread like crazy at this moment. While everyone was still discussing the video I posted, Yinhai Entertainment's Weibo immediately followed up and issued a notice. Hello everyone, this is the legal department of Yinhai Entertainment. Entrusted by Mr. Jiang, we will continue to follow up on the false remarks and rumors online. We have now submitted lawyers' letters to the publisher of the previous post and the companies behind several marketing accounts. Not long after, the official Weibo account stepped forward. Good morning, fellow Weibo users. After our verification and investigation, 500 accounts that posted false remarks have been banned. Once again, we warn certain people that the internet is not a place outside the law. Rumors and spreading rumors will surely lead to lifelong regret. With the official announcement from Weibo, the video post I released was pushed to the #1 spot on the trending list, and Bai Shihan's latest Weibo post also instantly occupied the second spot. Within a short time, wife pampering demon and innocence proves itself emerged as two hot terms one after another. What the melon-eating masses like to scroll through most now was, my wife doesn't want to pay attention to you, but I, a wife pampering demon, won't indulge you. What innocence proves itself? That doesn't exist. In the artist department in Magic City, Bai Shihan was still holding Nuan while watching cartoons. Teo Lele ran over with her phone like the wind, her face beaming with a bright smile, looking extremely excited. Sister Shihan, look quickly, Jiang Chengyi posted a video. Bai Shihan took the phone and clicked on the video, and my voice came from the speaker. Nuan also leaned in curiously. staring hard with her big eyes. "It's Daddy's voice! Daddy's in the phone again!" By the time Bai Shihan finished watching the entire video, her small mouth was slightly open, obviously very surprised. Tao Lele was still talking on the side. "Sister Shihan, do you know what people are saying about Jiang Chengyi now? A wife-pampering demon. Haha, it's so interesting." Hearing Tao Lele's words, Bai Shihan's face quietly turned rosy, and a sweet feeling welled up in her heart. Who wouldn't want to be pampered? Thinking of this, Bai Shihan directly left Nuan Nuan and walked quickly back to the room. Looking at the dialing interface, she was suddenly a little hesitant. She didn't know what to say when she called. Should she say, "Why did you say those embarrassing things?" Wouldn't that be indirectly admitting she was shy? Or should she say, "That was so deep, I believe you"? No, no! Then would he think she was a petty person who seeks revenge for every grievance? Bai Shihan fell onto the soft bed, her face buried deep in the quilt like a little girl. Finally, she mustered up her courage, picked up her phone, and made a WeChat voice call directly. Bai Shihan's small face was still buried in the quilt, turning red from holding her breath, and she said in a muffled voice, "What are you doing now?" Bai Shihan didn't wait for my answer, but first for my laughter. "What are you doing? Performing how to smother yourself with a quilt?" Bai Shihan exclaimed and lifted her flushed face in panic. She was startled, not knowing how I knew what she was doing, until she saw the phone screen and realized that she had accidentally clicked on a video call. The words "social death" were written all over her face. Bai Shihan looked blankly at me on the other end of the video. I rubbed my nose. This kind of Bai Shihan was unexpectedly cute. The next moment, Bai Shihan let out a whimper and buried her face in the quilt like an ostrich, never wanting to get up again. "It's so embarrassing. You're not allowed to laugh." A muffled voice came from the quilt. I finally stopped laughing. All right, I won't laugh. I'm about to go to the apartment. Are you going to pick me up? Then wait for me there." Bai Shihan still didn't ask me why I posted that video. Some things really didn't need to be asked. It's just that she didn't ask. But I took the lead in bringing up the topic. But I still have some things to say. "Bai Shihan, you were blackened so badly, why didn't you tell me? What do you take me for?" Bai Shihan pursed her lips and was somewhat silent. What did she take Jiang Chengyi for? Actually, Bai Shihan was also a bit confused. Did she like Jiang Chengyi? Bai Shihan asked herself in her heart, but she quickly got the answer. She liked him. She liked him after he changed, liked him for carefully taking care of the two of them. Those delicate actions in life made her happy. The heartache and purity in his eyes when he looked at her couldn't be faked. It was hard not to like such a me. It's just that past experiences made Bai Shihan a bit afraid to open her heart. After waiting for a long time without getting Bai Shihan's answer, I also fell silent for a long time. My voice sounded again, but this time it clearly carried a sense of disappointment. "It's okay if you don't say it. I'm downstairs. Come pick me up." The video hung up, and only then did Bai Shihan recover. Recalling my tone just now, her heart suddenly hurt, as if pricked by a needle. Did she let me down? Bai Shihan hurriedly got up from the bed. She suddenly wanted to see me quickly. Thinking this way, her steps also quickened as she ran out the door. Tao Lele was still wondering what Bai Shihan was doing alone in the room at noon. The next moment, she saw Bai Shihan stumbling out of the room and then running out the front door. Tao Lele frowned. Sister Shihan seemed to be crying. Bai Shihan was indeed crying. She didn't want to, but tears just kept rolling in her eyes. She was suddenly afraid that, because of her lack of answer, I would be sad and leave them. Every bit of this period of time flashed in her heart, and she became even more afraid. Clearly, Jiang Chengyi had already been working hard to get close to her, so why should she hesitate? Not until the car arrived downstairs at the hotel and Bai Shihan saw that tall figure standing in the sunshine did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. The car stopped beside me. I got in, my emotions seemingly not fluctuating much. After getting in, I just quietly looked out the window. Bai Shihan didn't start the car. She just turned around and stared closely at my profile. She took several deep breaths and finally spoke, "Jiang Chengyi, I'm sorry." I then turned my head and looked at Bai Shihan's slightly red eyes. Actually, when Bai Shihan didn't give a clear answer, I was also feeling very bad. I couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed I had never truly possessed anything. No need to apologize, Bai Shihan. Actually, I'm not the Jiang Chengyi you think I am, so you don't have to feel guilty about anything. Then are you Jiang Chengyi? Bai Shihan still looked directly into my eyes, her gaze still like water. I suddenly remembered the conversation between Bai Shihan and me at the amusement park before. Bai Shihan asked me, "Who are you?" And I answered, "I am Jiang Chengyi." Now Bai Shihan was asking me back. I scratched my head. "I am Jiang Chengyi." "Then you are the Jiang Chengyi I think you are." Hearing Bai Shihan's firm answer, I was suddenly stunned. I tried hard to clench my somewhat trembling fists, but I'm a little afraid. I'm afraid that one day you won't need me anymore. Bai Shihan suddenly interrupted me. Looking at me like this made her feel distressed. She reached out and firmly held my somewhat trembling hand, then leaned gently on me. "Jiang Chengyi, you are Nuan's daddy and also my husband. No matter when or what happens, we won't leave you. And also, Nuan and I don't want much. Your talents, Nuan and I will only appreciate them, but those are not the most important things. The most important thing is that you are by our side and good to us. Then we are satisfied." With her in my arms and her soft words, nothing could make me more at peace. I held Bai Shihan and suddenly laughed. I got the answer I wanted, and that was enough. From now on, except for Bai Shihan and Nuan, nothing could shake my happiness. The two only lingered for a moment before Bai Shihan shyly pulled out of my arms, her small face extremely hot. This was already the most she could do now. I didn't force her, just with a silly smile on my face. She gave a flirtatious glance at the silly smiling me. This fool, is he so easily satisfied? The car slowly left the hotel, but in this back and forth, the state of mind of the two had completely changed. How is it possible? Impossible! How could she be that pretty boy Jiang Chengyi? Slap! In the artist apartment of Tianmei Entertainment, Liu Qian was like a madwoman. On the table was a lawyer's letter sent by the legal department of Yinhai Entertainment. She had been exposed! Now Tianmei Entertainment had ordered her to rest. She knew she was finished. In a few days, she would surely take the defendant's seat. Sister Yuan, not far away, was looking at this scene with schadenfreude. As an old fox, she knew things would definitely not be that simple. Sure enough, things turned out even more outrageous than she had anticipated. Jiang Chengyi, he really hit himself deep. Sister Yuan sighed secretly. Of course she knew Jiang Chengyi. 2 years ago, Bai Shihan's incident caused a storm in the company, and no one thought well of that pretty boy back then. But unexpectedly, one has to say, Bai Shihan's eye for people is really good. I'm not convinced. Sister Yuan, give me your phone. Liu Qian was panting, her eyes bloodshot. Her own phone had been smashed by her at the first opportunity. Sister Yuan only gave her a slight glance and said crossly, "What are you not convinced about? In singing, you can't beat her. In looks, you're not as good as her. Even in finding a man, you're not as good as her. And you're telling me you're not convinced?" Liu Qian suddenly turned her head and stared straight at Sister Yuan. Sister Yuan didn't care at all and continued to mock her. What? Did I say something wrong? When you are locked up, our contract will naturally end. You should understand the company's meaning, right? What, resting? They abandoned you long ago. Why? Liu Qian gritted her teeth, still unable to believe the company had abandoned her. Why? You're still asking why? What the company needs is a cash cow. You have no value at all, so naturally you're thrown aside. As someone who's been through this, Sister Yuan will give you a piece of heartfelt advice. You have some looks, so after you come out, find an honest man to marry. Don't toss around anymore. Heh. Then should I thank you, my good Sister Yuan? Liu Qian laughed angrily. At